The sun has finally begun its slow, inevitable descent over the 7 hills. It is not a sudden event. It is a gradual, almost imperceptible shifting of the light. For the last hour, the sky has been turning a pale, washed-out blue, draining the intensity of the afternoon heat. Now, that blue is deepening, becoming heavier, pressing down on the tiled roofs of the city. There is no rush in the movement of the sun. It follows an ancient path, one that it has followed yesterday and one that it will follow tomorrow. You do not need to watch it. It happens without your effort. It happens while you rest. In the narrow streets below, the shadows are stretching. They are long, thin fingers of darkness reaching out from the base of the stone buildings. They crawl across the dusty paving stones, inch by inch, covering the debris of the day. The dust, which hung in the air like a gold mist during the high noon, is now settling. It falls silently on the wooden shutters, on the worn steps of the porticos, on the silent fountains. The air is cooling. It is losing the sharp, dry bite of the midday sun and taking on the dull, heavy coolness of the coming evening. There is nothing you need to do right now. The day's work is over. In this time in the Roman Empire, the night dictates the end of labor. There are no bright lights to extend the day. When the sun leaves, the activity must stop. It is a forced rest, a mandatory slowing down of the world. You can let your own thoughts slow down with it. There is no urgency here. There is only the slow transition from gray to black. Imagine standing on a small balcony, or perhaps looking out from a second-story window of an insula, a Roman apartment block. The noise of the city, which was a constant roar earlier, the shouting of merchants, the clattering of wooden cartwheels, the hammering of blacksmiths, is beginning to thin out. It is not silence yet. It is a dampening. The sounds are becoming distinct, separate, and distant. You hear the heavy thud of a wooden beam being dropped into place. That is a shopkeeper closing his stall. He is not hurrying. He is tired. His movements are slow and practiced. He lifts the heavy wooden shutter, fits it into the groove of the stone counter, and pushes it closed. Thud. A dull, hollow sound that echoes briefly in the alleyway and then vanishes. He does this every night. It is a boring, repetitive task. He secures the latch. He checks it once. He checks it twice. He wipes his hands on his rough tunic. He turns away. The shop is closed. The commerce of the empire has paused. You do not need to worry about what was sold or what was bought. It is all finished now. The ledger is closed. The coins are put away. Further down the street, another sound drifts up. It is the sweeping of a broom against the cobblestones. Swish, swish, swish. A rhythmic, monotonous sound. Someone is clearing the dust from their threshold before the night sets in fully. The rhythm is steady, like a slow heartbeat. It does not change tempo. It just continues back and forth, moving the dirt from one place to another in a cycle that will be repeated again tomorrow morning. Listen to that imaginary sound. The bristles of the broom are made of stiff twigs. They scratch against the stone. It is a dry, rough sound. It is the sound of a routine that has existed for centuries. It requires no thought. It is simply what is done. As the light turns from blue to a bruised purple, the colors of the city begin to disappear. The red terracotta of the roofs becomes a dark brown. The white of the marble statues becomes a pale gray. The vibrant painted stucco of the walls fades into obscurity. The visual world is simplifying. There is less to see. Therefore, there is less to process. Your eyes do not need to focus on sharp edges or bright details anymore. The edges are blurring. The world is becoming soft. It is safe to close your eyes or to let your gaze unfocus. The details do not matter. In the distance, you might hear the faint sound of water. The aqueducts never sleep, bringing water from the distant mountains into the city, flowing into the public basins. At this hour, with the traffic of the streets dying down, the sound of the water becomes more audible. It is a continuous, low murmur. It is not a splashing sound, but a steady gurgle of water moving through lead pipes and stone channels. It flows into the stone trough of a street-side fountain. The water is cool. It reflects the darkening sky. If you were to touch it, it would feel smooth and cold against your skin. But you do not need to touch it. You can just know it is there, flowing endlessly, regardless of whether anyone is watching. People are moving towards their homes now, but they are not running. They are walking with the heavy, plodding steps of exhaustion. You can imagine the sound of sandals on stone. Slap, step, slap, step. Leather soles hitting the hard basalt blocks of the Roman road. The steps are uneven. Sometimes a sandal slips slightly on a loose stone. Sometimes there is a pause. A figure stops to adjust a heavy sack carried over a shoulder. They shift the weight. They take a breath. They continue. They are just dark shapes now, silhouettes against the fading light. They are nameless. They have no stories that concern us. They are simply returning to the safety of the indoors. They are leaving the open world. The smell of the evening is changing too. During the day, the city smelled of heat, of animals, of sweat, of spices, of garbage. Now as the air cools, the smells settle. Rising above the street level is the smell of woodsmoke. It is a thick, earthy scent. In thousands of small rooms, in thousands of crowded apartments, small braziers are being lit. Charcoal is catching fire. The smoke drifts out of small, square windows. It hangs in the still air of the alleyways. It smells of burnt wood and ash. It is a comforting, ancient smell. It signals the end of the day. It signals that it is time to stop moving and stay in one place. Let yourself breathe in that imaginary scent. The dry, slightly acrid smell of oak charcoal. It is not unpleasant. It is the smell of a Roman night. It blankets the city in a haze. If you were looking across the rooftops now, you would see thin gray tendrils of smoke rising up to meet the night sky, blurring the first appearance of the stars. The stars are appearing now, one by one. They are faint at first, struggling against the twilight. Then, as the purple of the sky deepens into charcoal, they become clearer. They are not bright, dazzling lights. They are cold, distant pinpricks. The same stars that we see today, but looked upon by eyes that are tired from a day of physical labor. The constellation of Orion rises, the belt of 3 stars, steady, unmoving, a fixed point in a turning world. You can watch them in your mind. There is no movement there, just a silent silver presence. Inside the insula, the apartment building, the transition to night is even more profound. These buildings are thick. They are made of brick and concrete. The walls are heavy. As the sun sets, the interior becomes a cave. There are no glass windows to let in the last rays of light. There are only wooden shutters, and now they are being closed. Imagine the sound of a latch clicking into place. It is a metal hook dropping into a metal ring. Clink. A small, sharp sound that signifies safety. The door is barred. The outside world is locked away. Inside, the darkness is almost total. A hand reaches out in the darkness. It feels for the rough surface of a clay lamp. The texture is gritty, unglazed pottery. The lamp is small, fitting easily in the palm of a hand. It is round, with a small nozzle for the wick and a central hole for pouring oil. The oil inside is olive oil, not the high-quality oil used for food, but the dregs, the second pressing. It is thick and greenish. The hand finds the flint and steel. This is a difficult, tedious process. There is no instant flame. There is the striking of metal against stone. Click, spark, click, spark. It takes time. It requires patience. There is no rush. If it takes 5 strikes, it takes 5 strikes. If it takes 20, it takes 20. The darkness waits. Finally, a spark catches on the tinder. A small, fragile glow appears. It is blown upon gently. The glow brightens, turning orange. Then the flame is transferred to the wick of the lamp. The wick is a piece of twisted linen. It blackens, smokes for a moment, and then a small, yellow tongue of fire stands up. It is not a bright light. It is a single candle power. It does not illuminate the room. It only pushes the darkness back a few feet. It creates a small bubble of amber light in a sea of black. The light flickers. It dances on the rough plaster of the walls. It casts long, wavering shadows that stretch up to the ceiling. The shadows move even when the air is still. They sway back and forth, hypnotic and slow. Watch the shadow of the lamp itself. It is a dark, elongated shape on the table. It is anchored to the object, but it moves. The smell of the burning oil fills the small room. It is a greasy, heavy smell. It is the scent of every Roman evening. It clings to the clothes, to the hair, to the walls. It is the smell of the night. The room is sparsely furnished. There is a wooden stool, a low table, a mattress stuffed with straw or wool on a wooden frame. The objects are simple, they are functional, they are worn smooth by years of use. In the dim light of the single oil lamp, the edges of the furniture are soft. The wood looks warm and dark. The grain of the wood is visible, lines of growth from a tree cut down long ago. You can trace the lines with your eyes, round and round, patterns in the wood, simple, natural. There is a silence settling over the room. The thick walls dampen the sounds from the neighbors. You might hear a muffled cough from the floor below, or the scraping of a chair leg on the floor above. But these sounds are dull. They are filtered through layers of concrete and brick. They feel far away. They do not demand your attention. They are just reminders that the city is full of people, all of them settling down, all of them ending their day. The temperature in the room is dropping. The stone walls hold the cool of the night. You might imagine pulling a wool blanket up. The wool is scratchy, coarse, and heavy. It is not soft luxury. It is practical warmth. It smells of lanolin and storage. It has weight to it. That weight is comforting. It presses down on the body, grounding you, keeping you still. Now imagine sitting on that wooden stool, staring at the flame of the oil lamp. This is the primary entertainment of the Roman night. There are no books for the common man to read easily in this light. There are no screens. There is only the flame. It consumes the oil drop by drop. The level of the oil in the reservoir goes down, imperceptibly slow. You could watch it for an hour and not see the level change, but it is changing. Time is passing. The flame has a blue center, a yellow body, and an orange tip. Occasionally, a small puff of black smoke rises from the tip. It spirals up and disappears into the darkness of the ceiling. The ceiling is already stained black from years of this smoke, layer upon layer of soot. The history of 10,000 nights recorded in the soot on the ceiling. Outside the shuttered window, the wind might be picking up, a gentle breeze coming off the Tiber River. It rattles the wooden shutter loosely in its frame. Tap, 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 a gentle wooden sound. It is not a knock, it is just the wind. It comes and goes. When the wind stops, the tapping stops. When the wind returns, the tapping returns. It is a conversation between the wind and the wood. You are just a listener. You do not need to answer. The city is a labyrinth of dark corridors now. If you were to walk the streets, you would need a torch. But we are not walking the streets. We are inside. We are safe. We are bored. The boredom is a luxury. It means there is no crisis. It means there is no emergency. It means the day was successful enough that we can sit here in the semi-darkness and simply exist. Consider the floor of the room. It is made of packed earth or perhaps rough mosaic tiles in simple geometric patterns, black and white, squares and triangles. In the flickering light, the tiles seem to shift slightly. The white tiles catch the light, the black tiles absorb it. The floor is cool underfoot. If you were to drop a small bronze coin, it would not ring clearly. It would make a dull clink and stop. The room absorbs sound. There is a pitcher of water on the table. It is made of red clay. Condensation forms on the outside of it because the night air is cooling faster than the water inside. A single droplet of water forms near the rim. It grows heavy. It slides slowly down the rough side of the pitcher, leaving a dark trail on the clay. It reaches the bottom and pools on the table. This takes time. Watch the droplet form. Watch it fall. Gravity is the only force at work here. In the corner of the room there is a small shrine. The lararium, the household gods, small figurines made of bronze or baked clay. They stand in the shadows watching over the household. They do not move. They have stood there for years. They are covered in a fine layer of dust. In the morning they might receive an offering of a piece of bread or a splash of wine. But tonight they are just shapes in the shadow, silent guardians of the boring routine. The wick of the lamp crackles, a tiny impurity in the oil or the linen. Pop, a small sound, startling only because of the quiet. Then the silence returns. The flame recovers its steady shape. The shadows settle back into their swaying rhythm. Your breathing slows down to match the rhythm of the room. The air is thick, filled with the smoke of the lamp and the charcoal brazier. It is heavy air. It makes the eyelids heavy. The effort to keep the eyes open becomes greater. Why keep them open? There is nothing new to see. The room will not change. The walls will not move. The flame will only burn until the oil is gone, and then there will be darkness. The darkness is not something to fear. In the Roman world, the darkness is the natural state of half of your life. It is the time for the body to repair. The hard stone benches, the heavy lifting, the walking, the carrying, all of that takes a toll. The night is the cure. The boredom of the night is the medicine. You might feel a sense of isolation, but it is a peaceful isolation. The door is locked. The world of demands is on the other side of that timber. Inside, time stretches out. A minute feels like an hour. An hour feels like an age. Think about the texture of the wooden table under your fingertips. It is oak. It is old. It has knots and grooves. It has been scrubbed with sand and water thousands of times. It is rough yet polished by use. You can feel the grain. You can feel a small dent where a knife slipped years ago. You can feel the coolness of the wood. It is solid. It is real. It is there. The night deepens. The sounds from the street are almost gone now. Perhaps a distant dog barks, once, twice. Then silence. The dog has settled. The city has settled. The empire is asleep. Or at least it is resting. The legions on the borders are far away. The politics of the Senate are just whispers in the dark. Here in this room there is only the slow consumption of olive oil and the steady beat of a resting heart. You are witnessing the ordinary, the mundane, the forgettable. History books do not write about this hour. They write about the battles and the speeches. They do not write about the man sitting on a stool watching a lamp waiting for sleep. But this was the reality for millions of people, night after night, year after year. A quiet, dim, smoky existence. As the first hour of the night passes into the second, the air gets colder. The warmth of the day is fully gone from the stones. You pull the wool blanket tighter. You shift on the stool. The wood creaks. The sound is loud in the quiet room. You wait for the echo to die away. It does. Silence returns. The flame is getting lower now. The reservoir of oil is half empty. The light is becoming more amber, less yellow. The shadows are getting taller, reaching further up the walls, merging with the darkness of the ceiling. The circle of light is shrinking. The world is getting smaller. It is closing in, wrapping around you like a cocoon. There is no need to think about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the same as today. The sun will rise, the shops will open, the dust will rise, but that is hours away, an eternity away. Right now there is only the present moment, the stillness, the dim light, the calm. The oil in the lamp has burned down another fraction of an inch. The flame is smaller now, a tiny, trembling bead of light that seems to be struggling for air. It casts a weak, amber glow on the surface of the wooden table, illuminating the grain of the oak but leaving the corners of the room in absolute shadow. You are still sitting on the stool. Your body feels heavy, pulled down by the gravity of the day. The stone floor beneath your feet is cold. a stark contrast to the stagnant, warm air that fills the upper half of the room. Heat rises, and in a Roman insula, the heat of the day lingers in the upper stories long after the sun has vanished. It is time to move, not to go outside, but to transition from the vertical waiting of the evening to the horizontal waiting of the night. It is time to prepare for the bed. Turn your attention to the sleeping area. It is not a separate room. In this cramped apartment, space is a luxury. The bedroom is simply a corner defined by the presence of the lectus. This is the Roman bed. It is not a soft, inviting sanctuary of plush foam and cotton sheets. It is a piece of furniture built for utility, not for comfort. Look at it closely in the dim light. It is a wooden frame raised off the ground on four turned legs. The wood is dark, perhaps beech or oak, darkened by age and smoke. Strung across the frame is a web of leather straps or heavy ropes. There are no springs. There is only the tension of these ropes. Over time, they sag. They stretch. They create a valley in the center of the bed that pulls the sleeper into a curled position. On top of this webbing lies the mattress. It is a simple sack of heavy linen, stained and yellowed with use. It is stuffed not with feathers or down. Those are for the wealthy in their villas on the Palatine Hill, but with straw or dried reeds harvested from the marshy banks of the river, or perhaps old, matted wool. Imagine the sound of sitting on this mattress. Crunch. It is a dry, brittle sound. The straw inside breaks and shifts under your weight. It is loud in the silence of the room. It sounds like walking on dry autumn leaves. You shift your weight to find a comfortable spot and the mattress rustles again. Rustle, crunch, rustle. It is a sound that will accompany every movement you make throughout the night. Every time you turn over, the dry reeds will speak. You begin the slow process of untying your sandals. The leather straps have been tight around your ankles all day. The leather is stiff, hardened by sweat and dust. Your fingers work at the knots. There is no rush. You pull the strap, it resists. You pull again, it loosens slightly. You unthread the leather from the loops. The sensation of the strap falling away from your skin is a relief. The skin underneath is marked with red lines, the memory of the binding. You rub your ankle. The skin feels dry and dusty. You place the sandals on the floor. Clop, clop. They sit there, shaped like your feet, waiting for dawn. You do not change into pajamas. There are no pajamas. You simply loosen the belt of your tunic. The rough wool of the tunic is your clothing for the day and your clothing for the night. If it is cold, you keep it on. If it is hot, you might take it off, but tonight the air is tepid, so you leave it. The wool is scratchy. It itches slightly against the shoulder blades. It is a sensation you have grown so used to that you barely notice it, but in the quiet of the night, every sensation is magnified. You feel the weave of the fabric, the coarse fibers, the slight dampness of the material from the day's humidity. You lift your legs onto the bed. The frame creaks. The wood groans under the shift in weight. You pull the coverlet up. It is a blanket known as a stragulum. It is heavy, woven from thick wool dyed a dull red or brown. It feels weighty on your legs. It is not soft. It is meant to trap heat, and it does so efficiently. Perhaps too efficiently. Lying there staring up at the dark ceiling, you become aware of the texture of the pillow. It is small, hard, and stuffed tightly with the same straw as the mattress. It does not cradle your head, it props it up. You have to adjust your neck. You punch the pillow, trying to break up a clump of reeds that is pressing into your ear. Thump, thump. The sound is dull. You settle back down. The clump is still there, just slightly moved. You accept it. You accept the discomfort. This is the Roman night. Now the sensory world shifts again. Your eyes are adjusting to the semi-darkness, but your ears are taking over. The building, the insula, is a living thing. It breathes. It settles. It has a skeleton of timber and a skin of brick, and it reacts to the cooling night. Somewhere in the walls, a timber beam contracts as it cools. Crack. A sharp, sudden sound like a knuckle cracking. It echoes through the structure. Then silence. Then a few minutes later, another sound from the floor above. The scraping of a heavy object being dragged across the floor. Scrape, screech, stop. What is it? A table, a chest? It doesn't matter, it is just a noise. But in the silence, you find yourself listening to it, waiting for it to happen again. It doesn't. You hear the sounds of humanity packed into a small space. The walls are thin, the floors are thin. You can hear the rhythm of breathing from the room next door. A slow, rasping snore. H-R-R-R-few, H-R-R-R-few. It is a rhythmic, guttural sound. It penetrates the wall. It is annoying, yet also hypnotic. It is the sound of another human being surviving the day. Further away, perhaps down in the courtyard or on the street, a dog starts to bark again. This time it is not a lone bark. It is a repetitive, monotonous yapping. Yap, yap, yap. It continues for a minute, then it stops. Then just as you think it is over, it starts again. Yap, yap. The irregularity is what keeps you awake. You wait for the next bark. You count the seconds between them. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, silence. You relax your shoulders. Yap. The tension returns. The air in the room is heavy and still. There is no cross breeze. The window shutter is closed to keep out thieves and bad spirits. The air smells of the oil lamp which is flickering and dying. But underneath that there are other smells. The smell of the chamber pot in the corner. It is a faint, acrid smell of ammonia. It is a reality of life without indoor plumbing. The pot, the lacenum, sits there, a ceramic vessel with a lid, waiting for the morning when it will be emptied into the street-side vat or the public drain. The smell is faint, but it is there. It is the smell of confinement. There is also the smell of old food. Perhaps the remnants of the evening meal, a crust of bread, a rind of cheese, a bowl of lentil pottage, are sitting on the table. The smell of cold lentils, the smell of vinegar. It hangs in the warm air, unmoving. And then there are the visitors. You feel a tiny tickle on your arm, a sensation lighter than a feather. It moves, it stops. It moves again, a fly, a mosquito. You twitch your arm, the sensation stops, you lie still. A moment later, you hear it. The high-pitched, whining drone of a mosquito. Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z. It is close to your ear. It is the loudest sound in the world. It circles. The sound moves from your left ear to your right ear. Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z-Z. It fades away. You wait. It returns. This is the battle of the Roman night. There are no screens on the windows. If the shutter was open during the day, the insects are inside. You slap at the air. You hit your own ear. Smack. The sound rings in your head. You listen. Silence. Did you get it? You don't know. You wait. The uncertainty is part of the boredom. You are lying in the dark, waiting for a bug to bite you. Or perhaps it is something else. You feel a sharp, sudden itch on your ankle, a flea, you scratch it. The wool blanket is rough against your skin. You scratch harder, the itch moves. Fleas are common. Everyone has them. The rich, the poor, the emperor himself. They live in the straw of the mattress. They live in the cracks of the floor. They are the permanent residents of the empire. You cannot defeat them. You can only tolerate them. You rub your ankle against the rough fabric of the mattress, trying to satisfy the itch without waking yourself up fully. It is a low-level irritation, a constant background static of physical discomfort. The oil lamp is sputtering now. The flame is jumping, flashing bright and then dimming to almost nothing. It is the death throes of the light. Watch it. The shadows on the wall are frantic now, jerking up and down. Then, with a final pop and a wisp of gray smoke, the flame dies. The darkness is instant, and it is absolute. In the modern world, we rarely experience true darkness. There is always a street lamp outside, or the standby light of a television, or the glow of a clock. Here, there is nothing. The shutter blocks the moon. The lamp is out. You hold your hand up in front of your face. You cannot see it. You can only feel the heat radiating from your palm. You are blind. The darkness has a weight. It feels like it is pressing against your eyes. It is thick. It is velvety. It wraps around you. For a moment, it is disorienting. Where is the door? Where is the table? You have to rebuild the room in your mind. The table is to the left. The door is straight ahead. The wall is behind you. You are an island on a raft of straw in a sea of black ink. With the loss of sight, the other senses sharpen even more. The smell of the extinguished wick is strong, a pungent, sulfurous smell of burnt linen. It fills the nose. It makes you want to sneeze, but you suppress it. The temperature seems to drop slightly with the light, or perhaps it is just the psychological effect of the dark. You pull the heavy wool blanket up to your chin. The wool is scratchy against your neck. You tuck your hands underneath your body for warmth. The weight of the body on the hands is comforting. It is a closed loop. You are alone with your thoughts now. There are no distractions, no music, no news, no reading, just the endless loop of your own mind. You replay the day, the tedious tasks, the heavy lifting, the conversation with the baker that went on too long, the coin you almost dropped, the dust on your sandals. The thoughts drift, unconnected, slow. This is the hardest part of the Roman night, the waiting for sleep. The body is tired, aching from the hard labor, but the mind is still turning, and the bed is not comfortable enough to induce immediate sleep. You have to work for it. You have to ignore the lump of straw in your back. You have to ignore the flea on your leg. You have to ignore the heat trapped in the room. You have to ignore the snoring of the neighbor. You turn onto your side. The wooden frame creaks loudly. Groan. You freeze, wondering if you woke anyone. Silence. You settle in. Your hip bone presses against the hard mattress. There is not enough padding. After a while, your hip will start to ache. You will have to turn again and again. The night is a series of turns, a rotisserie of discomfort. Outside, the wind gusts. It whistles through a crack in the shutter. Woo-woo, a mournful, lonely sound. It reminds you of the vastness of the world outside this room. The dark streets, the closed shops, the silent forum, the river flowing black and cold. The wind rattles a loose tile on the roof. Clack, then silence. Time loses its meaning in the dark. How long have you been lying here? 10 minutes, an hour. There is no clock ticking. There is no way to know. The Romans divide the night into 4 watches or vigiliae, primarily for the military guards. But for you, the ordinary citizen, there are no watches. There is only the expanse of time between the last lamp and the first rooster. It is a shoreless ocean. You close your eyes. It makes no difference to the darkness, but it feels like a closing off of the world. You focus on your breathing. In, out, in, out. The air is warm and dusty. You can taste the dust on your tongue. It is gritty. You swallow. Your mind wanders to the structure of the insula. You are on the 3rd floor. Above you, there is another family. Below you, another. You are suspended in a honeycomb of humanity. You are all lying in the dark, all dealing with the same hard beds, the same heat, the same fleas. It is a shared experience, yet you are completely isolated in your box of brick. The snoring neighbor stops. The silence that follows is sudden and heavy. You wait for it to resume. You tense up, anticipating the sound. It doesn't come. Now you are listening to the silence. Is it truly silent? No, there is a low hum. Is it the blood rushing in your ears? Is it the vibration of the city itself? It is a phantom sound, the sound of the void. You shift your leg. The wool blanket slides against the linen mattress. Swish, a dry friction. You feel a draft of cool air where the blanket moved. You tuck it back in. The routine of thermal management. The boredom is profound. It is physical. It feels like a heaviness in the limbs. You want to do something, anything, but there is nothing to do. You cannot get up and check a phone. You cannot turn on a light and read. You cannot open the fridge. You can only lie there. You are forced to be present in the nothingness. This is why the Roman night was harder than you think. It wasn't the gladiators or the emperors that made it tough. It was this, the enduring of the long, dark, uncomfortable hours. The patience required simply to lie still and wait for unconsciousness. It was a test of endurance every single night. You try to count sheep, but Romans might count carts or sacks of grain. 1 sack, 2 sacks, 3 sacks. The visualization is dull, brown sacks, heavy sacks, stacked in a warehouse in Ostia, row upon row. The repetition is soothing, 4 sacks, 5 sacks. Your eyelids flutter. The heaviness is winning. The aches in your legs are dulling into a general throb. The itch on your ankle is forgotten. The sounds of the building are receding, becoming less distinct. The creak of the timber is just a texture in the background. The smell of the soot is just the smell of the air. You are drifting, not into a deep, dreamless sleep that is rare on a straw mattress, but into a light, shallow doze, the state between waking and sleeping, a gray zone. But then a noise from the street startles you, a shout. Hey, watch where you're going. It is muffled, distant, but distinct. A drunkard stumbling home, a dispute between night watchmen, the vigils. It breaks the spell. Your eyes snap open in the dark. The adrenaline spikes. You listen. Footsteps running, no stumbling, heavy, uneven steps on the paving stones. Clatter, scrape, clatter. Then voices lowered to a mumble, then laughter, harsh, jarring laughter, then silence again. You are awake again. The process must start over. The counting of the sacks, the adjusting of the hip, the ignoring of the itch. The night has reset. The boredom begins anew. The darkness seems to press in closer. The ceiling feels lower. The walls feel tighter. You roll onto your back. You stare into the abyss of the room. You take a deep breath. You let it out slowly. This is the Roman night. It is long, it is hard, it is boring, and it is only just beginning. You are awake. The shout from the street has faded into memory, swallowed by the labyrinth of the city, but the wakefulness remains. It is a stubborn thing. You are lying on your back, staring into the crushing blackness of the room. The silence has returned, but it has changed quality. It is no longer the silence of the evening settling down. It is the deep, cavernous silence of the middle night. But listen closely. Is it truly silent? Beneath the stillness of the room, beneath the breathing of the sleepers in the other apartments, there is a vibration. It is faint. It is low. It is felt more in the bones than heard with the ears. It is a deep, rhythmic rumble. Rumbly, rumbly, rumbly. This is the sound of the Roman supply chain. By imperial decree, the Lex Iulia Municipalis, heavy wagons are forbidden from the streets of Rome during the daylight hours to prevent congestion. The day belongs to the pedestrians. The night belongs to the logistics. So now, while the citizens sleep, the city is being fed. Far away on the main thoroughfares, the Via Appia, the Via Flaminia, great wooden carts are moving. They are drawn by oxen, slow, plodding beasts. Imagine them, their heavy hooves hitting the paving stones. Clop, 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 a slow, unhurried cadence. The oxen do not run. They trudge. They pull wagons stacked high with sacks of grain from Egypt, amphorae of wine from Campania, blocks of marble from Carrara, timber for construction. The sound you hear is the wooden wheels rolling over the basalt blocks of the roads. These wheels have no rubber tires. They are wood-bound in iron. Grind, rumble, grind. The sound travels through the earth. It travels up through the foundations of the insula. It travels up the brick walls. It vibrates the floor beneath your bed frame. It is a constant, steady drone. It is the heartbeat of the empire's commerce. It is a boring sound. It does not change pitch. It does not stop. It is a wave of white noise that washes over the city. You can synchronize your breathing to it. The rumble is the ocean. You are the shore. It is a reminder that the world is still turning even if you are motionless. You shift your position on the mattress again. The straw stuffing has compacted under your hips. It feels hard and lumpy. You try to fluff it up with your hand, but the heavy linen ticking is stiff. You dig your knuckles into the mattress. Crunch. Rustle. You create a small hollow. You settle back into it. It is slightly better, only slightly. Your mouth feels dry. The air in the room is stagnant and dusty. The dust of the day has settled on everything, including your tongue. You need water. This presents a challenge. The pitcher is on the table. The table is somewhere in the dark. To get a drink, you must leave the relative warmth of the bed and navigate the void. You hesitate, is it worth it? The thirst is a dull ache in the back of your throat. You swallow, it is dry. Yes, you need water. You push the heavy wool blanket aside. Swish. The air that hits your skin is cooler now. The night has fully taken hold. The heat of the day has leached out of the walls, leaving behind a damp chill. You swing your legs over the side of the bed. Your feet search for the floor. The toes touch the cold stone. It sends a shiver up your legs. The stone is unforgiving. It sucks the warmth from your soles. You stand up slowly. The bed frame creaks in protest. Creak. You pause. You wait to see if the noise woke anyone. The rhythm of the snoring next door continues unbroken. You are safe. You extend your hands in front of you like a sleepwalker. You are swimming in the dark. You take a step, shuffle, another step, shuffle. You are counting the steps in your mind. 3 steps to the table. 1, 2, 3. Your fingers brush against something hard and wooden. The edge of the table, you have found it. You slide your hand across the surface. The wood is cool and smooth. You feel the grain. You feel a crumb of bread left over from dinner. You brush it away. Your hand continues its search. There, the cool, curved surface of the clay pitcher. It feels damp with condensation. The clay is sweating. You wrap your fingers around the handle. It is rough, unglazed pottery. It feels earthy and solid. You lift it. It is heavy. The water sloshes inside, sloosh, a liquid sound in the dry room. You find the cup. It is a simple beaker, perhaps made of horn or low-quality glass. You pour the water. You cannot see the stream. You have to listen to the pitch of the sound to know when the cup is full. Glug, glug, glug. The pitch rises as the vessel fills. You stop just in time. A single drop spills over the rim and lands on your hand. It is icy cold. You lift the cup to your lips. The rim is thick. You drink. The water is tepid. It is not refreshing, ice-cold water. It tastes of the clay pitcher. It tastes of the lead pipes of the aqueduct. It has a mineral metallic tang to it. It tastes of the earth, but it is wet. It soothes the dry throat. You drink the whole cup in one long, slow draught. Gulp, gulp, gulp. You feel the water traveling down your esophagus, cooling your chest. It settles in your stomach, a heavy, cold weight. You place the cup back on the table. Click. Now the return journey. You turn around. You face the darkness where the bed should be. You take the steps. 1, 2, 3. Your shin bumps into the wooden frame. Thud. A dull pain. You rub your shin. It is a minor injury, a nightly occurrence. You climb back into the nest of blankets. The spot where you were sleeping has lost its warmth. You have to start the warming process all over again. You pull the wool up to your chin. You curl your knees up to your chest to conserve heat. You shiver once, twice. Then the wool begins to do its work. The heat builds. You are awake now, fully awake. This is the first sleep having ended. In the ancient world, it was common to sleep in 2 shifts. You wake up for an hour or so in the middle of the night. You lie there. You think. You might talk to a spouse if they were awake, but tonight you are alone in your wakefulness. This is the hour of the mind. The distractions of the day are gone. There is only you and the ceiling you cannot see. Your thoughts turn to the mundane. the incredibly boring details of Roman life. You think about your sandals. The left strap is wearing thin. It might snap tomorrow. If it snaps, you will have to find a cobbler. That will cost money. 2 sestertia 3. You try to remember how many coins are in the jar hidden under the loose brick in the floor. You count them in your head. 1, 2, 3 silver denarii. A handful of bronze assarii. Is it enough for new sandals? Probably. You think about the grain dole, the annona. Is it distribution day soon? You have to take your wooden tessera, your ticket, to the porticus minutia. The lines will be long, hours of standing in the sun, waiting, just standing and waiting. The thought of the line makes you tired, the shuffling of feet, the smell of the unwashed crowd, the dust. You think about the stain on your tunic, olive oil. It is hard to get out. You will need to use fuller's earth clay to absorb the grease. You imagine the process, rubbing the clay into the wool, letting it dry, brushing it off, scrubbing. It is a tedious thought, a chore for the future. These thoughts are not stressful, they are just there. They are the inventory of a simple life. They loop. Sandals, grain, oil stain. Sandals, grain, oil stain. The repetition is hypnotic. It is a mental chant. Outside, the wind has shifted. It is blowing from the north now. It whistles differently, a higher pitch. It pushes against the shutter. The wood groans under the pressure. The latch rattles, jiggle-click, jiggle-click. It sounds like someone trying to open the window, but you know it is just the air. You do not get up. You check the latch in your mind. You remember sliding the bolt. It is secure. You are safe. The rumble of the wagons continues. It seems louder now that you are paying attention to it. You try to imagine the drivers. Men wrapped in heavy cloaks walking beside the oxen, carrying torches. The flickering light of the torches casting long, dancing shadows on the walls of the buildings they pass. The drivers do not speak. They just walk, mile after mile, through the Porta Capena, past the Circus Maximus, up the Aventine. You imagine the cargo, sacks of wheat, thousands of grains in a single sack, millions of grains in a wagon. Where did that wheat grow? Egypt, Sicily. You imagine a field of wheat blowing in the wind, golden stalks waving back and forth, back and forth. The image is soothing. It is a boring image, just grass moving in the wind. Your breathing deepens. The water you drank has hydrated you. The headache from the dry air is fading. The body is relaxing again. But there is a new sensation. The straw in the pillow is poking your cheek. A single, sharp stalk has worked its way through the linen case. It is scratching your skin. You lift your head. You try to brush it away. You cannot find it in the dark. You flip the pillow over. Flump. The other side is cooler. It is smooth for now. You lay your head back down. The smell of the room has changed slightly. The smell of the extinguished lamp has faded. Now the dominant smell is just stone. Cold, damp, dusty limestone and brick. It is the smell of a cave. You are sleeping in a man-made cave. You feel the weight of the city around you. Rome is a heavy place. Massive stone temples, giant arches, thick walls, tons and tons of marble and concrete pressing down on the earth. You are a tiny, soft thing in a world of hard surfaces. The blanket is your only shield. You stretch your legs out. The bed is short. Your feet almost touch the footboard. If you were taller, you would have to dangle them off the edge. But you fit, just barely. You wiggle your toes. The wool of the blanket is rough on your toes. You decide to try a relaxation technique. You have heard that physicians recommend relaxing the body part by part. You start with your feet. You let them go limp. They fall to the sides. Then your calves. You release the tension in the muscles. Then your thighs. They sink into the mattress. Your hips. Your stomach. You feel your stomach rising and falling with each breath. It is a slow motion, up and down, like a boat on a very calm sea, the sea of the night. Your chest relaxes. Your shoulders drop away from your ears. You unclench your jaw. You didn't realize you were clenching it, but you were. The tension releases. Your tongue falls away from the roof of your mouth. Your eyes stop darting around behind your eyelids. They settle. The darkness feels less oppressive now. It feels protective. It is a blanket of its own. It hides you from the world. It hides the chores. It hides the sandals that need fixing. It hides the oil stain. In the dark, none of those things exist. You listen to the wagon wheels again. Rumble, rumble. They are moving away now, fading into the distance, heading towards the warehouses near the river. The sound is getting quieter and quieter until it is just a memory of a sound. Now there is a new sound, very close, a mouse. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It is scratching at the wood of the floor somewhere near the wall. It is gnawing on something, maybe a fallen crumb, maybe the wood itself. The sound is tiny, sharp, and erratic. Scritch, pause, scritch. You do not move, you do not chase it. The mouse is part of the room. It has as much right to be here as you do. It is looking for food. It is surviving. You listen to its tiny life. It is busy. It is awake. You are the giant sleeping mountain in the corner. The scratching stops. The mouse has moved on, or it has found what it wanted. Silence returns. You feel a wave of drowsiness. It starts in the back of your head and spreads down your spine. It is a warm, heavy sensation. The second sleep is approaching. This sleep will be deeper. It will last until dawn. You let go of the room. You let go of the image of the table. You let go of the wall. You let go of the floor. You are floating in the dark. The straw mattress no longer feels hard. It feels like it is holding you up. The wool no longer feels scratchy. It feels warm. The darkness swirls, forms shapes, gray shapes, nothing distinct, just clouds of gray in the black. You are drifting. Drifting back to the fields of wheat. The wind, the golden stalks, waving, waving. And then, just as you are about to cross the threshold into sleep, a rooster crows. It is early, too early. It must be confused. Or perhaps it is a false dawn, cock-a-doodle-doo. The sound is muffled by distance, but it cuts through the night air. It is a harsh, jagged sound. You stir, you groan softly. You are not ready for the morning. You turn over again. You pull the pillow over your ear. You block out the world. You refuse to acknowledge the rooster. It is still night. It is still the time for rest. You wait. Will it crow again? Silence. It was a mistake. The bird was wrong. The night is still here. You relax again. You sink back down, deeper, deeper. The boring history of the night continues. There is nothing to report. No battles, no fires, just a person in a box waiting for the sun. The rooster has fallen silent. It was indeed a false alarm, a solitary bird confused by the brightness of the moon behind the clouds, or perhaps a torch passing too close to its coop. The silence that follows is even deeper than before. It is a heavy, blanketed silence. You are suspended once again in the amber of the Roman night. You are lying on your side, your knees pulled up, your chin tucked into your chest. The wool blanket is pulled tight around your shoulders, but something is wrong. There is a strange, tingling sensation in your left arm. It feels heavy, like a piece of dead wood. You try to move your fingers. They respond slowly, sluggishly. Pins and needles. You have been lying on your arm for too long. The hard mattress with its unforgiving stuffing of compressed straw has cut off the circulation. It is a common nightly occurrence. The lectus does not yield to the body must yield to the lectus. And sometimes the body loses. You have to move. You roll onto your back, rustle, crunch. The sound of the straw is loud in the quiet room. You lift your numb arm with your other hand. It feels cold and foreign. You shake it gently. Flop, flop. The blood begins to flow back. It brings a prickling, stinging heat. It is an uncomfortable sensation, but also a boring one. It is just biology. It is just the mechanics of a body trying to rest on a wooden frame. You wait for the prickling to stop. You flex your fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sensation returns. The arm is yours again. Now you are on your back again. The position of the first sleep. You stare up. The ceiling is invisible, lost in the gloom, but you know every crack in the plaster above you. You have memorized them during the daylight hours. There is a long, jagged crack that looks like a river near the corner. There is a patch where the soot from the lamp has created a dark, circular stain. You trace these invisible maps in your mind. The air in the room is shifting. The temperature has dropped another degree. It is the coldest part of the night, the contacineum, the dead of night when all is silent. The stone walls of the insula, which held the heat of the yesterday so well, are finally cooling down. They radiate a damp chill now. You can feel it on your face, the only part of you exposed to the air. Your nose feels cold. Your ears feel cold. And then you hear it. At first it is just a whisper, a soft sighing sound outside the shuttered window. S-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Then a singular, distinct tap, plip. Then another plop. And another plip, plop, tap. It is raining. It begins slowly. The first drops are hitting the terracotta tiles of the roof above. Roman roof tiles, tegulae and imbrices, are large, heavy, and made of baked clay. When a raindrop hits them, it makes a dull, ceramic sound. It is not the metallic ping of rain on a tin roof. It is a softer, earthier sound. Thud, splat, thud. The rhythm accelerates. The whisper turns into a steady drum beat. Patter, 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 patter. The sky has opened up over the city. This changes everything about the night. The rain brings a sense of enclosure. The world outside, the streets, the forum, the markets are being washed. The dust is turning to mud. But you are inside. You are dry. This realization brings a primitive, deep comfort. The contrast between the wet world out there and the dry world in here is the most soothing feeling a human can experience. The smell hits you a moment later. It is the smell of petrichor, but specific to Rome. It is the smell of water hitting hot, dry stone. It is the smell of wet dust, wet brick, and wet clay. It is a clean, sharp scent that cuts through the stale air of the bedroom. It smells of renewal. You breathe it in deep. The air feels fresher, charged with the moisture. It cools your throat. Listen to the water. It is not just hitting the roof. It is finding the channels. It flows down the curved tiles, gathering speed. It reaches the edge of the roof. It falls. Splosh, splosh, splosh. If you were on the street level, you would hear the water rushing into the gutters, the cloaky. But up here, on the third floor, you hear the intricate music of the water interacting with the building. There is a leak in the gutter outside your window. A small stream of water is falling from the eaves and hitting the wooden sill. Drum, 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 drum. It is a fast, insistent rhythm. It sounds like a finger tapping on a table. It is annoying but also steady. You cannot stop it. You cannot go outside and fix it. You just have to let it happen. You have to incorporate the sound into your rest. Drum, drum, drum. It becomes a metronome. Inside the wall, you hear a faint dripping. Drip, drip, drip. Is the roof leaking? Is water seeping into the attic space above? It is a worry, but a distant one. If the roof leaks, the landlord will not fix it until the rain stops. And he might not fix it then. There is nothing to be done tonight. The worry rises, hovers for a moment, and then dissolves in the face of the overwhelming lethargy of the night. If you get wet, you get wet. For now, you are dry. The rain intensifies. It is a downpour now. A curtain of water is falling over the city. It muffles all other sounds. The distant barking dog is gone. The creaking of the building is drowned out. The snoring of the neighbor is masked by the white noise of the storm. There is only the rain. It wraps the building in a cocoon of sound. It is a chaotic yet constant noise, static, hissing, thrumming. It blurs the edges of your consciousness. You snuggle deeper into the bed. You pull the wool blanket up over your ear, leaving only a small breathing hole. The wool is warm. The heat of your body is trapped underneath it. You create a microclimate, a small, warm cave within the cold, wet night. Your feet are still cold. You rub them together, swish, swish. The friction generates a tiny spark of heat. You tuck your feet between your calves. The warmth spreads slowly. You begin to visualize the city in the rain. You imagine the great Flavian amphitheater, the Colosseum, standing empty in the dark. The rain falling into the arena, turning the sand to mud, falling on the empty stone seats, falling on the marble statues, washing away the blood and the sweat of the games. The great awning, the velarium, is retracted, so the bowl is open to the sky. It is a giant stone cup collecting the storm. You imagine the forum, the water slicking the paving stones of the Via Sacra, the columns of the temples glistening black in the wet, the statues of the emperors staring stoically into the rain, water dripping from their stone noses, running down their stone togas. You imagine the Tiber River, the water level rising, the surface of the river pitted with millions of raindrops, the water swirling brown and churned up, the barges bobbing uneasily at their moorings, the ropes straining, creak, splash. It is a lonely, wet world, and you are safe from it. The boredom is still there, but it has changed texture. It is a cozy boredom now, a rainy night boredom. There is absolutely no expectation to be anywhere else. The rain commands you to stay put. You feel a hunger pang, a hollow feeling in the stomach. The lentil pottage from earlier has been digested. The body wants fuel, but there is no refrigerator to raid. There is no pantry with easy snacks. There is only a loaf of hard bread in a basket, potentially stale, potentially accessible to the mouse you heard earlier. To get it, you would have to get up, brave the cold floor, find the knife, cut the bread in the dark. It is too much effort. You decide to ignore the hunger. You will eat in the morning. You will break your fast with a piece of bread dipped in wine or water. Intaculum, a boring, simple breakfast. The thought of it is mildly pleasant. You imagine the taste of the bread, chewy, dense, slightly sour from the fermentation. For now, you swallow the hunger. You focus on the sound of the rain. Patter, patter, patter. The rhythm is slowing down slightly. The storm is passing. No, it is just settling into a steady soak, a long gray rain that will last for hours. You drift into a hypnagogic state, the space between wakefulness and sleep, where thoughts become nonsensical images. You see a donkey walking backward. You see a clay pot floating in the air. You see a sandal with 3 straps instead of 2. These images float by like leaves on a stream. You do not grab them, you just watch them go. Your breathing creates a rhythm against the wool blanket. You can feel the warm air hitting the fabric and bouncing back onto your face. Carbon dioxide, warmth, it makes you sleepy. The oxygen level under the blanket drops slightly. It acts as a natural sedative. Suddenly, a loud noise from the street startles you. Clang. It sounds like metal hitting stone. A dropped bucket, a tool. You tense up. The rain masks the aftermath. You listen. Was it near? Was it far? Then a voice, rough, commanding. Move along, keep it moving. It is the vigils, the night watch, the firefighters and police of Rome. They are patrolling the streets even in the rain. Poor souls, you imagine them, wearing their heavy woolen cloaks soaked through, their leather sandals squelching in the mud, carrying their buckets and axes, checking for fires, checking for burglars. They are the guardians of your sleep, but they are also the disturbers of it. You hear their footsteps fading, Splash, splash, splash. They are walking through the puddles, they are miserable. You feel a pang of sympathy, but mostly you feel relief that you are not them. You are here, horizontal, dry. The interruption was brief. The curtain of rain sound closes again. The white noise returns. You become aware of the texture of the linen sheet under your cheek. It is not smooth cotton. It is linen woven from flax. It has a slubby texture, tiny knots and imperfections in the thread. It feels cool and slightly rough. It absorbs the moisture from your breath. You turn your pillow over again. The search for the cool side is a timeless human endeavor. Flump. The new side is fresh. It smells faintly of lavender. Dried lavender flowers were sometimes packed with the linens to keep moths away. The scent is faint, old, and dusty, but it is there. A tiny luxury in the dark. Your mind starts to calculate the hours remaining. If the rooster crowed earlier and the vigils are passing their third watch, dawn might be 3 or 4 hours away. That is a long time, a vast expanse of time to fill with nothingness. You could pray. Romans often prayed to pass the time or to ward off bad dreams. You whisper a silent invocation to Hypnos, the god of sleep, or perhaps to the Lares, the household spirits. Let the roof hold. Let the mouse stay in the corner. Let sleep come. It is a boring prayer, practical, unemotional. The rain is tapping on the shutter now. The wind must have changed direction. Tap, tap, tap. It sounds like a visitor wanting to come in, a ghost, a spirit. No, just water, just the weather. You feel a deep, heavy relaxation in your legs. The muscles are finally letting go of the tension from climbing the stairs, from walking the hills, from standing in the forum. The lactic acid is clearing. The heaviness feels good. It feels like sinking into warm sand. You are sinking. The bed is no longer a wooden frame. It is a raft floating on a dark river. The rain is the sound of the river. You are drifting downstream towards the morning, but very slowly. The counting begins again. Not sacks of grain this time. You count raindrops. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. It is impossible, of course. There are millions, but the attempt focuses the mind. It stops the wandering thoughts. Drop, 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 splash, splash, splash. The darkness is not black anymore. It is a dark, dark gray. Your eyes are so adjusted that you can see the varying densities of the shadows. The shadow of the table is darker than the shadow of the wall. The shadow of the shutter is the darkest of all. It is a painting in shades of void. You are bored, incredibly, safely, wonderfully bored. There is no stimulation, there is no dopamine hit, there is only existence. This is the state of rest that the modern mind struggles to find. The absence of input. The Roman night forces it upon you. You have no choice but to accept it, to surrender to the slow, wet passage of time. You swallow. The throat is dry again, but you will not get up. You will not break the seal of the warmth. You will endure the thirst. It is a minor suffering, a background note in the symphony of the night. The rain slackens slightly. The drumbeat on the roof turns into a soft tapping. The roar becomes a whisper. The storm is moving on, moving east towards the Apennine Mountains. As the noise level drops, the silence begins to creep back in. But it is a wet silence now. The world is dripping. Every eave, every ledge, every statue is dripping water. Drip, drip, splat, drip. It is a ragged, uneven rhythm. It is the sound of the aftermath. You close your eyes, the gray shapes return. The donkey walking backward, the floating pot, they are closer now, more vivid. You are falling, falling into the straw, falling into the dark, falling into the boring, peaceful, silent history of the night. The rain has finally stopped. The heavy drumming on the roof tiles has ceased, replaced by a profound, dripping silence. It is not the dry silence of the early evening, but a wet, heavy silence. The air in the room has changed. It feels thicker, saturated with moisture. If you were to wave your hand through the darkness, you might almost expect to feel the mist clinging to your skin. The storm has washed the city clean, but it has also left behind a deep, penetrating chill. This is the hour when the Roman night becomes a test of endurance against the elements. The stone walls of the insula, which earlier radiated heat, have now succumbed to the temperature of the air. They are cold. If you were to touch the plaster wall next to your bed, it would feel clammy, like the skin of a cave. You pull the wool blanket tighter. You tuck the edges underneath your body, trying to seal the envelope of warmth. But the dampness is insidious. It finds its way in. It settles on the tip of your nose. It seeps into the exposed skin of your face. It makes the linen of the pillow feel slightly sodden, losing its crispness. Listen to the aftermath of the rain. Outside the window, from the edge of the terracotta roof, the water is still falling. But now it is slow, deliberate. Drip. You wait, the silence stretches out. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Drip. It hits the stone sill or perhaps a puddle in the alleyway below. The sound is sharp and clear in the quiet air. It is a metronome that measures nothing. It marks the passage of time in a world without clocks. You find yourself waiting for the next one. You anticipate it. You breathe in. Drip. And you breathe out. The rhythm is irregular enough to be noticeable, but regular enough to be hypnotic. It is the only thing happening in the world right now. The empire has stopped. The legions have stopped. The Senate has stopped. There is only gravity, water, and the edge of a roof tile. Your body is heavy. The second sleep is pulling at you, but the cold keeps you tethered to wakefulness. You are in a state of suspension. You are not fully awake, but you are certainly not asleep. You are simply existing in the dark. You become aware of the silence of your neighbors. The snoring man has stopped. Perhaps he has rolled over. Perhaps the cold has woken him too, and he is lying there just like you, staring into the dark, listening to the drip. It is a shared experience, a communal boredom, separated by thin walls of brick and rubble. You wonder if he hears the same drip. Does he count it? Does he wish it would stop? The thought drifts away, unfinished. It requires too much energy to pursue. Your attention returns to your own body. The hip you are lying on is beginning to ache again. The straw mattress offers no support. It compresses into a hard layer against the wooden slats. You need to move. But moving means breaking the seal of the blanket. It means letting the cold air rush in. It is a dilemma, a boring, low-stakes dilemma. You weigh the pros and cons. Option A, stay warm but endure the ache in the hip. Option B, move, relieve the ache but freeze for 10 seconds. You decide to wait. You will endure the ache a little longer. This is the stoicism of the night, a minor heroism that no one will ever know about. Your eyes are open, staring at the blackness. The visual deprivation is total. Your brain, starved of input, begins to create its own. You see flashes of color that aren't there, swirls of purple, faint grids of gray. These are phosphenes, the firing of neurons in the retina. They are the screensavers of the mind. You watch them. They pulse. They fade. They shift. Swirl, pulse, fade. It is a private light show, dull, repetitive, harmless. Outside, the wind is picking up again, but gently. It carries the smell of the wet city. It is a complex smell: mud, wet limestone, the faint, sulfurous odor of the Cloaca Maxima, the great sewer which has been churned up by the storm. And underneath it all, the smell of woodsmoke, now damp and heavy, clinging to the ground. You imagine the smoke, thousands of fires extinguished for the night, the charcoal turning to gray ash, the heat fading, the the hearths growing cold. You think about the fire and the hypocaust of the public baths, the great furnaces under the floor. Are they still burning, or are they banked for the night? You imagine the slaves tending them, shoveling wood, sweating in the heat while the rest of the city shivers. It is a distant image, a warm image. You try to hold on to it. You try to borrow some of that imaginary heat. Drip. The sound brings you back. The water is still falling. You decide to move. The ache in your hip has become a throb. It cannot be ignored. You count to 3. 1, 2, 3. You roll over, rustle, whoosh. The cold air rushes in. It is shocking. It hits your back, your neck, your legs. You gasp softly. You scramble to rearrange the blanket. You pull it tight. You curl up into a ball. You shiver. Once. A violent shudder that runs from your shoulders to your feet. Then stillness. You wait for the warmth to rebuild. It takes time. The wool must capture your body heat again. You feel the cold trapped inside the blanket with you. You have to warm the air before it can warm you. Now you are facing the wall. You cannot see it, but you know it is there, inches from your face. You can feel the cold radiating from it. You can smell the lime in the plaster. You breathe against it. Your breath bounces back, warm and moist. This is your world now, a pocket of space between a wool blanket and a cold wall. Your mind wanders to the concept of morning. When will it come? The Romans did not have precise minutes. They had the sun, and the sun is currently on the other side of the world. It feels like it will never return. The night feels permanent, eternal. You think about the tasks of tomorrow, fetching water. You will have to go to the fountain. The ground will be muddy. You will have to be careful not to slip. The clay pitcher will be heavy. Buying bread. You will have to check the coins again. Washing the tunic. The water in the basin will be cold. Your hands will be red and numb. These are not exciting thoughts. They are the gray, flat stones of daily life. But thinking about them is a way to pass the time. It is a mental rehearsal of the mundane. The mouse returns, scritch. It is in a different corner now, near the door. It is scratching at the threshold. Maybe it wants to get out. Maybe it wants to get in. Scritch, scritch. The sound is irritatingly sharp. It cuts through the damp air. You wish it well. You wish it silence. Eventually it stops. The mouse has found a crumb, or it has given up. The silence returns, but it is deeper now. The drip outside has slowed down. The intervals are longer. Drip, drip. The roof is draining. The storm is truly over. The city is settling into the final stretch of the night. The Gallicinium, the time of the rooster, has passed, or was it a false alarm? Now comes the time before the dawn. The darkest, coldest time. You feel a sense of loneliness. It is not a sad loneliness. It is a factual loneliness. You are a single consciousness in a sleeping empire. You are separated from everyone else by darkness and silence. You think about the emperor up on the Palatine Hill, in his palace of marble and gold. Is he sleeping? Is he lying on a mattress of down feathers? Does he have a brazier burning in his room to keep the chill away? Probably. But even he cannot speed up the sun. Even he has to wait for the dawn. In the dark, the emperor and the plebeian are equals in their waiting. You yawn. It is a jaw-cracking yawn. Your eyes water. The tears feel cool on your cheeks. The yawn signals a shift. The body is giving up the fight against the cold. It is accepting the situation. It is shutting down. Your breathing becomes shallow. You listen to the sound of it. In, out, in, out. It sounds like the ocean, a very small, personal ocean. The itch on your ankle returns. The flea has woken up. Or perhaps it is a new one. You do not scratch it. You are too tired. You let it be. You surrender your ankle to the empire of the insects. It is a peace treaty signed in exhaustion. The hypnagogic images return. A wheel of cheese rolling down a hill, a sandal floating in a puddle, a statue winking. The images are nonsensical. They are the debris of the mind. You are drifting deeper now. The cold is still there, but it feels further away. It is happening to your body, but you are not your body. You are a floating point of awareness. You sink into the mattress. The straw feels softer. The wool feels silkier. The smell of the damp plaster becomes the smell of a garden. You are dreaming, or almost dreaming. You dream of a wall, a long white brick wall. You are walking beside it. It goes on forever. There are no doors, no windows, just white brick after white brick. Step, step, step. It is the most boring dream imaginable, and it is perfect. In the dream, you are looking for a gate, but you know you won't find one, and you don't care, you just keep walking. The rhythm of your steps matches the rhythm of the drip outside. Step, drip, step, drip. The boundary between the room and the dream dissolves. You are walking along the wall, but you are also lying in the bed. You are cold, but you are walking in the sun. The contradictions do not matter. The logic of the day has been suspended. The silence of the room is absolute now. The drip has stopped. The mouse is gone. The neighbors are silent. The wind has died down. It is the stillness of a tomb, but a safe tomb, a tomb of rest. You have successfully navigated the middle of the night. You have survived the boredom. You have survived the itch. You have survived the rain. Now there is only the waiting for the light. But the light is hours away, and that is okay, because here in the dark there is nothing to do, nothing to fix, nothing to carry, nothing to pay. There is only the slow, rhythmic beating of your own heart. Thump, 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 thump. It is the clock of your life, and it is ticking slowly, peacefully, boringly towards the morning. You are floating in the shallow waters of sleep, but the shore is calling you back. The dream of the white wall fades, dissolving into the grainy darkness of the room. You are awake again. The transition is gentle. There is no sudden start, no alarm clock ringing, no urgency. There is simply a shift in awareness. One moment you were walking by the wall, and the next, you are aware of the rough texture of the linen sheet under your ear. The room is colder than before. The dampness from the rain has settled deep into the bones of the building. The air feels stiff. It resists movement. When you breathe in, the air feels thin and sharp in your nostrils. When you breathe out, you can almost feel the warmth of your breath lingering in a small cloud before it dissipates into the chill. You lie absolutely still. To move is to invite the cold air into your sanctuary. The wool blanket has done its job. It has trapped a pocket of heat around your torso. It is a stale, humid heat, smelling of your own skin and the old wool, but it is precious. It is the only warmth in the world right now. Your body feels heavy, as if it has turned to stone during the night. The second sleep is usually the deepest, but tonight the cold has made it fitful. You feel a stiffness in your legs. The muscles are tight. They need to be stretched. Slowly, with infinite care, you extend your right leg. You push your heel down towards the foot of the bed. You flex your toes up towards your shin. You feel the calf muscle tighten, a slow, dull pull. It is on the verge of a cramp, that familiar tightening knot that comes from dehydration and hard labor. You hold the stretch. You breathe through it. The muscle resists, then relaxes. You release the tension. Your foot flops back onto the mattress. Rustle. The relief is minor but palpable. It is a small victory over the body. You do the same with the left leg. Stretch, hold, release. The joints pop softly. Click. A dry sound like a twig snapping under muddy water. You are fully present in the physical sensation of lying down. You become aware of the bed frame again. The wooden slats are hard. There is a ridge in the mattress that is pressing into your lower back. It has been there all night, but now, in the quiet alertness of the early morning hours, it feels like a mountain range. You shift your hips an inch to the left. The ridge moves. It is inescapable. You accept it. It is just a part of the landscape. Now listen. The rain has stopped completely. The dripping from the eaves has ceased. The silence is profound. But if you listen past the silence, past the ringing in your own ears, you might hear a new sound. It is very faint. It comes from the street or perhaps from the courtyard of a bakery blocks away. Grind, grind, grind. It is the sound of stone on stone, a heavy, rhythmic friction. The pistors, the bakers, are awake. While the city sleeps, they are beginning their day. They are turning the mola, the great millstones. Imagine the scene. A large, hourglass-shaped stone made of porous lava rock rotating over a conical base. It is heavy work. A donkey, blindfolded to keep it from getting dizzy or scared, walks in endless circles, pulling the wooden beam that turns the stone. Or perhaps in a smaller shop, two men are pushing the beam. Push, step, grind, push, step, grind. The sound you hear is the vibration of that heavy stone traveling through the earth, up the foundations, and into the air. It is a dull, low-frequency hum. It is the sound of bread being born. Focus on that imaginary rhythm. It is perfectly steady. It never speeds up. It never slows down. It is the sound of necessity. The grain must be crushed. The flour must be sifted. The dough must be kneaded. You imagine the flour dust floating in the air of the bakery, a fine white mist. It settles on the eyebrows of the baker. It settles on the sweaty flanks of the donkey. It settles on the floor. It silences the footsteps. Thinking about the flour makes your mouth feel dry. You run your tongue over your teeth. They feel fuzzy. The taste in your mouth is stale. It is the taste of the night. You swallow, but there is little moisture. You think about the water pitcher again. It is still there in the dark, sitting on the table, but the air is so cold now. The thought of exposing your arm to the air to reach for the cup is unbearable. You decide to stay thirsty. The thirst is a known quantity. The cold is an enemy. You curl your hands into fists and tuck them under your armpits. This is a common sleeping position in the winter. It keeps the fingers warm. It keeps the chest warm. You are a self-contained unit of heat conservation. The darkness in the room seems to have changed quality again. It is no longer the velvety black of the early night, nor the gray void of the storm. It is a flat, dense black. It feels heavy, as if the room is filled with dark water. You stare at where you think the window is. You look for a crack of light around the shutter, a hint of gray, a line of blue. There is nothing. It is still deep night. The sun is still far below the horizon. The wait continues. Your mind drifts to the concept of the hypocaust again, the underfloor heating system used in the great villas and baths. You imagine lying on a floor that is warm to the touch, heat radiating up from the tiles, penetrating the mattress, warming your back. It is a beautiful, boring fantasy. You imagine the warm air circulating in hollow bricks in the walls. You imagine the steam rising from the hot baths. But you are not in a villa. You are in an insula. And here, the only heat comes from the wool and the blood. You feel a draft. A thin stream of cold air is moving across the floor. It slides under the bed. It finds a gap in the blanket near your feet. It touches your ankle. It feels like an icy finger. You twitch your foot. You kick the blanket down, trying to seal the gap. Kick, swish. The draft is blocked, but the ankle remains cold for a moment, a memory of the air. You wonder what time it is. The Romans divided the night into 12 hours, but the length of those hours changed with the seasons. In the winter, the night hours were long, endlessly long. You are in one of those long hours now, the hour of stillness, the hour of no events. There is nothing to think about. You have thought about your sandals. You have thought about the grain. You have thought about the oil. You have exhausted the inventory of your life. So you go back to the basics. You think about the room itself. The plaster on the walls, it is rough. It was applied by a hand using a trowel years ago. You can imagine the motion of the arm. Swipe, swipe, smooth. The plaster dried, it cracked, it absorbed the smoke, it absorbed the damp. It is a silent witness to thousands of nights like this. If you could see it, it would be a dull, dirty white. But in the dark, it is just a boundary, a limit to your world. You think about the door. It is barred from the inside. A heavy wooden beam sits in 2 iron brackets. It is a simple mechanism, but it works. It keeps the world out. It keeps the chaos of the street at bay. You are safe behind the wood. You imagine the texture of the wood of the door, splintery, hard, aged. You imagine the iron brackets, cold, rusty, strong. The security is boring, and that is good. Excitement means danger. Boredom means safety. You cherish the boredom. You wrap it around yourself like a second blanket. The sound of the grinding stone fades. The wind must have shifted, or perhaps the baker stopped to rest. Silence rushes back in to fill the void. It is a heavy silence. It presses against your ears, re-eyeing. The faint, high-pitched whine of absolute silence. It comes from inside your head. It is the sound of your own nervous system idling. You close your eyes again. The visual show of phosphenes has stopped. Now there is just black. You try to sink back into the dream of the wall. You try to find the white bricks again. You visualize one brick, then another, then another. But the dream does not take hold. You are too awake. The cold keeps you tethered to reality. You decide to count something else, not sheep, not sacks of grain, not raindrops. You count the stones in a Roman road. You imagine looking down at the Via Appia. The large, irregular, flat stones fitted together like a puzzle. Stone 1, gray, smooth. Stone 2, slightly darker, a small chip in the corner. Stone 3, large, flat, cool. Stone 4. You travel down the road in your mind, looking only at your feet, step by step, stone by stone. It is a tedious journey. There is no scenery. Only the paving stones. Stone 10, stone 11, stone 12. Your breathing slows down. It matches the imaginary steps. In step, out step, in step, out step. The rhythm is soothing. It is a march to nowhere. Suddenly, a sound from the apartment above. Thump. A single heavy footstep. Someone has gotten out of bed. You listen. You wait for the second step. Nothing. Did they fall back asleep? Did they stand there and freeze? Did they sit down? You create a story for the footstep. The neighbor woke up. He felt the cold. He put one foot on the floor. He realized it was too cold. He went back to bed. It is a short story, a boring story, a relatable story. You feel a kinship with the neighbor. You are both prisoners of the temperature. The sound of the footstep hangs in your memory, a dull thud on the timber ceiling planks. It reminds you that the ceiling is just wood. The floor above is just wood. You are stacked in a box of wood and brick. The air in the room is settling. The dust has stopped moving. The molecules are slowing down. The entropy of the night is at its lowest point. You feel a heaviness in your eyelids. They want to close, but your mind is still slightly active, chewing on the silence. You think about the tunic you will have to put on in the morning. It is lying on the stool or the floor. It will be cold, freezing cold. You imagine the sensation of pulling the cold wool over your head, the shock of it against your warm skin, the shiver. It is an unpleasant thought, but a familiar one. You brace yourself for it hours in advance. Then you think about the breakfast, the bread, the water, then the work. The cycle continues. You shift your head on the pillow. The straw rustles, crinkle. The sound is loud. You realize how sensitive your ears have become. You could hear a pin drop. You could hear a spider walk across the wall. Wait, is that a spider? You hear a tiny dry tapping on the wall near your head. Tick, tick, tick. It is very faint. It could be a death watch beetle tapping its head against the wood of the bed frame. Tick, tick. It is a rhythmic sound, an insect clock. You listen to it. It is not scary. It is just another life form existing in the dark. It is keeping time for you. Tick, tick, tick. You match your breathing to the beetle. It is slow, slower than your heart. It is a calming rhythm. The beetle is boring. It is just doing its job, tapping, signaling, waiting. The cold feels less aggressive now. You have accepted it. Your body has gone into a low-energy mode. Your heart rate has dropped. Your temperature has dropped slightly to match the sleep cycle. You are becoming one with the room. You are a stone. You are a brick. You are a piece of wood. You are still. The darkness is a blanket. The silence is a song. The cold is a hug. You are safe in the boring heart of the empire. Drifting, drifting, back to the road. Stone 13, stone 14, stone 15. The road goes on forever, and you have all night to walk it. The imaginary road of stone has come to an end, or perhaps you simply lost your way upon it. The visualization fades, dissolving back into the absolute, unyielding blackness of the room. You are back in the insula. You are back in the bed. You are back in the box of brick and plaster. The night has entered a phase of stagnation. The air in the room feels motionless, as if it has hung here for 1,000 years. It is heavy, used air. It has been breathed in and breathed out, recycled by your lungs and the lungs of the family sleeping in the next room. It lacks the crisp freshness of the outdoors. It is tepid. It is thick. With the stillness comes a heightened sense of smell. In the early evening, the smells were sharp: smoke, cooking, dust. Now they have blended into a single, dull background odor of humanity in close quarters. You become aware of the lacinum in the corner, the chamber pot. It is a simple ceramic vessel with a wooden lid, but its presence is undeniable. A faint, acrid scent of ammonia hangs in the low air near the floor. It is not overpowering, but it is there. It is the smell of biological necessity. In a world without flushing toilets, without porcelain basins of clear water, this scent is the constant companion of the night. It reminds you that you are an animal, confined in a cage of stone. You wrinkle your nose slightly, twitch. You bury your face deeper into the pillow, seeking the smell of the lavender that has almost faded away. You find a faint trace of it. You breathe it in. It is a tiny island of pleasantness in a sea of stale air. Your mouth is dry, sticky. The thirst you felt earlier has settled into a dull, parched sensation in the back of the throat. Your tongue feels too large for your mouth. It presses against the roof of your mouth. You swallow dryly. Gulp. The sound is loud inside your own head. You think about the water pitcher again. It is still there, but the lethargy is too strong. The blanket is too warm. The air outside the blanket is too cold. The equation remains unsolved. You will not get up. You will endure the dryness. To distract yourself from the thirst, you turn your attention to the sensation of the mattress against your back. You have been lying in the same spot for a long time. The straw stuffing has shifted completely away from your shoulder blades. You can feel the wooden slats of the bed frame. They are hard ridges pressing through the linen. Press, press, press. It feels like lying on a grid. You try to arch your back to relieve the pressure. You hold the arch for a moment. The muscles tremble, then you collapse back down. Flump. The straw crunches. It does not fluff up. It remains flat. You decide to conduct a mental inventory of the room. Since you cannot see it, you must rebuild it in your mind. This is a way to occupy the brain without waking it up fully. It is a boring task, a tedious listing of objects. In the corner, the wooden chest, the arca. It is made of heavy oak bound with iron straps. Inside there are a few tunics, a spare cloak, perhaps a small bag of coins hidden at the bottom. The wood is dark, the iron is cold. You imagine the texture of the rusty iron, rough, pitted. Next to it, the stool, 3 legs, simple wood, worn smooth by years of sitting. One leg is slightly shorter than the others, so it wobbles if you don't place it just right. You imagine the wobble, clunk clunk. On the table, the lamp, the pitcher, the cup. A knife with a bone handle, a small bowl of salt. On the wall, a peg, hanging from the peg, your belt. The leather is old and cracked. The buckle is bronze. The list is short. You own very little. The room is empty. The emptiness is soothing. There is no clutter to organize, no piles of papers, no laundry scattered on the floor except for the tunic you will wear tomorrow. The simplicity of the Roman life is revealed in the dark. It is a life of few things. Your mind drifts from the dry room to the source of water. If you cannot drink, you can at least imagine the water. You begin a visualization of the aqueduct. This is a powerful sleep aid. The Romans were masters of water, and the water flows constantly, day and night, regardless of whether you are watching it. Imagine the source. Far away in the Anio Valley or the Sabine Hills, a natural spring bubbling up from the mossy earth. The water is cold, freezing cold. It is clear as glass. It bubbles up over smooth gray stones. Burble, gurgle. It enters the channel of the aqueduct, the specus, a rectangular channel lined with waterproof cement. It is covered with stone slabs to keep the sun and dirt out. The water begins its journey. It flows in the dark, just like you. It flows downhill, always downhill. Gravity is the engine. It is a gentle, relentless slope. Visualize the water moving through the stone tunnel. It is a smooth, silent sheet of liquid. It fills the bottom of the channel. It glides over the cement. Swish, swish. It travels for miles through the hills under the ground. Then it emerges onto the arches, the great stone bridges that carry the river across the valleys. You are floating with the water now. You are high above the ground, carried in a stone trough. The wind blows against the outside of the aqueduct, but inside the water is calm. It keeps moving, steady, unstoppable. It passes the filtering tanks, the piscina limaria. The water slows down. The sand and mud settle to the bottom. The water becomes clearer, purer. It continues, mile after mile, hour after hour. While you lie here in the dark, the water is moving. It is coming towards the city. It is coming towards you. It reaches the distribution tank, the Casellum Aqui, a high tower near the city walls. The water pours into it, roar, a dull, distant roar of falling water. Then it splits into the lead pipes, the fistulae. The pipes go down into the ground, under the streets, under the paving stones. The water is squeezed into the darkness of the pipes. It flows fast now, under pressure. It flows past the sleeping bakeries, past the silent temples, past the dark baths. It flows to the fountain on your street corner. You imagine the fountain, a stone basin carved with the face of a lion or a river god. The water pours out of the bronze spout. Splash, splash. It fills the basin. It overflows. The sound of the overflow is cool and refreshing. Splosh, gurgle. The water runs into the gutter. It washes away the dust. It cools the stone. The visualization cools you. It makes the dryness in your throat feel less urgent. You have traveled with the water. You have witnessed the boring, majestic engineering of the empire. The water never stops. The aqueduct never sleeps. It is a comforting thought. The veins of the city are flowing. You shift your legs. The sensation of the wool blanket against your shins is scratchy. The lanolin in the wool smells strong. It smells of sheep. It smells of a field in the rain. You rub your feet together. The skin is dry. It makes a rasping sound, scritch. A dog barks again, far away. A different dog this time, a deep, throaty bark, woof. Then another dog answers, higher pitched, yap yap, a conversation in the night. I am here. I am here too. Is there anything happening? No. Good. Silence returns. You feel a heaviness in your chest. It is the weight of the air pressure, or perhaps just the weight of the blanket. You take a deep breath. You have to push against the wool to expand your ribs. Inhale. The wool lifts. Exhale. The wool settles. It is a slow bellows, fanning the faint spark of life in the cold room. You try to find a new position for your head. The pillow is a problem. The straw has formed a hard lump right under your ear cartilage. It hurts. You lift your head. You punch the pillow weakly. Thump. You try to smooth it out with your hand. The linen is wrinkled. You flatten the wrinkles. You lay your head back down. Better, for now. You wonder if the sun has started its journey back. Is the sky lightening in the east? You cannot see the window clearly, but you sense that the darkness is still total. It feels like the night has lasted for days. This is the long night of the winter solstice, perhaps, or just a standard night in a world without electric light. The darkness is a physical substance. It fills the room like water fills a cup. Your mind touches briefly on the concept of ghosts. The Lemures, the spirits of the restless dead. Romans were superstitious. They believed the night was full of things that watched. You listen to the creaks of the house again. Creak, the floorboards tap, the shutter. Are these ghosts? No, they are thermal contraction. They are the wind. You reassure yourself. It is boring physics, not spirits. There is no drama here, just wood and wind. The thought is grounding. You dismiss the ghosts. You invite the boredom back. You feel a tiny vibration in the bed frame. Is it a heavy cart passing miles away? Is it a small tremor of the earth? Or is it just your own pulse throbbing in your body, shaking the bed with each beat? Thump, thump, thump. It is likely your pulse. You are the source of the movement. You are shaking the world with your heart. You close your eyes. The gray fog returns. You try to go back to the water visualization. You are back in the pipe, flowing, darker, faster. The sound of the rushing water fills your ears. Whoosh. It washes away the thoughts of the chest, the stool, the belt. It washes away the itch. It washes away the smell of the chamber pot. You are water. You are fluid. You are cold. You are drifting through the stone veins of Rome. There is no destination. There is only the flow. The sensation of floating returns. The bed seems to detach from the floor. You are hovering in the black space. The cold air on your face is no longer annoying. It is just a sensation, cool, crisp. The warmth of the blanket is no longer stifling. It is just a sensation, warm, heavy. You exist in the contrast between the two. You hear a faint sound from the street. A shuffling, scuff, scuff, scuff. Someone is walking, slowly, dragging their feet, a beggar, a late drinker, a priest going to the temple for the morning rites. The footsteps are uneven, scuff, pause, scuff. They are passing right under your window. You hold your breath, you listen. Will they stop? Will they shout? They keep going, scuff, scuff. The sound fades down the alleyway. They are gone. Another ship passing in the night. You let out your breath. The silence rushes back in to fill the space left by the footsteps. It feels even quieter than before. The city is holding its breath, waiting for the dawn. But the dawn is not ready yet. The darkness holds firm. You are safe in the waiting. You are safe in the boredom. You are safe in the Rome that never makes it into the history books. The Rome of the quiet, dark, itchy, smelly, boring night. The night has now reached its absolute nadir. This is the hour before the dawn, the antelucanum, the time when the darkness is thickest and the cold is most biting. The city of Rome is a tomb of silence, save for the faintest whispers of activity that only the most wakeful ears can detect. You are still lying in the same position, curled tightly on your side, knees drawn up to your chest. The wool blanket is pulled all the way up, covering your ear, leaving only your nose and mouth exposed to the frigid air of the room. The air is so still that you can feel the temperature difference between the air you inhale and the air you exhale. In, sharp, cold, stinging the nostrils. Out, warm, moist, creating a tiny, invisible cloud that dissipates instantly. The cold has seeped through the stone walls. It has conquered the room. The heat of yesterday is a distant memory. The floor is ice. The walls are ice. The water in the pitcher on the table has likely chilled to the temperature of the river in winter. You focus on the warmth trapped beneath the wool. It is a precious resource. You are a furnace generating heat, and the blanket is the insulation. You can feel the warmth radiating from your chest, trapped by the heavy fabric. It warms your arms. It warms your thighs, but your feet remain cold. They are too far away from the core. You rub your toes against the linen of the mattress. Scritch, scritch. The friction creates a fleeting spark of heat which vanishes the moment you stop moving. The silence is no longer empty. It has a texture. It is heavy and grainy. And then a new smell begins to drift into the room. It is faint at first, battling with the smell of the damp plaster and the old straw, but it is distinct. It is the smell of wood smoke mixed with something else, something yeasty, something warm. The bakeries are firing their ovens. Down in the streets in the Pastrina, the fires have been lit. The wood is crackling. The oven's large brick domes are heating up. The dough, which has been rising in the dark, is being shaped. Round loaves, panis quadratus, scored into 8 sections. You imagine the smell. It is the most comforting smell in the world, fermenting yeast, charring wood, baking flour. It triggers a physiological response. Your stomach rumbles, gurgle, a low, watery sound in the quiet room. You are hungry, but the hunger is not urgent. It is a slow, patient hunger. You know that bread is coming, not now, but soon. The smell is a promise of the morning. You try to visualize the bakery again to pass the time. You see the baker. His face is flushed from the heat of the oven. He is covered in flour. He looks like a ghost. He uses a long wooden peel to slide the loaves into the dark, hot mouth of the oven. Slide, thump, slide, thump. He works in a rhythm. He does not speak. He is tired just like you, but he is warm. You envy him his heat. You imagine standing next to the brick oven, feeling the waves of warmth washing over you, thawing your frozen limbs. The thought of the heat makes the bed feel colder. You shiver. You tuck your head down, burying your nose in the wool blanket. The wool smells dusty and animal-like, but it is warm. You breathe through the fabric. The air is filtered, warmer. It is a small comfort. Your mind wanders to the tunic you will wear today. It is the same one you wore yesterday. It is lying on the chest or the floor. It is currently freezing cold. You dread the moment you have to put it on. The cold wool against the warm skin. It will be a shock, a daily trial. You plan your morning strategy. Sit up. Grab the tunic. Pull it on as fast as possible. Rub your arms to generate heat. Put on the belt. It is a simple plan, a boring plan, but it requires willpower. For now, you delay. You have time. The darkness is still solid. There is no gray in the cracks of the shutter. You listen to the house. The insula is settling into the deep cold. The timbers are silent now. They have finished contracting. The stone is silent. But then a sound from the floor below. Cough, 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 a dry, hacking cough. Someone else is awake. Someone else is feeling the cold air in their lungs. The sound is muffled by the floorboards. It sounds distant, like a cough in a box. You feel a strange connection to this invisible cougher. You are both awake. You are both cold. You are both waiting. The coughing stops. Silence returns. You wait for it to start again. It doesn't. Maybe they drank some water. Maybe they pulled the blanket over their head. Maybe they fell back asleep. You shift your legs. The stiffness is real. Your knees ache from being bent for so long. You extend them slowly. You push your feet down into the cold zone at the bottom of the bed. Brrrrrr. The sheets there are icy. You recoil. You pull your legs back up. The fetal position is the only way. You are a ball of wool and linen. You think about the oil lamp. It is empty. If you needed light, you would have to find the jar of oil, pour it in the dark, find the flint, strike the spark. It is impossible, too much effort. So you are committed to the dark. You are a creature of the dark. You start to think about the color of the dark. Is it black, or is it a very, very dark blue? You stare into the void. You see tiny specks of light again, the phosphenes. This time they look like stars. You are floating in space. No, you are floating in the room. The room is the universe, and you are the only planet. You feel the weight of your eyelids. They are heavy like lead shutters. You close them. It feels good to close them. It shuts out the expectation of seeing something. Behind your closed eyes, the smell of the bread becomes stronger. You can almost taste it. A crusty heel of bread, dipped in watered-down wine. The sourness of the wine, the crunch of the crust, the softness of the crumb. You chew slowly in your imagination. Chew, chew, chew. It is a ghost meal, but it soothes the stomach slightly. The wind outside has died completely. The air is stagnant. This is the calm before the dawn. The city is holding its breath. Even the dogs are silent. Even the mice are silent. You feel a cramp threatening in your foot. The arch of your foot tightens. You flex your toes, up, down, you rotate your ankle, click. The cramp fades. You relax the foot. You return to the visualization of the wall. The white brick wall from your dream, you try to find it again. There it is, white, endless, smooth. You start walking again, step, step, step. But this time it is colder in the dream. The sun in the dream is pale, it gives no heat. You walk along the wall, you count the bricks. 1 brick, 2 bricks, 3 bricks. The mortar between them is gray, rough. 4 bricks, 5 bricks. The repetition is soothing. It is a mental metronome. It slows your heart rate. Thump, thump, thump. Your heart is beating slowly, conserving energy, like a hibernating animal. You wonder about the date. Is it the Ides, the Kalends, the Nones? It doesn't matter. The day will be the same. Work, food, sleep. The calendar is for the priests and the politicians. For you, there is only the sun and the moon. You feel a tiny draft on your neck, a hairline crack in the blanket. You adjust the wool, you tuck it tighter. The draft disappears, warmth returns. You savor the warmth. It is the only luxury you have, the luxury of the bed. The bed is not comfortable by modern standards, but right now it is the best place in the world. It is better than the street, better than the floor, better than the cold shop counter. You are grateful for the straw. You are grateful for the lumpy mattress. You sink into it. You accept the lumps. They are old friends. You hear a sound from the street again. A cart? No, it is a sweeping sound. Swish, swish. Someone is sweeping the street in the dark. Perhaps a shopkeeper starting very early, clearing the mud from the rain. Swish, scrape, swish. The sound is rhythmic. It sounds like the ocean waves on a stone beach. Wash in, wash out, swish, swish. You match your breathing to the sweeping. Inhale on the swish, exhale on the silence. Inhale, exhale. The sound moves away, down the street, fading. Swish, swish, gone. You are alone again, just you and the cold, and the smell of the baking bread, and the weight. The boredom is profound. It is a deep geological boredom. You are like a stone trapped in a layer of sediment, waiting for the ages to pass, but it is peaceful. There is no anxiety, no rush, just the slow, inevitable rotation of the earth towards the sun. You think about your hands. They are tucked under your armpits. They are warm. You wiggle your fingers against your ribs. You feel the ribs expanding and contracting. You are a machine made of meat and bone, and you are resting. You try to recall a song, a simple tune you heard a flute player playing in the forum, a few notes, high and reedy, do-do-do. You play it in your mind, it repeats, do-do-do. It is a boring song. It has no words, just a melody. It loops over and over. The loop helps you drift. You are drifting away from the room. drifting towards the smell of the bread, drifting towards the imaginary fire, drifting towards the silence. The darkness is soft now. It is not pressing down, it is holding you up. You are floating in oil, warm, dark oil, safe, quiet, bored. The night continues. The sun is taking its time, and you are fine with that. You have nowhere to be, nothing to do, just lie here and breathe. The floating sensation of the dream has receded, replaced once again by the solid, unyielding reality of the mattress. You are back in the room. You are back in the box of brick and darkness. The smell of the baking bread has faded slightly, or perhaps your nose has simply become accustomed to it, relegating it to the background of your sensory experience. Now, the dominant sensation is once again the stillness. You lie on your back, your eyes open, staring up into the void. It is a strange thing to stare at nothing. Your eyes search for a focal point, a beam, a crack, a spider web, but the darkness denies you this anchor. There is only the graininess of the night, the visual static of a brain waiting for input. Your body feels heavy, sinking into the straw. The earlier stiffness has softened into a dull lethargy. You could move, but why? There is nowhere to go. The floor is cold. The street is dark. The shop is closed. The best place to be, the only place to be, is right here, under the rough wool of the stragulum. You become aware of the silence in your own ears. It is a high, thin hum, ee. It is the sound of the nervous system idling. It is the sound of existence without distraction. In the modern world, this sound is often masked by the hum of refrigerators, the whir of fans, the distant traffic. But here, in the Roman night, it is the loudest thing in the room. To pass the time, you decide to engage in a mental construction project. You will build a floor, not a real floor, but an imaginary one, a mosaic. The Romans loved mosaics. You have seen them in the public baths, in the temples, in the walkways of the wealthy. Tiny square stones, tesserae, fitted together to make patterns, black and white, simple, geometric. You start in the center of your mind's eye. You place the first stone. It is a small white cube of marble. You place it down. Click. You place a black stone of basalt next to it. Click. Then another white one. Then another black one. You are building a checkerboard pattern, row by row. Focus on the imaginary mortar between the stones. It is gray. It is gritty. You smooth it out with a mental trowel. Scrape. Smooth. You place the next row. White, black, black. The repetition is soothing. It requires just enough focus to keep your mind from wandering to tomorrow's chores, but not enough focus to wake you up. Click, click, click. You build the floor outward. It expands. It covers the dark space behind your eyelids. It is a perfect floor, level, clean, cold. You imagine walking on it with bare feet. The stones are smooth. The temperature is cool. Step, step, step. You walk across your mental mosaic. There is no end to it. It stretches out to the horizon, a sea of black and white pixels. Outside, the wind shifts again. It gusts gently against the side of the insula. The wooden shutter over the window reacts. It is loose in its frame. Rattle, a soft wooden sound. Rattle tap, then silence. You wait for the next gust. Rattle. This is the conversation of the night. The wind speaks and the wood answers. It is a conversation that has happened every night since the building was constructed. It will happen long after you are gone. You analyze the sound. It is not a violent rattle. It is a lazy rattle. The wind is not angry. It is just passing through. It is a breeze of the fourth watch. You feel a slight itch on your scalp. You slowly, very slowly, slide your hand out from under the blanket. The air hits your knuckles instantly. It is cold. You find the spot on your head. You scratch it. Scritch, scritch. The sensation is incredibly satisfying. Then quickly you retreat. You pull your hand back into the warmth. You tuck it under your other arm. You seal the breach. The heat under the blanket is humid. It is your own microclimate. It smells of you. It smells of the wool. It is a primitive smell, the smell of a mammal in a burrow. You wiggle your toes. They are warmer now. The heat has finally reached the extremities. You appreciate this small victory. Warm feet are the key to peace. Your mind drifts from the mosaic to the concept of coins. Money, the universal worry. Even in the stillness of the night, the thought of the denarius floats by. You imagine a silver denarius. You hold it in your mind. It is small, about the size of a fingernail. It is cold metal. On one side, the face of the emperor, stern, bearded, looking to the right. On the other side, a goddess, perhaps Annona, the goddess of the grain supply, or Pax, the goddess of peace. You imagine flipping the coin in the dark. Ting. It spins in the air. A silver blur, you catch it, slap, heads or tails, emperor or goddess. It doesn't matter, you don't open your hand, you just hold it. You imagine the texture of the milled edge, the ridges. You rub your thumb over the imaginary metal. Smooth, hard, valuable. You count your imaginary savings. 1 denarius, 2 denarii, 3, 4 sestertii make a denarius, 1 sestertius, 2, 3, 4. It is simple math, boring math. You calculate how much bread you can buy, how much oil, how much wine. The numbers swirl around. They are not stressful numbers. They are just quantities. Inventory, stock, supply. The silence of the room deepens. The rattle of the shutter has stopped. The wind has died down again. Now there is truly nothing. This is the vacuum of the night. If you were to shout, the sound would be swallowed instantly by the heavy air. But you do not shout, you barely breathe. Inhale. Slowly exhale. Softly. You feel the rise and fall of your chest. The wool blanket lifts and lowers. It is a landscape that moves. If there were a tiny flea standing on your chest, it would feel like an earthquake every time you breathed. Up, down, up, down. You think about the concept of waiting. Waiting is an active verb, but a passive action. You are waiting for the sun, but the sun is on a cosmic schedule. It does not care about your waiting, so the waiting becomes a state of being. You are a waiter, not a server of food, but a person who waits. You are good at it. You have practiced this every night of your life. There is no phone to check, no clock to watch. There is only the internal sense of time passing, drop by drop. You wonder if the oil lamp has cooled down yet. It must be cold to the touch by now. The clay would be clammy. The soot on the nozzle would be dry. You imagine touching it. Your finger coming away black with soot. You imagine wiping the soot on the leg of the table. A small, dark smear on the wood. A secret mark in the dark. The darkness seems to be pulsing slightly. Or is it your eyes? It expands and contracts. Dark gray, black, dark gray, black. It is hypnotic. You stare into the center of the pulse. You try to see shapes. A circle, a square. No, just formless clouds of shadow. You think about the Tiber River again. It is flowing through the city right now. Black water, cold water. It flows under the bridges, the Aemilius Bridge, the Fabricius Bridge. You imagine the water hitting the stone piers of the bridges. Lap, 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 the sound of water against stone. It is a lonely sound. The river is awake. The river never sleeps. It is carrying the debris of the interior down to the sea, branches, mud, leaves. You imagine a single leaf floating on the surface, twisting, turning. Caught in an eddy, spinning, round and round, then breaking free, drifting downstream towards Ostia, towards the sea. You are that leaf. You are drifting in the dark, caught in the eddy of the night, spinning slowly, round and round. You feel a yawn coming on. It starts deep in your jaw. It builds. The pressure mounts. Your mouth opens wide. You stretch your jaw muscles. Yawn. Your eyes squeeze shut. Your ears pop. Then you relax. The yawn leaves you feeling slightly heavier, slightly more detached. It is a good sign. Sleep is hovering nearby. It hasn't landed yet, but it is circling. You return to the mosaic. Where were you? Ah yes, the pattern, black, white. You add another row, click, click, click. You are a master craftsman of the mind. You are precise. You are slow. There is no deadline. You can build this floor for 100 years. You imagine a border for the mosaic, a simple wave pattern, the Vitruvian scroll, curving lines over and under, over and under. You trace the curve with your mind. It flows like the river. It is a labyrinth. You follow the line. Left, right, curve, left, right, curve. It is mesmerizing. It makes your eyes want to cross. The sensation of the mattress is fading again. The prickliness of the straw is gone. You are floating on the pattern. You are lying on the mosaic floor, but it is not cold. It is warm, sun-warmed stone. You are lying in a courtyard in the afternoon. No, wait, you are in the bed, in the dark. The two images overlap, sun and shadow, warmth and cold, stone and straw. You are confused, but in a pleasant, sleepy way. The logic of the world is slipping. The hard edges are softening. You hear a sound from outside, a bird. No, too early for birds, a bat, maybe, a high-pitched squeak, very faint. It echoes off the stone walls of the alley, squeak, echo, then silence. The bat has flown on, hunting for moths in the dark. You wish it luck. Eat the moths, eat the mosquitoes, guardians of the night. You shift your hip, just a tiny movement. Micro-adjustment, the bed frame creaks, creak. It is a familiar sound, the voice of the bed. It says, I am still here, I am holding you up. You trust the bed. It is old, but it is strong. It has held you every night. It will hold you until the morning. You let your head sink deeper into the pillow. The linen feels cool against your cheek. You breathe in the smell of the room, dust, wool, stone. It is the smell of home. It is not a palace. It is not a villa. It is a box, but it is your box, and for now it is safe, and silent, and delightfully, perfectly boring. You close your eyes again. The mosaic is still there. Waiting for the next tile, you pick up a black stone. You place it, click. The imaginary mosaic tile clicks into place, but the image is beginning to fray at the edges. The mental focus required to maintain the pattern is slipping away, replaced by the overwhelming physical reality of the room. You are no longer a craftsman of the mind. You are simply a body resting on a wooden frame in the dark. The silence has become a physical weight. It presses against your eardrums, a thick, cotton-like pressure. It is the sound of a city that has completely exhausted itself. The shouting is done. The selling is done. The marching is done. There is only the stone, the wood, and the breathing. You become acutely aware of your left shoulder. You have been lying on it for too long. The circulation has slowed. A dull, throbbing ache is radiating from the joint. It is not a sharp pain, just a deep, insistent reminder that the human body was not designed to lie on compressed straw for 8 hours at a time. The numbness is creeping down your arm. Your fingers feel like sausages, thick, unresponsive, and tingling with that familiar pins and needles sensation. Paresthesia. A boring medical term for a boring nightly annoyance. You know you have to move, but the equation of movement is complex. Factor A, the cold air waiting outside the blanket. Factor B, the energy required to lift your heavy body. Factor C, the risk of waking up fully and losing the fragile drowsiness you have cultivated. You weigh these factors. The pain in the shoulder eventually tips the scale. You must turn. You initiate the maneuver. It is a slow, strategic operation. You do not throw the covers off. That would be a disaster. Instead, you tent the blanket with your right arm, creating a small pocket of space. You rotate your hips. The straw mattress protests. Crunch, rustle, grind. The sound is deafening in the silence. It sounds like you are crushing dry leaves. You roll onto your back, then over to your right side. You pull the blanket with you, tucking it under your chin, under your knees, behind your back. You seal the edges, swish, tuck. You lie still. You wait for the verdict. Did you let the cold in? A small draft touches your lower back. Yes, a breach. You wiggle backward, pressing your spine against the heavy wool. The breach is sealed. The warmth begins to rebuild. You exhale. The crisis is over. Now you just have to wait for the numbness in your left arm to fade. You flex your fingers in the dark. Open, close, open, close. The blood returns. The tingling spikes, then recedes. Now you are facing the door. You cannot see it, but you know exactly what it looks like. You have looked at it every night before blowing out the lamp. It is a heavy door made of oak planks. The wood is dark, almost black with age. It is rough-hewn. If you were to run your hand down it, you would get a splinter. Across the door lies the bar, the sierra. It is a thick beam of wood that sits in 2 iron brackets set into the door frame. It is the only thing separating you from the hallway, from the stairs, from the street. Reflect on that beam. It is a simple piece of technology. No complex gears, no tumblers, just gravity and wood. It is solid, it is heavy. You imagine the sound it made when you dropped it into place hours ago. Thunk, a dead, hollow sound. That sound is the definition of safety. You verify it in your mind. Did I lock the door? Yes. You remember the thunk, you remember the feel of the wood. You are safe. Your mind drifts to the other great anxiety of the Roman night, fire. Rome is a city of timber and oil lamps packed tight into narrow streets. Fire is the monster that eats neighborhoods. You sniff the air. You take a shallow breath, then a deep one. What do you smell? You smell the stale air of the room. You smell the wool. You smell the faint ammonia of the chamber pot. You smell the damp plaster. Do you smell smoke? There is a hint of wood smoke, yes, but it is the old smoke. The smoke of 1,000 hearths that burned yesterday. It is cold smoke. It is not the sharp, acrid, biting smell of active fire. You analyze the scent profile. Is it getting stronger? No, it is static. It is just the smell of the city. You relax. There is no fire tonight. The vigils can rest easy, or at least they don't need to come here. The boredom returns. It washes over you like a tide. There is nothing to fear, nothing to do. You are just a consciousness trapped in a dark box. You decide to take a mental walk. Not a mosaic this time, but a real walk through your neighborhood. You imagine standing at the door of your insula. You open the door, you step out into the street. It is dark. The paving stones are wet from the rain. You turn left. You walk down the narrow alley. You visualize the wall on your right, rough brick. You visualize the wall on your left, a shuttered shop front, a wine merchant. You know the sign that hangs above the door, a painting of a pitcher and a cup. You walk past it, step, step, step. You come to the intersection. There is a stepping stone in the middle of the street used to cross without stepping in the muck. You step onto the stone. You balance there. You look down the cross street. It is a tunnel of black. You continue. You walk past the fountain. You hear the water splash, gurgle. You imagine trailing your hand in the water. It is icy. You walk past the shrine to the crossroads spirits, the Larry's compitals, tiny figures in a niche. You nod to them. Good evening. They do not answer. They are stone. You walk all the way to the river in your mind. You stand on the bank of the Tiber. The river is a wide, moving darkness. It smells of mud and fish. You watch it flow. It is mesmerizing, dark water, moving endlessly. You throw a mental stone into the river. Plop. Ripples spread out. They vanish in the current. The visualization is tiring. It requires too much active brain power. You let the image of the river fade. You return to the room, the box, the bed. You feel a hunger pang again. Your stomach contracts. Growl, it is a complaint. Feed me. You ignore it. Not yet, you tell your stomach. Wait for the sun. The stomach grumbles again, then settles. It knows the routine. It knows the Roman schedule. Food is for the day. You become aware of the texture of your own skin. Your legs are rubbing together. The skin feels dry, papery. You have not bathed in oil and scraped it off with a strigil in a few days. You are due for a visit to the baths. You imagine the baths, the hot steam, the warm water, the oil. The feeling of the metal tool scraping the dirt and oil from your back. Scrape, scrape. It is a pleasant sensation, a purifying sensation. You look forward to it. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. It depends on the coins. It always depends on the coins. You try to find a cool spot on the pillow. You slide your head to the very edge of the linen. There, a small patch of coolness. You press your cheek against it. It feels like a blessing for 10 seconds. Then the heat of your face warms the linen. The blessing evaporates. You accept this. The heat always wins. The silence is broken by a sound from the street. A cart. No, a horse. Clip, clop, a single horse moving at a walk. The hooves strike the stone. The sound is crisp. It echoes. Who is riding at this hour? A courier, a messenger from the legions. A wealthy man returning from a late banquet. You listen to the gate. It is steady. Clip, clop. It gets louder. It passes under your window. You can hear the leather tack creaking. Creak. You can hear the horse blow air from its nostrils. Snort. Then it passes. The sound fades. Clip, clop, gone. The silence rushes back in. It feels even deeper than before. The horse was an event. Now the event is over. You are back to the non-events. You wiggle your toes, you wiggle your fingers, you check your body. Is everything still there? Yes. Is everything still cold? Mostly. Is everything still tired? Yes. You think about the concept of comfortable. The word commodious. Is this bed commodious? No. Is the room commodious? No, but it is shelter, and shelter is enough. Your breathing has slowed down to a crawl. You are taking very shallow breaths. You are conserving oxygen, conserving heat, conserving life. You are in hibernation mode. You are a bear in a cave, a very boring bear. You try to count the beams in the ceiling again. You cannot see them, but you know there are 6 of them. Beam 1, near the door. Beam 2, beam 3, directly above your head. Beam 4, beam 5, beam 6. Near the window, you imagine the wood, rough, splintery, home to spiders. You imagine the grain of the wood, wavy lines, knots. It is a study in texture. The darkness seems to be pressing against your eyes. It is a heavy physical darkness. You feel like you are buried in sand, warm, dark sand. It covers your legs, your chest, your face. It is not scary, it is comforting. It holds you down. It prevents you from getting up and doing chores. Stay, the darkness says. Stay here, do nothing. Okay, you agree. I will do nothing. You listen for the mouse again. Is it back? Silence. No mouse. Maybe it found a better room. Maybe the neighbor has better crumbs. You feel a mild pang of jealousy. But then you remember the crumbs mean ants. You don't want ants. So you are glad the mouse is gone. Enjoy the crumbs, neighbor. Enjoy the ants. You feel a yawn building again. It is a slow one. It stretches your face. Yawn. Your eyes water. The tears run down your temple, into your ear. It is a wet, ticklish sensation. You wipe it away with the wool blanket. Rough wool on wet skin. A scratchy comfort. The night is endless, and that is the point. It is a marathon of rest. You are an athlete of sleeping, and you are winning, slowly, boringly, winning. Drifting. The horse is clip-clopping in your mind now. Clip-clop, but the horse is walking on clouds, soft, silent, poof. You are riding the cloud horse, going nowhere, very slowly. The cloud horse has dissolved into mist, and you are deposited gently back onto the hard reality of the mattress. The transition is seamless. One moment you were floating, and the next, you are feeling the specific, granular pressure of the straw stuffing against your ribs. It is not painful, merely present. It is the tactile baseline of your existence. The night has stretched out so long that it feels like a permanent state of the world. The concept of day seems like a distant memory, a rumor of light that may or may not be true. Here, in the insula, there is only the dark. You are lying on your left side now. You must have turned in your sleep, though you do not remember doing it. The wool blanket, the stragulum, is wrapped tight around you. It feels heavier than before. Perhaps the dampness of the air has soaked into the fibers, adding the weight of water to the weight of the wool. It presses you down into the bed. It acts as a gravity anchor, keeping you from rising, keeping you from moving. Focus on the sensation of that wool. It is not the refined, soft merino of a modern luxury throw. It is raw, coarse, peasant wool. It still retains the oils of the animal. If you rub your chin against the edge of the blanket, it feels like a mild abrasive. Scritch, scritch. It exfoliates the skin gently. It is a texture that signals warmth to your brain, but also survival. It is the texture of endurance. The air in the room has reached an equilibrium of cold. It is no longer getting colder, it has bottomed out. It is a stable, heavy chill. It sits in your lungs like a stone. Every breath you take requires a small caloric investment to warm the air up to body temperature. Inhale cold, exhale warm, inhale cold, exhale warm. You are a biological machine processing the atmosphere of the room. It is a slow, rhythmic job. Your eyes are open again, you blink. The eyelids feel sticky, heavy with sleep sand. You rub them gently with a knuckle. Rub, rub. Sparks of light dance in the darkness, orange and green. Then they fade, leaving the blackness even blacker than before. You decide to visit the city again in your mind. But this time, you will not go to the river or the neighborhood streets. You will go to the center, the heart of the empire, the Forum Romanum. Imagine the Forum at this hour. It is completely empty. The great open space, usually teeming with lawyers, merchants, bankers, and politicians, is deserted. The wind blows across the paving stones of the Via Sacra. Whoosh. It picks up a few fallen leaves and skitters them across the marble. Scritch, scritch. There are no voices, no speeches, no arguments. The rostra, the great speaking platform, stands silent. The bronze prows of the captured ships that decorate it are cold and dull in the dark. No one is standing there. No one is shouting. It is a stage without actors. You walk through the Forum in your imagination. Your footsteps echo on the travertine pavers. Clack, clack, clack. You pass the Basilica Julia, the great hall of law. The rows of columns stand like a forest of stone. You look into the shadows between the columns. It is pitch black in there. The law is asleep. The judges are asleep. The arguments are paused. You pass the Curia, the Senate House. The heavy bronze doors are shut tight. Inside, the marble benches are empty. The air inside is stale and cold, just like your room. The fate of the empire is suspended until sunrise. You continue walking. You approach the Temple of Vesta. This is the only place where there is light. The circular temple, the sacred fire. You imagine the fire inside. It is not a roaring bonfire. It is a contained, controlled flame. The Vestal virgins are there, keeping the watch. It is a boring job, night after night, feeding the fire, making sure it does not go out. You feel a kinship with them. They are awake. You are awake. They are watching the fire. You are watching the dark. You imagine the smell of the sacred wood burning. A clean, holy smoke. You imagine the warmth radiating from the temple. You stand near it in your mind. You warm your hands, but it is only a mental warmth. The chill of the room remains. You leave the Forum. You let the image dissolve. The marble columns turn back into the darkness of your bedroom. The sound of the wind in the square turns back into the sound of your own breathing. You are back in the box. You feel a cramp in your toes. The cold has found them. You curl your toes tight, making a fist with your foot. You hold it. The pain is sharp for a moment, then it fades as the muscle releases. You relax the foot. You rub it against your other leg. Swish. The skin is dry. The sound is dry. You wonder about the water in the pitcher again. Is it freezing? Has a thin film of ice formed on the top? It is possible. It is winter. You imagine breaking the ice with your finger. Crack. The sensation of the freezing water. The thought makes you shiver. You decide you are not thirsty enough to brave the ice. You become aware of the wall next to your bed. You are lying close to it. You reach out a hand from under the covers. You touch the plaster. It is shocking. It feels wet though it is dry. That is how cold it is. It sucks the heat right out of your fingertips. You pull your hand back instantly. You tuck it under your thigh to warm it up. The wall is a giant ice block. You scoot a few inches away from it. The mattress creaks. Creak. You have surrendered territory to the cold. You have retreated to the center of the bed. Now you listen to the silence of the neighbors again. The insula is a vertical village. Are they all asleep? You listen for the cough. Nothing. You listen for the snore. Nothing. You listen for a baby crying. Nothing. It is a rare moment of total silence. The dead of night. It feels like the building is holding its breath. Or perhaps everyone is just frozen in suspended animation, waiting for the sun to thaw them out. Your mind drifts to the oil press. The trap at 'em. You saw one yesterday in a shop. A massive stone basin with crushing stones. You imagine the stones turning, grind, squelch, crushing the olives, the black paste, the oil oozing out, thick, green, golden. You imagine the smell of fresh olive oil, peppery, grassy. It is a good smell, a rich smell. You imagine dipping bread into the oil. Your stomach gives a small, polite rumble. Yes, it says, oil would be good. But there is no oil, there is only the dark. You try to calculate how many hours are left until dawn. If the bakers are awake, you smelled them earlier, and the horses are moving, you heard one earlier, then the city is slowly waking up. But the light is the final step. The light is the slow traveler. It has to climb over the Apennine Mountains. It has to cross the sea. It is coming, but it is taking the scenic route. You think about the window shutter. It is wood. Wood comes from trees. You imagine the tree that made the shutter, an oak tree in a forest, standing in the rain, birds nesting in its branches. Then the axe, chop, chop. Then the saw, zzzt. Then the carpenter. Now it is a shutter protecting you. You feel a sense of gratitude towards the shutter. Good wood, you think. Keep the wind out. The air in the room is so still that dust motes are probably suspended, motionless in the dark. You imagine them, tiny galaxies of dust, frozen in space. If you were to wave your hand, you would create a hurricane for them. But you do not wave your hand. You let the dust galaxies rest. You feel a heaviness in your legs, a good heaviness. The muscles are completely slack. The tension of the day, the walking, the carrying, the standing, has finally drained away. Your legs feel like bags of sand. You could not lift them if you tried. You could, of course, but the illusion of heaviness is pleasant. You return to the breathing game. You count the breaths. Inhale, 1, exhale, 2, inhale, 3, exhale, 4. You try to make each breath longer than the last. Stretch the lungs, hold the air. Release it slowly. HSSSSSSSS. The sound of the air escaping through your nose is like a tiny steam vent. You think about the concept of nothing, Nile. The Romans debated it, the philosophers talked about it, but you are living it. This is Nile, no light, no sound, no action, just be. It is a profound state, it is a cleansing state. The mind is wiped clean like a slate. Tabula rasa. Ready for the writing of the new day, but not yet. The stylus is not yet in hand. You feel an itch on your nose. It is a stubborn one. You try to wiggle your nose to make it go away. Twitch, twitch. It doesn't work. The itch remains. You have to use a hand. You bring your hand up from the warmth. You rub your nose vigorously. Rub, rub, rub. The itch is gone. The nose is cold. You retreat the hand. Mission accomplished. A small victory in the dark. You start to visualize the colors of the sunrise. You know them well, you see them every day. First, a deep indigo, then a bruised purple, then a cold gray, then a pale yellow, then finally the orange fire. You paint these colors on the canvas of your mind. You mix them, indigo and purple, gray and yellow. It is a slow painting, a watercolor that takes hours to dry. You wonder if it is raining again. You listen. No drumming on the tiles, no dripping, just the silence. The storm has truly passed. The streets will be muddy. You think about your sandals. The leather soles will get wet. They will get slippery. You will have to walk carefully on the stones. You imagine the sensation of sliding slightly on a wet stone. Slip, catch, the feeling of imbalance. Then balance restored. It is a boring anxiety, a micro worry. You dismiss it. I will walk carefully, you tell yourself. Problem solved. You shift your head. The pillow feels hard again. The straw has clumped. You do not have the energy to fluff it. You just accept the clump. You mold your cheek around it. You become one with the lump. You hear a sound from very far away. A bell? No, Romans didn't really use bells for time in the night like that. Maybe a metal tool falling. Clang. Faint. Distant. Maybe down at the river docks. The ships are being unloaded. Maybe. Or maybe it was just a phantom sound, an echo of a memory. You settle deeper into the mattress. You feel the weave of the linen sheet under your hand. You trace the threads with your fingertip. Over, under, over, under. It is a landscape of thread. You are a giant exploring the ridges of the fabric. The darkness is not lonely anymore. It is crowded with these tiny sensations. The thread, the wool, the straw, the cold, they are your companions. They are the witnesses to your rest. You close your eyes again. The phosphenes are gone. It is just black, peaceful black, boring black, restful black. You are drifting towards the morning, but slowly, so slowly, like a leaf on a stagnant pond, barely moving, just floating. The imaginary leaf has stopped spinning. You are no longer floating on the pond of sleep. You are firmly anchored once again to the mattress, held down by the gravity of the earth and the weight of the wool. The room is unchanged. It is still a cube of darkness, but the quality of the silence has shifted ever so slightly. It is no longer the deep, vacuum-like silence of the middle night. It is a silence that is waiting to be broken. You lie on your back, staring at the ceiling you cannot see. Your breath is steady, a rhythmic rising and falling of the chest. The air in the room is still frigid, perhaps even colder than before. This is the hour when the frost settles on the fields outside the city walls. Inside the insula, the frost is not visible, but it is felt. It is a dryness in the nose, a stiffness in the cheeks. You pull your hands out from the warmth of the blanket for just a moment to adjust the pillow. The air bites your fingers instantly. It feels sharp, like tiny needles of ice. You punch the straw pillow. Thump. You smooth the linen. Swish. You retreat your hands back into the sanctuary of the wool. The brief exposure reminds you of the hostile environment just inches away from your skin. You are an island of heat in a sea of cold. Your mind, bored with the room, decides to take a survey of the city's geography. Rome is the city of 7 hills. You decide to count them. It is a mental exercise, a way to map the darkness. First, the Palatine, the hill of the emperors and the wealthy. You imagine it rising above the Forum, covered in marble palaces. You imagine the emperor sleeping there now. Is his room cold? Probably not. He has braziers. He has heavy curtains. He has silence bought with guards. You imagine the quiet of the Palatine, a luxurious, expensive silence. Second, the Aventine, your hill, the hill of the plebeians, the hill of the insulae. It is crowded. It is noisy during the day, but now it is a dark, hulking mass of brick and timber. You feel a sense of solidarity with the thousands of other sleepers on the Aventine, all stacked in their boxes, all waiting. Third, the Capitoline, the hill of the gods, the temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. You imagine the gold roof tiles of the temple. Even in the dark, they must shine slightly, reflecting the starlight. The gods are up there, watching or sleeping. It doesn't matter. They are stone and gold. Fourth, the Esquiline, the hill of gardens and crowded slums, a mix of green and gray. You imagine the trees in the gardens of Messina swaying in the wind. Swish, Swish. Fifth, the viminal, a smaller hill, a quiet hill. You picture the willow trees that gave it its name. Long, drooping branches hanging down in the dark. Sixth, the quirinal, the hill of the Sabines, full of houses, full of narrow streets. You imagine a cat walking along a wall on the quirinal, silent paws on rough brick. Seventh, the Caelian, the hill of the soldiers. You imagine the barracks, the rows of bunks, the armor hanging on the walls, the smell of leather and iron. Even the soldiers are sleeping now. The empire is resting. You have finished the tour. 7 hills, 7 islands in the night. The visualization is soothing. It places you in a context. You are not just a person in a room, you are a resident of a vast, hilly landscape. You feel a vibration in the floorboards, tremble. It is a heavy wagon passing nearby. The delivery of the morning supplies continues. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound is lower than before. It feels heavier. Maybe they are carrying stone today or timber. You listen to the wheels grinding against the basalt blocks of the street. Grind, crunch. It is the sound of friction. Wood against stone, iron against stone. The wagon passes. The vibration stops. Your thoughts turn to your sandals. They are sitting on the floor near the chest. Caligy or simple soli. You think about the soles. They are studded with iron hobnails. Clavii. These nails give you grip in the mud. They make you taller. They make you louder. You imagine the sound of your own walking. Click, click, click. Metal on stone. It is the signature sound of the Roman pedestrian. Tomorrow you will make that sound again. You will add your clicks to the millions of other clicks in the city. A symphony of hobnails. But for now, the sandals are silent. They are cold leather objects waiting for warm feet. You wiggle your toes under the blanket. The warmth there is established. It is cozy. You think about the public latrine, the foraki. You will probably visit one tomorrow. It is a communal place. No privacy. Just a long stone bench with holes, running water flowing underneath. It sounds unpleasant to modern ears, but to you it is just a room. You imagine the marble bench. It is always cold, freezing cold in the winter. You brace yourself for the memory of that cold stone. You imagine the sound of the water channel, constant, rushing, whoosh. It is a boring, functional place. People talk there. They talk about the price of grain, the weather, the games. Cold today, one says. Yes, cold, the other agrees. It is the small talk of the empire. You rehearse these conversations in your mind. Did you see the rain last night? Yes, it was loud. Good for the crops. Yes, good. End of conversation. The air in the room seems to be getting a tiny bit lighter. Or is it? You stare at the crack in the shutter. It is still black, but maybe a lighter shade of black, a dark charcoal. You cannot be sure. It might just be your eyes adjusting even further. You blink. The darkness remains. The false dawn has come and gone. Now is the true waiting time. You hear a sound from the apartment next door, a baby crying. Wah, wah, it is muffled by the wall. It sounds weary, a tired cry, then a shushing sound, shh, shh, shh. A mother or a father comforting the child, the rocking of a cradle, creak, creak. The crying stops, the silence returns. Life goes on in the boxes around you, tiny dramas of sleep and wakefulness. You feel a dry patch on your lip, chapped skin. You run your tongue over it. It feels rough. The winter air dries everything out. You think about olive oil again. You could rub a drop of oil on your lip. It would soothe it. But the oil is far away, across the room. You decide to just ignore the lip. You will deal with it in the sunlight. You return to the breathing. You focus on the temperature of the air entering your nose. It is like inhaling cold water. It travels down the back of your throat. You can feel the path of the air, down the windpipe, into the lungs. Then the warm air comes up. It is a thermal exchange. You are heating the room one breath at a time. You think about the concept of the tabularium, the record hall overlooking the forum, thousands of scrolls, bronze tablets, records of laws and decrees. They are all sitting there in the dark, stacks of words. Law 45 concerning the width of roads. Decree 102 concerning the tax on salt. Boring words, dusty words. You imagine a scribe sitting there during the day writing slowly. Dip pen, write, dip pen, write, scratch, scratch, the sound of bureaucracy. It is a comforting thought. The empire is built on paper and laws, not just swords. It feels stable, predictable, boring. Your hip is hurting again, the right hip this time. The straw has betrayed you once more. You need to turn, the great turn of the hour. You prepare, you gather the blanket. 1, 2, 3. Heave, you roll onto your left side. Crunch, rustle, flump. You settle, you check for drafts. A tiny leak near the shoulder. You pull the wool up, sealed. You wait for the warmth to return to the new position. It comes slowly, like a tide rising. Now you are facing the wall again. You stare at the invisible plaster. You imagine a painting on the wall, a fresco, maybe a garden scene, trees, birds, a fountain. Rich people have frescoes, you have plaster, but in the dark, your plaster can be anything. You paint a tree on the wall with your mind, green leaves, brown trunk. It is a quiet tree. It does not move. It watches over you. You feel a sense of heaviness in your eyelids. The third sleep is calling. It is a light, drifting sleep that comes before dawn. It is the sleep of vivid dreams. You let go of the counting. You let go of the hills. You let go of the hobnails. You hear the sound of a rooster again. Cock-a-doodle-doo. This time it is closer, and it is answered by another one further away. Cock-a-doodle-doo, they are waking up. The birds know. The sun is getting closer. It is somewhere over the mountains, pushing the darkness back, but it is not here yet. You still have time, time to do nothing, time to be warm, time to be bored. You sink deeper into the mattress. The straw feels softer now. The wool feels silkier. The cold feels distant. You are drifting, drifting towards the bakery. You smell the bread again, fresh, hot. You see the steam rising from the loaf. White steam in the gray light. You reach for the bread in your mind. It is warm to the touch. You break it. Crack. The sound is loud. It wakes you up a tiny bit. But then you drift back. Back to the dark. Back to the room. Back to the silence. The city is a sleeping giant, and you are just one cell in its body, resting, repairing, waiting. The darkness is your friend. It hides the work. It hides the mud. It hides the world. Enjoy the hiding while it lasts. The rooster's cry has dissolved into the past, swallowed by the immense dark belly of the morning. You are left floating in the aftermath. You are awake, but only just. It is a fragile state of consciousness, a thin layer of awareness stretched over the deep ocean of sleep. You are aware of your toes. You are aware of your nose. You are aware of the silence, but you are not yet aware of the day. The room is locked in a stalemate with the cold. The temperature has not risen. If anything, the pre-dawn hour, the diliculum, brings a fresh wave of chill that seeps through the shutter slats. It is a creeping cold, silent and invisible. It settles on the wool blanket like a fine layer of dust. It stiffens the leather of the sandals sitting on the floor. It turns the water in the pitcher into liquid ice. You are curled in the fetal position, the universal shape of heat conservation. Your knees are pressed against your chest, your arms crossed tightly. You are a closed circuit. You are hoarding every calorie of warmth your body produces. Your mind begins to drift toward the sounds of the coming morning. Though the sun has not yet broken the horizon, the industrial engine of Rome is beginning to turn. Listen closely. Beyond the walls of the insula, beyond the alleyway, far off in the district where the Fullones work, the laundry workers, there is a sound. Squish, splash, squish, splash. It is a rhythmic, wet sound. The Fullers are awake. They are standing in large tubs filled with water, alkaline earth, and cleaning agents. They are stomping on the wool to clean it. It is the human washing machine of the empire. Imagine the motion. left foot down, squish, right foot down, splash, left foot, right foot. It is a monotonous, back-breaking, repetitive dance. They do not stop. They cannot stop. The togas must be white. The tunics must be clean. You focus on that rhythm, squish, squish. It is a boring rhythm. It is a soothing rhythm. It reminds you that someone else is awake doing something tedious so you don't have to. You are still horizontal. They are vertical. You are warm mostly. They are wet and cold. You feel a wave of gratitude for your dry straw mattress. Your stomach gives a low, hollow rumble, grrr gurgle. It is empty. The digestion of the night is complete. The body is asking for fuel. You think about pools, the Roman porridge, emmer wheat boiled in water, maybe with a little salt, maybe a splash of olive oil if you can afford it. You imagine the texture of the porridge, thick, grainy, warm. You imagine the spoon, wooden, worn smooth, scooping the porridge, bringing it to your mouth, the steam hitting your face, blow, blow, cooling it down, slurp. It is a simple meal, a boring meal. But right now, in the cold dark, it seems like a feast fit for Jupiter. But there is no porridge, not yet. First, you must survive the remaining darkness. You feel a tickle in your nose, the straw dust. As the mattress dries out over the years, the straw breaks down into a fine powder. Every time you move, a microscopic cloud puffs up. You inhaled it. The urge to sneeze builds, a pressure behind the eyes, a twitch in the nostrils. You do not want to sneeze, it is too loud. It requires too much muscle movement. It disrupts the blanket seal. You press your finger hard against your upper lip. You hold your breath. The urge hovers, peaks, and then fades. You exhale slowly. Hue, disaster averted. The silence is preserved. You shift your attention to the window shutter. You are staring at the place where the wood meets the frame. Is there a line? Is there a difference in the darkness? You squint, maybe. Perhaps a very, very faint line of charcoal gray, or is it just a wish? You blink. The line disappears. It was a trick of the mind. The sun is still climbing the other side of the world. You think about the concept of the salutatio, the morning ritual where clients go to greet their patrons. Will you go this morning? You imagine the walk to the patron's house on the Esquiline Hill. The streets will be crowded, muddy from the rain. You imagine standing in the vestibule, the vestibulum, waiting, standing with 20 other men in damp wool cloaks, shifting weight from foot to foot, shuffle, shuffle, waiting for the steward to call your name. Next, you go in. You say Ave Patronus. You receive a small coin or a basket of food, the sportula. Then you leave. It is a transaction, a social contract. It is boring. It is humiliating. It is necessary. You rehearse the greeting in your mind. Ave. Good morning, sir. Thank you. The words are flat. They have no emotion. They are just tokens passed back and forth. You wonder if the patron is even awake yet. Or does he make you wait while he finishes his breakfast? Probably. The rich wait for nothing. The poor wait for everything. It is the way of the empire. You feel a cramp in your calf muscle, a sudden tightening. Ouch, you flex your foot. You massage the muscle through the blanket. Rub, rub. The muscle is hard as a rock. You breathe through the discomfort. Inhale, exhale. The knot loosens. The pain fades to a dull ache. You leave your hand on your calf for a moment. The warmth of your hand feels good against the leg, a localized heater. The silence of the room is broken by a small sound. Click. A beetle has landed on the floor. It fell from the ceiling or the wall. It is a hard-shelled beetle. You hear it scuttling, scritch, scratch, scritch. It is moving across the stone floor, searching. It bumps into the leg of the stool. Tap. It turns, scritch, scratch. It is a tiny explorer in the dark. You follow its progress by sound. It is moving towards the door. Good beetle. Go outside. Your mind drifts to the aqueduct again. You revisit the water. You imagine the water arriving at the public fountain down the street. Is anyone there yet? Maybe a slave girl sent early to get the cleanest water. You imagine the sound of the empty clay jar hitting the stone rim of the fountain. Clink. The sound of the water filling the hollow vessel. Hollow roar. Rising pitch. Splash. The water is heavy. Carrying it back is hard work. You feel the phantom weight of a water jar on your shoulder. The pressure, the balance, the sloshing liquid. It is a memory of labor. You let it go. You are not carrying water right now. You are carrying nothing but the weight of the blanket. You wonder if you should turn over again. You have been on your left side for a long time. Your ear is hot against the pillow. Your hip is numb, but the great turn is an ordeal. You decide to make a micro turn. You just shift your angle by 10 degrees. You roll slightly onto your stomach. You bury your face in the crook of your arm. This changes the pressure points. Ah, relief. The mattress feels slightly different here, a little less lumpy. You settle in. You start to visualize the process of putting on your sandals. Step 1, find them in the dark. Step 2, sit down on the stool, it will be cold. Step 3, slide the foot in, the leather is stiff. Step 4, the straps. You have to thread the long leather straps around your ankle and up your shin. Wrap, 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 tie a knot, it takes dexterity. Doing it with cold, numb fingers is a challenge. You imagine fumbling with the knot, the leather is slippery, you miss the loop, you start over. Wrap, wrap. Tie, it is a tedious task. You do it every single morning. Thousands of mornings, thousands of knots. It is the ritual of binding yourself to the day. The air in the room is thickening with the humidity of your breath. It feels close, cozy in a claustrophobic way. You are in a cocoon. Outside the cocoon, the world is hard and sharp. Inside, it is soft and blurry. You think about the Tiber Island, the island in the middle of the river, shaped like a ship. There is a hospital there, the Temple of Aesculapius. You imagine the sick people sleeping there, hoping for a cure in their dreams. Incubation. They sleep in the temple porticos. You hope they are warm. You hope the river isn't too loud for them. You send a silent thought to the island. Sleep well, sick ones. You return to the breathing game. You try to visualize the air entering your body as a color. Blue air enters. Cold, red air leaves. Warm, blue in, red out. Blue in, red out. It is a simple animation. It plays on the back of your eyelids. It hypnotizes you. You feel a sense of time passing. Not minutes, but eras. The night feels like a geological age. The Paleozoic of the evening. The Mesozoic of the midnight. The Cenozoic of the pre-dawn. You are a fossil waiting to be discovered by the sun. You hear a heavy door slam somewhere in the distance. Boom. It echoes through the alleyways. A shop opening, a warehouse door. The sound is final, authoritative. It signals that the city is waking up. The silence is no longer pure, it is perforated. Other sounds will follow, a cart, a shout, a dog. The symphony of the day is tuning up. But the overture hasn't started yet. You still have the intermission. You think about the limestone, the travertine, the tufa, the stones of Rome. They are cold stones, they absorb the night. You imagine the wall of the Colosseum, massive blocks. You imagine running your hand over the rough, pitted surface of the travertine. It feels like frozen sandpaper. You imagine the iron clamps that hold the stones together, hidden inside the rock, rusting slowly in the dark, holding the empire together, iron and stone, and you, soft flesh and wool. Your mind wanders to the concept of the hypocaust again, the underfloor heating. You cannot let it go. It is the ultimate fantasy. Warm floors. You imagine walking on a warm floor barefoot. It would feel like walking on a sun-baked rock in summer, the heat traveling up your legs, into your spine. It would melt the stiffness. You sigh. H. A sigh of longing. One day, maybe. If you win the lottery, if a rich uncle dies, but for now, straw and stone. You feel a tiny draft near your ear. You tuck the blanket tighter. You pull it over your head completely. Now you are in a tent. It is pitch black inside the tent. The air is very warm now. It smells strongly of you. It is safe. The world has gone away. There is only the tent and the waiting. You drift, drifting towards the sound of the fullers again. Squish, splash, squish, splash. It is a heartbeat. the heartbeat of the city, washing away the dirt of yesterday, preparing for the dirt of today. You are floating on the soapy water, bubbles popping, pop, pop, white foam, gray water drifting, turning, clean, cold, bored. The soapy water of the fuller's tub fades from your mind, leaving only the sensation of dampness in the air. You are back in the room. The transition from the dream state to the waking state is becoming less distinct. The boundaries are blurring. You are floating in a gray zone of consciousness, tethered to the world only by the sensations of your own body and the faint, muffled sounds of the sleeping city. You are lying on your stomach now, your face turned to the side, buried deep in the crook of your arm. The wool of your sleeve is rough against your cheek. It smells of old lanolin and dust. It is a familiar, comforting scratchiness. You take a breath. The air is still cold, but your body has created a small pocket of warmth around your face. You recycle your own heat. It is a closed system of survival. You open one eye, just a slit. You look towards the window shutter. Something has changed. Before, the darkness was absolute. It was a solid wall of black. Now there is a ghost in the room. A faint, barely perceptible grayness is leaking through the cracks in the wood. It is not light exactly. It is the rumor of light. It is the crepusculum, the twilight before the dawn. It does not illuminate the room. You still cannot see the table or the chest, but it changes the quality of the darkness. The black has turned to a deep, grainy charcoal. You watch the crack. It is a thin, vertical line. It wavers slightly as your eyes try to focus. It is the first clock of the day. The sun is coming. It is climbing the hills of Latium. It is pushing the night away inch by inch, but it is slow work. The sun is heavy. The sky is heavy. You close your eye. The gray line burns a faint afterimage on your retina, a white stripe in the dark. Then it fades. You feel a stiffness in your lower back. The mattress has done its work. The straw has compressed into a hard, unforgiving surface. Your spine feels like a rod of iron. You need to stretch, but stretching requires expanding into the cold zone. You compromise, you wiggle your hips, rustle, crunch. You arch your back slightly, just enough to relieve the pressure, but not enough to lift the blanket. Pop. A small joint cracks. Relief. You settle back down. Your mind turns to the logistics of the morning. The salutatio, the morning greeting. If you go to your patron's house today, you will have to wear the toga. The thought fills you with a deep, weary boredom. The toga is a heavy, cumbersome garment. It is a massive semicircle of white wool, yards and yards of fabric. Putting it on is a two-person job, but you live alone. You will have to wrestle with it in the dim light. You imagine the process. Draping the heavy wool over your left shoulder. Pulling it around your back, under the right arm. Throwing the remaining bulk over the left shoulder again. Arranging the folds, the sinus, the umbo. It is an architectural project. You are building a monument of wool on your own body, and it is heavy, it slips, it drags in the mud. You sigh into the pillow, H. The toga is the uniform of the citizen, but it is the burden of the morning. You decide you might wear just the tunic and a heavy cloak, the pinula. It has a hood, it is practical, it is warm, but if the patron is formal, he will expect the toga. This is the dilemma of the Roman morning. Comfort or protocol, you weigh the options. Protocol usually wins. The coin in the basket depends on it. You listen to the street again. The soundscape is changing. The silence is fracturing. Clatter, clatter. A cart is moving fast. The driver is whipping the oxen or mules. Hiya, move. Why the rush? Because the sun is coming. And when the sun rises, the heavy carts are banned from the streets. The Lex Iulia Municipalis dictates that the day belongs to pedestrians. The carts must be out of the city by dawn, so they are racing the sun. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The heavy wooden wheels bounce over the stones. The cargo shakes. Maybe it is a cart full of empty wine amphorae leaving the city. Maybe it is a cart of timber. You listen to the fading rumble. It is the sound of a deadline. You are glad you are not a cart driver. You do not have to race the sun, you just have to wait for it. You feel a hunger pang that is sharper than before. Your stomach is awake. It is demanding the entaculum. Bread. You visualize the loaf again, the pannies. You imagine breaking off a chunk. The crust is hard, you have to gnaw on it. This is good for the teeth, they say. You imagine the taste of garlic. Mortem. A spread made of cheese, garlic, and herbs. Pungent, spicy, oily. The thought makes your mouth water. Saliva pools under your tongue. You swallow, it tastes of sleep. You think about the fire. You will have to light the brazier if you want warmth. You imagine the charcoal, black lumps. You imagine the tinder, dried grass or wood shavings, the strike of the flint, click, spark, the tiny glow blowing on it, FFFFFF, the smoke rising, stinging your eyes. Then finally the heat. It is a lot of work. Is it worth it? Maybe you will just go out to the street. The street will be warmer eventually, or at least the walking will warm you. You move your foot. Your toe touches the wall. It is still freezing. The wall has soaked up the cold of the entire night. It radiates a chill that penetrates the blanket. You pull your foot back. You curl into a tighter ball. The fetal position is the only defense. You wonder about the water in the aqueduct. Is it colder in the morning? Yes. It has traveled through the mountains in the dark. It will be shocking to wash your face. You imagine splashing the water on your skin. Splash, the gasp, the skin tightening, the pores closing. It wakes you up. It is the Roman coffee, the shock of cold water. You hear a sound from the floor above. Scrape. Thud. Someone has dropped a shoe or a stool. Then footsteps. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy, deliberate steps. Someone is up. Someone is starting the day. You feel a sense of peer pressure. The building is waking up. You should wake up too, but the blanket is so heavy. The bed is so warm. You resist the pressure. You stay horizontal. 5 more minutes, you tell yourself, or the Roman equivalent. Just until the light hits the floor. You think about the bronze buckle on your belt. It is cold metal. When you put it on, it will touch your stomach, a circle of ice. You brace yourself for that future sensation. You anticipate the discomfort. It is a boring form of time travel, living the discomfort before it happens. The gray line in the shutter is getting wider. It is no longer a ghost. It is a presence. It is casting a very faint, diffuse light into the room. You can just barely make out the shape of the chest in the corner. It is a dark, rectangular blob, but it is there. The world is returning. The shapes are solidifying. The night is losing its grip. You feel a sense of melancholy. The night was hard, yes. It was cold and boring, but it was also private. It was yours. The day belongs to the master, to the patron, to the shop, to the empire. The night belonged to you, and now it is ending. You want to hold on to it. You want to freeze time, just stay here, in the gray, in the warmth. But the sun does not negotiate. You hear a bird, a sparrow, cheep, cheep. It is sitting on the window ledge right outside the shutter. It sounds cheerful, annoyingly cheerful. It is awake. It is ready to find worms or crumbs. Cheep, you wish it would go away. Quiet bird, you think. It is still sleeping time. But the bird knows better. The bird knows the light is coming. You decide to count the beams again. Now you can almost see them. Faint, dark stripes against the slightly lighter ceiling. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are there just as you imagined them. The wood is dark, old. It has held up the floor above you for 50 years. It will hold it up for 50 more. It is reliable wood, boring wood. You think about the limestone paving stones of the street. They will be wet with dew, slippery. You imagine your iron hobnails biting into the stone. Crunch, grip, push off, step. The mechanics of walking. You will walk thousands of steps today, to the market, to the forum, to the river. Your legs will be tired tonight, but right now they are rested. They are ready, reluctantly ready. You feel an itch on your shoulder blade. It is in the one spot you cannot reach. You wiggle your shoulders against the mattress. Rub, rub. The straw acts as a scratcher. It works. The itch subsides. The mattress is a tool. It is uncomfortable but functional. The smell of the room is changing. The stale air of the night is being replaced by the seep of morning air. It smells of damp earth, of ozone, of wet stone. It is a clean smell, a cold smell. It clears the head. Your brain feels a little sharper. The fog of sleep is lifting. You start to remember things you need to do. Buy oil, fix the sandal strap, talk to the landlord about the leak. The to-do list is forming in your mind. It is a boring list, household maintenance, survival. But it gives shape to the day. You wonder if you should shave today. Romans like to be clean-shaven, but shaving with a dull iron razor and cold water is a blood sport. Maybe you will go to the barber, the tonsure. You imagine sitting on the stool in the street, the barber sharpening his razor on a stone, swing, swing, the feeling of the blade on your throat, the gossip. The barber knows everything. Did you hear about the gladiator? Did you hear about the grain price? It is a social hub, but it costs money. You count the coins in your head again. Can you afford a shave? Maybe just a trim. The light is growing. It is now a definite gray. You can see your own hand resting on the blanket. It looks pale, ghostly. You flex your fingers, they move, they obey you. The machine is coming online. You take a deep breath, you hold it, you let it out with a groan. Ugh, the sound of resignation. The day has begun, technically, but physically you are not moving yet. You are savoring the last few minutes of horizontal existence. You think about the concept of odium, leisure. The rich have odium. They can read, write poetry, relax in their villas. You have negodium, not leisure, business, work. But right now, in these last moments of dawn, you have a tiny slice of stolen odium. You are doing nothing, and you are doing it well. You watch the dust motes. Now you can actually see them, tiny specks dancing in the shaft of gray light coming through the crack. They swirl, they rise, they fall, Brownian motion, physics in the bedroom. You watch one speck. It floats up. It catches the light. It disappears into the shadow. It is a mesmerizing drama, the life of dust. You feel the weight of the wool blanket one last time. Really feel it, the heaviness, the protection. You imprint this feeling on your memory. You will need it later when you are standing in the cold wind. You will remember the blanket. You will look forward to returning to it tonight. The cycle continues. Bed to street, street to bed, wool to stone, stone to wool. You hear a voice from the street. Bread, hot bread. A hawker, selling breakfast to the early risers. His voice is rough, gravelly, pannies, pannies calatus. It echoes off the walls. It is the alarm clock of the neighborhood. You cannot ignore it. The stomach roars in response. Growl, okay, okay, the body has spoken. The sun is rising, the bread is calling. But first you have to get up. The hardest moment of the day, the transition from the warm cocoon to the cold air. You count down in your head, 10, 9, 8. You stop counting, you are not ready. You go back to 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You throw the blanket off. Whoosh. The cold hits you like a physical blow. It is instant, shocking, awakening. You sit up. The straw crunches loudly. You put your feet on the floor. Ice. Your soles recoil. You shiver violently. You are awake. The boring history of the night is over. The boring history of the day has begun. You are sitting on the edge of the bed. The transition from the horizontal world of sleep to the vertical world of the day has been made, but at a cost. The wool blanket, that faithful guardian of your warmth, lies in a heap behind you. It is a crumpled landscape of gray hills and valleys, rapidly losing the heat you stored in it all night. You are separated from it now. You are exposed. The air in the room is not just cold, it is aggressive. It presses against your bare skin like a physical weight. It is the accumulated chill of a stone building that has not seen the sun in 14 hours. Your skin reacts instantly. Horripilation. Goosebumps rise on your arms and legs. A wave of shivering starts at the base of your neck and ripples down your spine. It is an involuntary vibration, the body's desperate attempt to generate kinetic energy in a stagnant room. You sit there for a moment, hunched over, elbows on knees, head down. You are gathering the will to move. To stand up fully is to commit to the day, and the day promises nothing but effort. The floor beneath your feet is a slab of ice. The stone sucks the warmth from your soles so quickly that it actually hurts. You curl your toes up, trying to minimize the surface area touching the ground. You are balancing on your heels and the balls of your feet. It is a precarious, uncomfortable posture. Your breath is visible now. A faint, white plume of mist escapes your lips with every exhalation. H. It hangs in the gray light for a second before vanishing. You are a dragon of the dawn, but a very cold, very tired dragon. You look around the room. The gray light of the crepusculum has revealed the mundane reality of your existence. The mystery of the dark is gone. Now you see the cracks in the plaster. You see the dust bunnies in the corner. You see the water stain on the ceiling that looks like a map of Sicily. It is a bleak gray world. There is no color yet, just shades of charcoal and slate. It is time to dress. The tunic is waiting. You spot it. It is lying on the wooden chest where you left it last night. It looks stiff. It looks cold, and it is. You stand up. The bed frame creaks one last time, a sound of release. Creak. You walk the 2 steps to the chest. The floor is gritty under your feet. Dust, dirt, maybe a crumb of yesterday's bread. You feel every grain. You pick up the tunic, tunica. It is made of undyed wool, a creamy, off-white color that is dulled with age and washing. It feels heavy in your hands. You hold it up. It is a simple garment, 2 pieces of fabric sewn together with holes for the head and arms. There is no fashion here. There is only utility. You brace yourself. This is the moment of truth. You lift the tunic over your head. You plunge your arms into the sleeves. The wool descends, whoosh. It touches your skin. It is freezing. It feels like being wrapped in a sheet of ice. The wool is rough and scratchy, and the cold makes the fibers feel even sharper. You gasp involuntarily. You pull it down quickly, smoothing it over your chest and stomach, trapping a layer of air between your skin and the fabric. You rub your arms vigorously. Friction. You need friction. You slap your chest. You jump up and down once, twice. The sandals on the floor clatter as you land near them. Now the belt, the cingulum. It is hanging on a peg. You reach for it. It is a strip of leather, cracked and worn, with a simple bronze buckle. The leather is stiff as a board. It resists bending. You wrap it around your waist. You pull it tight. The bronze tongue of the buckle is cold against your stomach, a small circle of ice branding you. You fumble with the holes. Your fingers are clumsy. They are thick with cold. You miss the hole. You try again. Push. Wiggle. Click. The tongue goes through. The belt is secured. You hitch the tunic up slightly over the belt to create a sinus, a fold of fabric that can act as a pocket. It is a practiced motion, a muscle memory. Now you are dressed, but you are not warm. You are merely covered. Next, the sandals, the caligy. This is the most tedious part of the morning. You cannot do it standing up. You have to sit back down on the stool. The stool is wood. It is cold. You sit. Thump. You lift your left foot. You brush off the dust from the sole. Swipe. You pick up the left sandal. The leather sole is thick, studded with iron hobnails on the bottom. It is heavy. You place your foot onto the sole. The leather is hard. It does not mold to your foot yet. It will take an hour of walking for the heat of your foot to soften the leather. Now the straps, long strips of leather that must be wound around the ankle and up the shin. You start the winding. Wrap, cross, wrap. The leather cuts into the skin slightly. It is stiff. You have to get the tension right. Too loose and the sandal will flop and you will trip. Too tight and it will cut off the circulation and your foot will go numb again. You pull the strap, tug. It feels about right. Now the knot. Your fingers are still not working properly. The thumb is stiff. The index finger is shaking. You try to tie a double knot. The leather slips, you curse softly, a boring morning curse. By Hercules, you try again. Loop, swoop, pull, there, a knot. It is ugly, but it will hold. You repeat the process with the right foot. Wrap, cross, wrap, tug, knot. Now you are shod. You stamp your feet on the floor. Clack, clack. The iron nails hit the stone. It is a satisfying, authoritative sound. It says, I am ready to walk on the empire. You stand up again. You feel more human now. Layers matter, shoes matter, but your face is still sleepy. Your eyes are gritty. Your mouth tastes like the inside of a wool sack. You need water. You turn to the table. The pitcher is there, the clay vessel. You touch the side of it. It is sweating. Condensation has formed and frozen slightly. No, just very cold water. You pick it up. It is heavy. You pour a small amount into a shallow clay bowl. Glug, glug, glug. The water looks black in the dim light. It is still. You look at your reflection in the water. It is a dark, blurry shadow. You cannot see your features, just a silhouette of a head. You cup your hands. You dip them into the bowl. Shock. The water is painfully cold. It stings. You hesitate. Do you really want to do this? Yes, you must. The sleep must be washed away. You splash the water onto your face. Splash. The sensation is electric. It tightens the skin instantly. It makes your eyes snap open wide. You gasp. Ah, you rub the water into your eyes, your cheeks, your forehead. You do it again. Splash, cold, clean, brutal. You reach for a cloth, a piece of rough linen, the mappa. You scrub your face dry. The linen is abrasive. It stimulates the blood flow. Your cheeks turn red, though you cannot see them. You feel awake now. The fog is gone. The cold water has shocked your system into alertness. You take a mouthful of water from the bowl. You swish it around your mouth to clear the taste of the night. Swish, swish. You spit it into the chamber pot or a slop bucket. 2. Better, not perfect, but better. You look at the room again. It is lighter now. The gray has turned to a dull, milky white. The sun is getting closer. You can see the details of the floor, the cracks between the stones. You can see the grain of the wood on the table. You can see the soot stain on the wall where the lamp usually hangs. The room is small. It is empty. It is yours. You have one more task before you leave. The lararium, the household shrine. It is a small niche in the wall painted with snakes and figures. Inside stand the small bronze figurines of the Lares, the guardian spirits of the family. They are watching you. You pause in front of them. You do not have much to offer them today. A pinch of salt, a crust of bread. You find a small piece of spelt bread left over from yesterday. It is hard as a rock. You place it in the small dish in front of the gods. You bow your head slightly. You whisper a quick rote prayer. Guard the house, guard the return. It is a transaction. You give the bread, they stop the house from burning down. It is a boring ritual, but a necessary one. You would not dare leave without it. Bad luck is real. The Romans know this. You wrap your cloak, the pinula, around your shoulders. It is made of thick, felted wool. It is almost waterproof. It has a hood. You pull the hood up. Now you are a monk of the morning. You are insulated. You are ready to face the street. You walk to the door. Your hobnails click on the floor. Click, click. You reach for the heavy wooden bar, the sira. You lift it up. It is heavy. Oak. You slide it out of the iron brackets. Scrape. Clunk. You lean the bar against the wall. You grasp the iron ring of the door handle. It is cold. You turn it. You pull. The door opens with a groan. Kriaak. The hinges are rusty. They need oil. You make a mental note to oil them. You will probably forget. You step out into the hallway. The air in the hallway is even colder than the room. It is a wind tunnel. It smells of damp stone and unwashed bodies. You are on the 3rd floor. You have to go down. The stairs are made of wood. They are steep. They are narrow. There is no handrail. You have to be careful. A fall here would be bad. You take the first step. Creak. The wood bows slightly under your weight. You take the second step. Thump. You descend into the belly of the building. You hear sounds from other apartments. A door opening, squeak. A voice muttering, a child crying. The smell of cooking starts to waft up from the lower floors. Garlic, smoke, porridge, it smells good. It smells of life. You reach the second floor landing. It is darker here. The windows are smaller. You pass a neighbor. He is coming out of his door. He is wrapped in a gray cloak. He looks tired. You nod to him. He nods back. No words are exchanged. It is too early for words. Words require energy. Nods are free. You continue down. First floor, the Senacula, the apartments of the slightly wealthier people. The doors are nicer here. Better wood. The smell is better here. Less cabbage, more incense. You reach the ground floor, the entrance to the street. The large double doors are already open. The porter, the Oshirius, has opened them. He is sitting on a stool, wrapped in a blanket, dozing. You walk past him, click, click, click. He does not look up. He knows the sound of the tenants. You step out, whoosh, the street air hits you. It is fresh. It is alive. It is wet. The rain from the night has left puddles everywhere. The basalt stones are glistening black, reflecting the gray sky. The street is a canyon of stone. The buildings rise up on both sides, blocking the view of the horizon. But up above, the strip of sky is brightening. Cyan, pale blue, the day is here. You take a deep breath. The air tastes of ozone and mud and donkey manure and woodsmoke. It is the perfume of Rome. You exhale a massive cloud of steam. You wrap your cloak tighter. You tuck your hands inside the folds. You look left. You look right. The street is busy. People are walking, fast. Everyone is hunched against the cold. Shapes in the mist. Gray ghosts with places to go. You step off the threshold and onto the stepping stone. You balance there for a second, looking at the river of mud in the street. You have to jump to the next stone. 1, 2, 3, hop, you land. Your hobnails skid slightly on the wet stone. Scritch. You catch your balance. You are safe. You join the flow of the pedestrians. You become a drop in the river of people, heading towards the forum, heading towards the market, heading towards the day. Your stomach grumbles again, louder this time. Bread, you need bread. You look for the sign of the bakery. You smell it before you see it. The warm, yeasty, beautiful smell. It cuts through the cold like a knife. You walk towards it. Click-clack, click-clack, your pace quickens. The boredom of the night is over. The boredom of the day has begun, but at least the day has bread. You pass a water fountain. Water is gushing out of a lion's mouth. Splash, it sounds loud and cheerful. A woman is filling a jar. She looks cold. Her hands are red. You pass a dog, a stray. It is sniffing a pile of garbage. It looks at you. You look at it. Morning, you think. The dog goes back to the garbage. Priorities. The city is noisy now. The hum has returned. The silence of the room feels like a dream. Did you really lie there for 10 hours? Yes, it happened. But now it is gone. Now there is only the wet stone, the gray sky, and the hunger. You turn the corner. The bakery is there. A warm yellow light spills out of the open shop front. It is the most welcoming sight in the world. Steam is pouring out. You step into the light. The heat hits your face. Ah, warmth, finally. You step across the threshold of the bakery, the pistrinum. The transition is abrupt and overwhelming. You have left the world of gray mist and wet stone and entered a world of gold and fire. The air inside is not just warm. It is thick, substantial, and almost chewy with the humidity of baking dough. It hits your frozen face like a heavy, hot towel. Your skin, tight and numb from the morning chill, begins to prickle as the blood rushes back to the surface. It is a stinging sensation, half pain and half pleasure, the feeling of life returning to a frozen limb. The bakery is a cavern of brick and activity. At the back of the shop, dominating the space, is the oven, the furnace. It is a massive domed structure made of Roman concrete and brick, shaped like a beehive. The mouth of the oven is a dark, arched opening, glowing with a deep, angry orange light from the embers deep inside. Heat radiates from it in shimmering waves, distorting the air in front of it. You can feel the infrared radiation on your cheeks from 10 feet away. It is a miniature sun, captive in the room, defying the winter outside. Stand there for a moment, just inside the door. Let the heat soak into your heavy woolen cloak. You can smell the damp wool beginning to steam slightly as it warms up. The smell of wet sheep mixes with the smell of the room, and what a smell it is. It is the smell of civilization. It is the smell of yeast consuming sugar and releasing carbon dioxide. It is a sour, funky, living smell. It is the smell of flour toasting, the Maillard reaction, the sugars on the crust turning brown and caramelizing. It is the smell of wood smoke, oak and beech logs burning down to white ash in the firebox. It is a dense, enveloping perfume that fills your nose, your throat, your lungs. You breathe it in deep. Inhale. It coats the inside of your chest with warmth. It makes you feel safe. You join the line, the queue. There are 4 people ahead of you. Romans are used to waiting. Waiting is the primary activity of the city. You wait for the patron, you wait for the games, you wait for the bread. You settle into your waiting stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, hobnails gripping the floor, hands tucked inside the pinula cloak for warmth. Head down. Observe the person in front of you. It is a slave. You can tell by his tunic short undyed fraying at the hem and the iron collar around his neck. He is shivering slightly even in the warmth of the bakery. He is holding a basket. He is here to buy bread for his master's household. He stares at the floor. He does not look around. He is a piece of furniture that breathes. In front of him, an old woman, a widow perhaps. She is wrapped in a dark shawl. She counts copper coins in her palm. Her fingers are gnarled like old tree roots. She moves the coins back and forth. Click, click, counting, recounting, making sure she has enough. In front of her, a soldier, off-duty perhaps, or a member of the urban cohort. He wears a red tunic under his cloak. He stands tall. He looks impatient. He taps his foot on the floor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of authority in a hurry. The floor of the bakery is different from the street. It is paved with brick, but it is covered in a fine layer of white dust. Flour. It is everywhere. It settles on the shoulders of the baker. It settles on the counter. It settles in the cracks between the bricks. It muffles the sound of footsteps. Shuffle. Poof. Every time someone moves, a tiny cloud of white rises up. You watch the dust motes dancing in the light of the fire. They swirl in the convection currents. Up towards the ceiling, then down again. It is a snow globe of wheat. Behind the counter, the baker, the pister, is working. He is a large man. His arms are thick with muscle built from years of kneading heavy dough. He is wearing a simple loincloth and a light tunic despite the winter because for him it is summer in here. Sweat glistens on his forehead. It runs down his nose. He wipes it away with the back of his hand. Swipe. He is moving with a rhythmic, practiced efficiency. He picks up a long wooden peel, a shovel-like tool. He slides it into the oven. Scrape. He twists his wrist. He pulls it out. On the peel sits a loaf of bread, panis quadratus. It is perfect. Round, golden brown, scored into 8 sections like a wheel or a flower. It has a stamp on the top, the mark of the bakery. Steam rises from it in a thick white column. He tips the peel. The loaf slides onto the stone counter. Thump. A solid, heavy sound, the sound of sustenance. The line moves forward. Shuffle. You are 1 step closer to the heat, 1 step closer to the bread. You can hear the crackle of the fire now. Snap, pop, logs breaking apart in the heat. You can hear the low murmur of the transaction at the front. 2 loaves, 8 asses. The clink of coins hitting the stone counter. The rustle of bread being put into a bag or a basket. Next. The soldier leaves. He brushes past you. His shoulder armor clanks against your arm, hard metal. He brings a draft of cold air with him from the door, but it is quickly swallowed by the oven's heat. The old woman steps up. She puts her coins on the counter slowly. 1 by 1, clink, clink, clink. The baker counts them. He sweeps them into a wooden drawer, scrape. He hands her a small, dark loaf, panis plebeius, coarse bread, made with bran, not the white bread of the rich. She takes it. She holds it to her chest with both hands like a baby. She is absorbing the heat. She closes her eyes for a second, a moment of pure thermal bliss. Then she turns and shuffles away. Dave steps up. He holds out his basket. 10 loaves, he mutters. The baker nods. He grabs the peel. He works fast. In, out, thump, in, out, thump. The loaves pile up on the counter, a mountain of bread. The smell is intensifying. It is making your stomach cramp with desire. The saliva in your mouth is uncontrollable. You swallow repeatedly. The slave pays with a silver denarius, a shiny coin from his master. The baker bites the coin, a habit, to check if it is real silver or lead-plated. He nods. It is good. He loads the basket. The slave heaves the basket onto his shoulder. It is heavy, 10 loaves of dense sourdough. He groans softly under the weight. He leaves. Now it is your turn. You step up to the counter. The stone of the counter is warm. You lean your hip against it. You want to hug the counter. You look at the baker. He looks at you. His eyes are red-rimmed from the smoke and the flour dust. He looks tired but strong. 1, you say. You do not need to say more. You reach into your belt pouch. You find the bronze coins, a sarai. You place 2 coins on the counter. They are cold. The baker sweeps them away. He turns to the pile of cooling loaves. He picks one up. He weighs it in his hand. He checks it. Romans are strict about bread weight. If it is too light, he could be fined. He nods. It is good. He hands it to you. You reach out your hands. You take the loaf. Oh, the sensation is immediate. It is hot, not burning, but deeply, aggressively hot. You have to juggle it for a second. Left hand, right hand, left hand. It feels heavy, dense, a brick of food. The crust is rough against your palms. It is hard and floury. You bring it closer to your body. You hold it against your chest, just like the old woman did. The heat penetrates your tunic. It goes straight to your skin. It warms your heart. You are holding a battery of heat. You close your eyes. You inhale the steam rising directly from the crust. It smells of toasted wheat and a hint of wood ash. It is the best smell you have ever smelled. You step away from the counter. You have to make room for the next person. You find a corner of the bakery near the wall. You are not ready to go back out into the cold yet. You want to linger in this sanctuary. You lean against the brick wall. It is warm too. You look at your prize, the panis quadratus. It is a work of art. The 8 wedges are clearly defined. You can see the baker's stamp, maybe a rosette or a name. Marcus. The crust is a landscape of browns, from pale tan to dark mahogany where the fire touched it. Tiny cracks run across the surface where the dough expanded in the oven. Singing, the bakers call it. The bread is singing. You decide to eat a piece now. You cannot wait. You find one of the scored lines. You dig your thumbs into the crust. It resists. It is tough. You push harder. Crack. The crust gives way. You pull. The bread tears open. Rip. Steam escapes from the interior, a white puff of cloud. The inside, the crumb, is soft, airy, and creamy white. It is full of tiny holes from the yeast bubbles. It looks moist. You tear off a wedge. It is hot to the touch. You blow on it. Woo-oh. Woo-oh. You bring it to your mouth. You take a bite. Crunch. The crust shatters between your teeth. Then the soft, chewy interior. The taste is complex. It is slightly sour from the sourdough starter. It is salty. It is smoky. It is sweet from the wheat. It tastes of the earth. You chew slowly. Chew, chew, chew. The texture changes from dry crunch to soft paste. You swallow. You feel the warm bolus of food traveling down your throat. Into your empty stomach. Thump. It lands. Your stomach rejoices. The cramp relaxes. The hunger begins to recede. You take another bite. And another. You eat the whole wedge standing there in the corner, surrounded by the flour dust and the noise of the fire. You watch the other customers. A young boy has entered. He is eyeing the pastries, sweet buns with honey. Libum, he doesn't have enough money, he just looks. The baker ignores him. The boy leaves. A man in a toga enters. A slave follows him. The man points. The slave pays. The hierarchy of the city is played out in bread. You finish your wedge. You brush the crumbs from your tunic. You save the rest of the loaf. You tuck it inside your cloak against your ribs. It will keep you warm for the walk. It is a portable heater. You know you have to leave. You cannot stay here all day. The warmth is for buying, not for loitering. You take one last deep breath of the bakery air. You bank the smell in your memory. You pull your hood up tight. You brace yourself. You walk towards the door. The transition back to the street is violent. Whoosh. The cold air hits you. It feels even colder now by contrast. The moisture on your face from the steam of the bread turns icy instantly. You shiver, but you have the bread inside your cloak. You press your arm against it. It is a glowing coal against your side. You step back onto the wet stones. The light has changed while you were inside. It is no longer gray. It is a pale, watery blue. The sun has officially risen, though it is hidden behind the buildings. The shadows are long and sharp. The mist is lifting from the street level, rising up to the rooftops. You rejoin the flow of traffic. The street is busier now. You see a donkey cart loaded with vegetables. Cabbages, leeks, carrots. The donkey looks miserable. Its head is down. Its ears are back. The driver is shouting. Make way, make way. You step onto the raised sidewalk to let it pass. The wheel splashes in a puddle. Splosh. Dirty water sprays onto your sandals. You look down. Your clean leather is now spotted with mud. You sigh. It is inevitable. Rome is mud. You continue walking. Your destination is the Forum, or perhaps a work site near the river. You fall into a rhythm. Step, click, step, click. You are fueled by the bread. You are fueled by the heat. You are a functioning unit of the city. You pass a shop that is just opening. The heavy wooden shutters are being lifted. Heave. Thud. Inside, a merchant is arranging bolts of cloth. Red, blue, yellow. The colors are vibrant in the dull morning light. He looks at you. Wool, best wool from Tarentum, he calls out. You keep walking. You have wool. You have bread. You need nothing else. You look up at the sky. A flock of birds is flying overhead. Starlings. They move as one giant cloud, swirling, expanding, contracting, a murmuration. They create shapes against the blue sky. A dragon, a fish, a hand. It is beautiful and boring and silent. You watch them until they disappear behind a roofline. You feel the cobblestones under your feet. Some are flat, some are rounded, some are loose and wobble when you step on them. Clunk, you have to watch the ground constantly. Walking in Rome is an active sport. You scan for mud. You scan for donkey dung. You scan for loose stones. Your eyes are always moving. Down, forward, down, forward. You pass a group of children walking to school. They are carrying wax tablets and styluses. They look sleepy. They are dragging their feet. Their pedagogus, a slave tutor, walks behind them, urging them on. Faster, or the master will use the cane. You remember those days, the cold schoolroom, the hard benches, the boring grammar lessons. You do not envy them. At least you are free to walk. The city is fully awake now. The hum has turned into a roar. Hammers are banging. Clang, clang, saws are buzzing. ZZZZT. Donkeys are braying. Hee-haw. People are shouting. It is the chaotic, messy, loud music of the day. But you are calm. You are warm on one side. You have breakfast. You are walking. You reach an intersection, the Compitum. There is a public altar here. Someone has placed fresh flowers on it. Violets. The purple flowers look startlingly bright against the gray stone, a small offering to the spirits of the crossroads. You pause for a microsecond. You touch your hand to your lips and then towards the altar, a gesture of respect, just in case. You turn right, the street widens. You can see the river ahead, the Tiber. It is gray-green today, flowing fast. There are boats on the water, barges. Men are poling them upstream, pushing against the current. It looks like hard work. You are glad you are on land. You take another bite of the bread. You break off a piece inside your cloak so you don't have to expose your hands to the cold. You pop it into your mouth. It is still warm. The taste of the sourdough is familiar. It is the taste of every morning of your life. It is consistent. In a world of chaos, the bread is reliable. You feel a sense of routine settling in. This is it. This is the day. Nothing exciting will happen. You will work. You will talk. You will walk. You will eat. And then the sun will go down, and you will do it all again. The boredom is a blanket. It covers everything. It makes time pass. It makes life manageable. You keep walking, one foot in front of the other, hobnails on stone, click, 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 towards the river, towards the work, towards the rest of the day. You continue your descent towards the river. The city of Rome is built on hills, but its lifeblood flows in the valley. As you walk down the slope of the street, the air changes again. The sharp, dry chill of the upper streets is replaced by a damp, heavy cold. It is a wet cold that clings to your eyelashes and settles in the folds of your cloak. The noise of the city changes, too. The sharp clicking of sandals on stone is joined by a lower, more constant sound, a dull roar. It is the voice of the Tiber. You turn a corner, passing the dark, shuttered facade of a warehouse, a horium. The brick walls tower above you, blocking out the pale morning sun. And there, at the end of the alley, is the river. It is wide, it is brown, it is swollen with the winter rains. The surface of the water is not smooth. It is pockmarked with eddies and swirls. The current is fast, rushing towards the sea, carrying with it branches, mud, and the refuse of the upstream towns. You stop for a moment at the embankment. A low stone wall separates the street from the drop to the water. You lean your elbows on the wall. The stone is wet and slippery with moss. It seeps cold into your arms through the wool. You look down. The water is mesmerizing, swirl, rush, swirl. It moves constantly from right to left, an endless conveyor belt of liquid mud. You watch a piece of driftwood. It is a pale, stripped branch. It bobs in the current. It spins slowly. It disappears under the surface, then pops up again 10 feet downstream. You track it until it vanishes around the bend. It is a simple, boring drama, the journey of a stick. The river is busy. Despite the cold, despite the early hour, the traffic on the water is heavy. Rome needs to eat, and the food comes by boat. You look towards the middle of the river. A large barge, a codicaria, is fighting its way upstream. It is a flat-bottomed boat piled high with ceramic jars, amphorae, thousands of them, probably filled with olive oil from Baetica or wine from Campania. The boat is heavy. It sits low in the water. It is moving against the strong current. It seems to be standing still. Look at the mechanism of its movement. There are no sails, the wind is wrong. There are no oars, the boat is too heavy. There is a rope, a thick hemp rope stretching from the bow of the boat to the muddy bank on the opposite side. On the bank, a team of men, the Helskaria, are towing it. They are bent double, the rope looped over their shoulders. They walk in a rhythm, step, pull, step, pull. It is a slow, agonizing process. You watch them, they take a step. The rope goes taut, it vibrates with tension. It drips water, the boat inches forward. Then the current pushes it back slightly. Then they pull again, inch by inch, foot by foot. It is the definition of slow motion. You could watch this for an hour and the boat would only move a few hundred yards. It is hypnotic. The struggle of man against water, and the water is winning mostly. You hear the creaking of the rope, kriyak. It is a sound of strain. You hear the shouting of the boat captain. Heave, heave. His voice is faint, carried away by the wind. It is just background noise. You turn away from the wall, you have to keep moving. The dampness is starting to penetrate your sandals. You walk along the riverbank road, the Lungotver of the ancient world. Here the smell is intense. It smells of wet wood, of tar, of fish guts, of rotting vegetables. It is not a pleasant smell, but it is a rich one. It is the smell of commerce. You breathe it in. It wakes you up more than the cold water did. You pass a fish market stall that is just setting up. The fishmonger is laying out his wares on a marble slab, silver fish, Eels, squid, they are glistening and cold. He throws a bucket of river water over them, splash. The water runs off the slab and onto the street. You have to step around the puddle. Hop. Your hobnails skid on a fish scale. You steady yourself. You keep walking. You approach a bridge, the Pons Emilius, the stone bridge. It arches gracefully over the river, connecting the city to the Trastevere side. You decide to cross it. You step onto the bridge. The wind is stronger here. There are no buildings to block it. It whips down the river valley, channeling right over the bridge. It pushes against your hood. It tries to blow your cloak open. You clutch the wool tighter to your chest. You lean into the wind. The sound of your footsteps changes. On the street, it was solid. Click, click. On the bridge, it is slightly more hollow. You can feel the vibration of the structure. Thump, click, thump. You walk to the middle of the bridge and stop again. You look over the railing. You are directly above the center of the river. The water is far below. It looks blacker from here, deeper. You can hear it hitting the stone piers of the bridge. Rush, crash, gurgle. The water piles up against the stone, creating a white foam, then splits and rushes around the side. It is a constant collision. Endless energy. You stare at the foam. White bubbles forming and popping, forming and popping. It is chaotic visual noise, like the static on a television screen. It empties the mind. There is nothing to think about, just the water. You look towards the Insula Tibrina, the island in the river. It looks like a stone ship anchored in the stream. You can see the shape of the temple of Aesculapius. You can see a few figures moving in the porticos, the sick, the healers. It is a quiet place, separate from the noise of the markets. You wonder if they are sleeping well. The sound of the river must be loud for them, a constant roar. Maybe it is soothing. Maybe it drowns out the pain. You continue across the bridge. You reach the other side, Trastevere. The streets here are narrower, more crooked. This is a working-class district. Tanners, potters, brickmakers. The smell changes again. Here it smells of leather tanning, urine and oak bark. It is a sharp, acidic smell. You wrinkle your nose. You pull the fold of your cloak up to cover your mouth. A makeshift filter. You pass a pottery shop. The kiln is fired up. You can see the heat shimmer above the chimney. Stacks of amphorae are lined up outside. Red clay, identical shapes, rows and rows of them. Hundreds of jars waiting for wine. You count the rows. 1 row, 2 rows, 3 rows, 10 jars in a row, 30 jars. It is a boring inventory. You imagine the potter making them, throwing the clay on the wheel, spinning, pulling the walls up, smoothing the rim, over and over again. The repetition of Roman industry. You realize you are still holding the rest of your bread inside your cloak. It has cooled down now. It is no longer a hot coal. It is a warm, solid lump. You break off another piece. You eat it while you walk. The crust is chewy now. You have to work your jaw. Chew, chew, chew. It is a rhythmic motion. It matches your steps. Step, chew, step, chew. You pass a mule train. 6 mules tied together in a line. They are carrying baskets of charcoal. The charcoal dust falls from the baskets. It leaves a black trail on the street. The mules look bored. Their ears flick back and forth. Flick, flick. Their hooves sound different than horses. Smaller, sharper, clip, clip, clip. You step aside to let them pass. You stand flat against a wall. The mules pass you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The smell of the mules is strong. Sweat and fur. The driver walks behind them. He carries a stick. He does not use it. He just walks. He looks at you. He looks tired. You nod. He nods. The brotherhood of the morning. You continue walking. Your destination is the Portunsis Road, the road to the port. Not all the way to the sea that is miles away, but towards the warehouses on the edge of the city. You like walking there. It is quiet in a busy way. Huge buildings, massive walls, no windows, just goods, stored in the dark. You arrive at a large open square near the warehouses. The sun has risen higher now. The light is a clear, pale yellow. The shadows are shortening. The square is full of pigeons. Hundreds of them, gray bodies, iridescent necks, they are pecking at the ground, searching for spilled grain. Peck, peck, peck. Their heads bob up and down. It is a sea of bobbing heads. You walk through them. They do not fly away. They just waddle out of your path, parting like a gray sea. You hear the rustle of their wings. Flap, flap. You hear their soft cooing. Kuaru, kuaru. It is a gentle sound, a sleepy sound. You find a stone bench near a fountain. It is dry. The sun has hit it. You decide to sit for a moment. You have walked a long way. Your legs are warm now. Your feet are throbbing slightly from the hard stones. You sit, sigh, you lean back against the wall of the warehouse. The brick is cold, but the sun is on your face. You close your eyes, you feel the sun. It is weak winter sun, but it is light. It turns your eyelids orange. You feel the warmth on your nose, on your cheeks. It is a gentle touch. You listen to the square. It is a soundscape of work. In the distance, a crane is lifting stone. You hear the pulley squeaking. E-E-R-R-R-R-T, E-E-R-R-R-R-T. It is a high-pitched, repetitive squeal. You hear the stone block being lowered, thud, then the pulley again. E-E-R-R-R-R-T. Up and down, building the empire, one block at a time. Near you, two men are talking. They are sitting on crates. Their voices are low, murmuring. You cannot hear the words, just the tone. It is a drone. Mum-ba-bomb. It sounds like bees buzzing. It is comforting, human presence without human engagement. You do not need to listen. You do not need to respond. You are just a statue on a bench. You eat the last piece of your bread. You brush the crumbs from your lap. The pigeons see the motion. They come closer. They stare at you with their tiny orange eyes. They want the crumbs. You stay still. One brave pigeon hops closer. Hop. It pecks at a crumb near your sandal. Peck. It gets it. It looks at you. More. No more, you think. All gone. The pigeon loses interest. It wanders away. You feel a wave of drowsiness. The walk, the food, the sun. It is a potent combination. You could fall asleep right here, sitting on a stone bench in the middle of Rome. And why not? Many people do. Beggars, slaves waiting for masters, old men. Sleeping in public is part of the city life. You let your head drop forward slightly. Your chin touches your chest. The sounds of the square blur. The squeak of the pulley becomes a lullaby. The murmur of the men becomes the ocean. You drift just for a minute. A micronap, you see the river again in your mind. The brown water, the floating stick, spinning, spinning, going nowhere. Then a loud sound snaps you back. Crack. A whip cracking, a cart driver shouting at a stubborn mule. Move, you beast. You jerk your head up. You are awake. The sun is still there. The pigeons are still there. Nothing has changed. You rub your face. The brief nap has reset your brain. You feel calm. You stand up. Your knees pop. You adjust your cloak. It is time to move on. You cannot sit forever. There is work to be done, or at least the appearance of work. You start walking again. Click, click, click across the square, past the warehouse, into the shadows of the next alley. The day is stretching out before you. It is a long road of hours. Hour 1, hour 2, hour 3. You will fill them with steps, with words, with waiting. But for now there is just the walking and the mud and the river flowing beside you, always flowing, always boring, always there. You look at a wall as you pass. Someone has scratched graffiti into the plaster, a name. Gaius was here, and a drawing of a boat. Simple lines, a scratch in the surface. You run your finger over the scratch. You feel the indentation. Gaius stood here, bored, just like you. He scratched the wall to leave a mark, to say, I existed. You leave no mark, you just walk. Your hobnails leave tiny scratches on the stones, but the rain will wash them away, and that is fine. You are a ghost in your own city, drifting through the history books unrecorded. You turn the corner, the view opens up, the Circus Maximus in the distance. The long oval track, empty now, no chariots, no dust, no cheering, just a giant empty stone loop. Waiting for the races, but not today. Today is a work day. Today is a quiet day. You keep walking, towards the silence of the ordinary. You are walking in the shadow of the Circus Maximus. To your left rises the Aventine Hill, a steep slope of green scrub and gray rock, dotted with the backs of apartment buildings. To your right stands the circus itself. From the street level, you cannot see the track or the spina or the golden dolphins that count the laps. You can only see the exterior wall. It is a cliff face of brick and concrete, punctuated by an endless rhythm of arches. Arch, pillar, arch, pillar, arch. It stretches on for over 600 meters, a man-made mountain in the valley. You walk close to the wall. The sun has not yet reached this side of the street, so you are back in the shade. The air is cool here, preserved from the night. The ground under your feet is packed earth mixed with gravel. It is softer than the paving stones of the main roads. Your hobnails make a duller sound here. Thud, crunch, thud, crunch. It is a quieter walk, a muffled walk. You pass the tabernae, the small shops built into the base of the circus. Most of them are still shuttered. These are the shops that sell pastries, wine, and betting slips to the crowds on race days. But today is not a race day. Today they are just dark wooden doors. You count them as you pass. Door 1, closed. Door 2, closed. Door 3, closed. There is a padlock on door 3, a heavy iron mechanism. You look at the rust on the shackle. It is orange and flaky. Door 4, closed. The repetition is soothing. It is a long, linear journey. There are no turns, no decisions to make, just follow the wall. You can smell the circus. It is a permanent scent that hangs in the valley regardless of the season. It smells of dry earth, of old straw, and faintly, undeniably, of horses. Generations of horses. The smell is seeped into the ground. It is seeped into the brick. It is a musky animal smell, not unpleasant, just natural. It reminds you of the countryside, of farms, of wide open spaces. You stop for a moment to look through one of the ground-level arches that serves as an entrance tunnel. There is an iron gate barring the way, but you can see through the bars. You look into the tunnel. It slopes upward towards the seating area, the cavea. It is pitch black inside the tunnel, a square of absolute darkness. You can hear the wind blowing through it. Woo-hoo. It sounds like a giant flute. The wind enters the empty bowl of the stadium and rushes out through these vents. It is a lonely sound. The sound of a void. You imagine the empty seats inside. 150,000 seats, stone benches, wood benches, all empty. Rainwater pooling on the stone, birds landing on the emperor's box. Silence where there should be roaring. You prefer the silence. The roar is exhausting. The silence is heavy and peaceful. You keep walking. You reach the curved end of the circus. The sphendon. Here the wall curves gently to the right. You follow the curve. You are walking around the perimeter of a giant oval. It takes a long time. Minutes pass. You just walk. Thud, crunch, thud, crunch. You see a man working near the wall. He is a sweeper, a public slave. He has a broom made of birch twigs. He is sweeping the dust away from the entrance of a staircase. Swish, swish, swish. He moves slowly. He is not in a hurry. The dust will just come back tomorrow. He knows this. He creates a small pile of dirt. Then he sweeps it a few feet further. Then a few feet further. He is moving the dirt from point A to point B. You watch him for a while. The rhythm of the broom is hypnotic. Swish. Pause, swish. He does not look at you. He is focused on the dirt. You leave him to his task. You leave the shadow of the circus and step into the sunlight of the Forum Boreum, the cattle market. This is one of the oldest parts of Rome, near the river. Here the air changes again. It is warmer. The sun is fully hitting the open square, and the smell changes. It smells of hay, sweet, dry hay, and manure, fresh and old, and the warm, milky scent of cattle. Even though it is late morning, there are still animals here. Farmers from the countryside have brought their oxen and cows to sell or trade. You see a group of white oxen standing in a pen made of wooden hurdles. They are massive beasts, huge shoulders, long curved horns. They are standing perfectly still. They are not moving. They are not fighting. They are just existing. You walk over to the fence. You lean on the top rail. The wood is warm from the sun. It feels smooth and polished by thousands of elbows before yours. You watch the oxen. They are chewing their cud. This is the most boring, peaceful activity in the animal kingdom. Watch the jaw of the nearest ox. It slides to the left, slide, it slides to the right, slide, a slow, circular grinding motion. The ox stares into the middle distance. Its eyes are huge, dark, and liquid. Long eyelashes blink slowly. Blink. Blink. It does not look at you. It looks through you. It is thinking about grass. Or maybe it is thinking about nothing. Probably nothing. You listen to the sound of the chewing. Crunch, squelch, grind. It is a wet, rhythmic sound. It is continuous. The ox swallows. A lump moves down its throat. Then, a moment later, it regurgitates another bolus. And the chewing starts again. The cycle of digestion. Slow, efficient, boring. You feel a sense of envy for the ox. It has no taxes to pay, no sandals to fix, no patron to greet. It just stands in the sun and chews. It is wearing a leather strap around its neck with a bronze bell. Every time it moves its head, the bell rings softly. Clonk. A dull, metallic note, not a sharp ring. A muffled clonk. Clonk. It is the music of the market. You look at the ground around the pen. It is covered in straw, golden yellow straw. It looks soft. You imagine lying down in that straw, curling up next to the warm flank of the ox. The heat of the animal would be immense, like a living stove. The smell of the hay would be sweet. It would be a good place to sleep, if you didn't mind the smell and the flies. There are flies here, even in winter. They hover around the eyes of the cattle. Bzzzzzzz. Lazy winter flies, they move slowly. The ox twitches its ear, flick. The fly is shooed away, it circles, it lands again. Flick, the eternal battle. You watch this micro-drama for 5 minutes. Fly lands, ear flicks, fly lands, ear flicks. It is a stalemate. The sun is feeling good on your back now. The black wool of your cloak is absorbing the radiation. You can feel the heat seeping through the layers, into your tunic, into your skin. The chill of the night is finally, truly leaving your bones. You unhunch your shoulders, you stand straighter. You take a deep breath of the farmyard air. It is thick air, nutritious air. You turn your attention to a temple across the square, the temple of Hercules Victor. It is a round temple, circular, surrounded by columns. It looks like a crown set down on the stone. The marble is white, gleaming in the sun. You count the columns. 1, 2, 3, 4. You walk around the visual perimeter of the temple. The columns are fluted, vertical lines carved into the stone. The shadows in the fluting make sharp black lines against the white, stripes of light and dark. It is a geometry lesson. Steps lead up to the temple. Someone is sitting on the steps, a beggar. He is asleep. His head is on his knees. His hat is pulled down. He is bathed in sunlight. He looks comfortable. He has found the perfect spot, out of the wind, in the sun. You respect his choice. You walk past him quietly, click, click. You do not wake him. Sleep is sacred. You walk towards the river edge of the market. There is a winch here, a crane for unloading boats, but it is idle right now. The rope hangs down, swaying slightly in the breeze. At the end of the rope is a heavy iron hook. It swings, pendulum motion, left, right, left, right. You watch the hook. It marks the seconds. The arc gets smaller and smaller as the energy dissipates. Finally, it stops. It hangs dead center. Stillness. You feel thirst returning. The bread was salty. The day is drying. You see a public fountain on the corner of the square. It is a simple trough made of limestone. Water pours from a spout. You walk over, you cup your hands, you drink. The water is cool but not freezing like the morning water. It tastes of the pipes. Lead and limestone, it refreshes you. You splash a little on your neck. It dries quickly in the sun. You decide to sit down again. Why not? The day is long, there is no rush. You find a stack of timber beams near a construction site. They are large, squared-off logs. Pine, they smell of resin, a sharp forest smell. You sit on the end of a beam. Your feet dangle slightly, or maybe your heels rest on the ground. You lean forward, resting your elbows on your knees. You watch the market. People are moving, but from this distance they are just patterns, colors moving against the gray background. Red tunic, brown cloak, white toga, they weave in and out. Like ants, you blur your eyes, the people become smears of color. It is like a painting that is moving, a very slow, boring painting. You pick up a wood chip from the ground. It is a curl of pine shaved off by an adze. It is spiral-shaped. You hold it up to the sun. The light shines through the wood, it glows amber. You can see the grain of the wood, the tiny lines of growth. You twist it in your fingers, it is brittle, snap. It breaks in two. You drop the pieces, they fall into the dust. Plip. You hear a sound from the river behind you, a flock of geese. Honk, honk, they are flying overhead, or maybe landing on the water. Geese are the alarms of Rome. Legend says they saved the capital once, but these geese are just birds. They are noisy. Then they settle. The honking stops. You feel a vibration in the wood you are sitting on. Someone is hammering nearby. Thud, 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 not metal on metal, wood on wood, a carpenter using a mallet. You look for the source, there in the shadow of a workshop. A man is assembling a crate. He hits a wooden peg. Whack. He checks the fit. He hits it again. Whack. It is a slow, deliberate process. He is not rushing. He stops to scratch his head. He takes a drink of water. He picks up the mallet again. Whack. You match your breathing to the mallet. Inhale. Silence, exhale, whack, inhale, silence, exhale, whack. It is a peaceful rhythm, the rhythm of construction, things being made, slowly, by hand. There is a permanence to it. That crate will exist for years. It will carry olives, or pottery, or clothes. It will travel the empire. But right now, it is just pieces of wood and a man with a mallet. The sun is getting higher. It is almost noon. The Merides, the shadows are tucking themselves in, hiding under the benches, hiding under the carts. The light is flat and bright. It exposes everything. The dust on your sandals, the frayed edge of your cloak, the wrinkles in your hands. You look at your hands, they are workman's hands, rough skin, short nails, a callus on the palm from carrying things. They are resting now, clasped loosely together between your knees. They have done nothing important today, and that is fine. They are ready to work if needed, but they are happy to rest. You close your eyes for a second. You feel the sun on your eyelids. You see the color orange, bright, burning orange. It is the color of the inside of your head. You feel the warmth. It is a blanket of light. It covers you. It holds you. You hear the ox bell again. Clonk, just once, a reminder, I am here, I am chewing. I am here too, you think, I am sitting. The world is simple, sun, stone, wood, ox, you, nothing else matters. The politics of the Senate are miles away. The wars on the frontier are a world away. Here there is only the slow passing of the midday sun, and the smell of pine, and the boredom, the wonderful, healing boredom. You stay there on the beam in the sun, letting time flow around you like the river, flowing, flowing, gone. You stand up from the timber beam. The wood releases you with a faint creak. The warmth you gathered there lingers on the back of your legs for a moment before fading into the ambient temperature of the air. The sun has climbed high now. It is approaching the sexta hora, the 6th hour. Noon, the halfway point of the light. The quality of the light has changed completely from the gentle, golden haze of the morning. Now it is white, harsh, and vertical. It bleaches the color out of the city. The red bricks look pale. The white marble is blinding. The shadows, which were long and dramatic earlier, have scurried under the buildings. They are small, dark puddles of shade hugging the base of the walls. You pull your hood down. The sun is warm enough now that you do not need the extra insulation around your head. The air is still crisp. It is winter, after all. But the direct sunlight has a weight to it. It presses down on the top of your head. You begin to walk again. You leave the Forum Boreum and head towards the Velabrum, the low valley that connects the river to the Roman Forum. This is a place of transit, a place of food stalls and merchants. The ground here is paved with large slabs of travertine. The mud from the morning has dried into a fine gray dust. Poof! Every time your sandal hits the stone, a tiny puff of dust rises. It settles on your ankles. It settles on the hem of your tunic. You are becoming part of the landscape. You are turning the same color as the city. Dust gray, stone gray. The noise of the city is shifting. The frantic energy of the morning markets is starting to taper off. The shouting matches over prices are dying down. The heavy carts are gone. A midday lull is settling in. It is the prandium time, the time for a light lunch. The stomach knows this. It tightens slightly. Food, it whispers. Soon, you answer. You pass a street vendor selling hot chickpeas, Sicer. He has a large bronze cauldron set over a small charcoal fire. The steam rises straight up in the still air. You smell them, earthy, nutty, savory. He stirs them with a ladle, clink, swish. Hot peas, fried peas, he mutters. He is not shouting anymore. He is tired too. You consider stopping, but you have no bowl, and you want something sweet. You keep walking. You find a vendor selling dried fruit. Figs from Caria, dates from Judea. They are piled in woven baskets, dark, wrinkled, sticky lumps. They look like stones, but they glisten with sugar. You stop, you point to the figs. 3, you say, you hand over a small copper coin, and as the vendor picks up 3 figs with his fingers are sticky. He drops them into your hand. They are heavy, dense. You can feel the sugar syrup on your skin. It is tacky. You find a spot to eat. Not a bench this time, just the steps of a small shrine, the Temple of Janus. You sit on the second step. The stone is warm. The sun has been baking it for 4 hours. It feels solid and grounding. You lean back on your elbows. You look at the world from a lower angle. Knee-height, you see sandals passing by. Leather straps, dusty toes, hobnails, click-clack, click-clack. It is a parade of feet. You do not look at the faces, just the feet. Big feet, small feet, fast feet. Slow feet. You pick up the first fig. It is dark purple, almost black. You squeeze it gently. It yields. It is soft. You bite into it. Squish. The texture is grainy from the seeds. Crunch, crunch. The taste is intense. Concentrated sunlight, deep molasses sweetness. It coats your tongue. It makes your jaw ache slightly with the sweetness. You chew slowly. You are in no rush. The fig traveled hundreds of miles to get to this step. You should respect it with slow chewing. You watch a lizard, Lacerta. It has appeared on the wall of the shrine just a few feet away. It is a small green lizard, emerald green with brown spots. It is clinging to the vertical brick surface. It is perfectly still. It is doing exactly what you are doing. Soaking up the sun, you freeze. You do not want to scare it. You chew very quietly. You watch the lizard. It breathes. You can see its ribcage expanding and contracting. In, out, in, out. It is a rapid rhythm, much faster than yours. Its throat pulses, but the rest of its body is a statue. It stares at a fly buzzing nearby. Does it attack? No, it just watches. Even the lizard is too lazy for the hunt right now. It is the hour of the sun. The heat is a drug. It sedates everything. You eat the second fig. Same texture, same sweetness. You lick your fingers, sticky. You look around for a fountain. There is one across the small square. A simple stone basin. You will go there later. For now, you accept the sticky fingers. The air is filled with dust motes. You can see them clearly in the shafts of sunlight cutting between the buildings. They are golden now. They swirl in the wake of passers-by. A man walks past in a heavy toga. The wind from his movement stirs the dust. The particles dance, chaotic, beautiful, boring. You follow one dust mote with your eyes. It rises, it falls, it hovers. It lands on your knee. You brush it off. Swipe. You eat the third fig, the final bite. The meal is over. It was simple. It was enough. The sugar hits your bloodstream. You feel a tiny lift in energy followed immediately by a heavier wave of drowsiness. The postprandial dip. The body wants to digest. The brain wants to shut down. The sun is warm on your face. Your eyelids feel heavy, like velvet curtains wanting to close. You hear a sound from a nearby workshop. A saw cutting stone. Scritch, scratch, scritch, scratch. It is a harsh sound but rhythmic. Sand and water and a metal blade cutting through marble. It is the slowest way to cut anything. It takes hours to cut an inch. You listen to the patience of the stone cutter, back and forth, back and forth. He is not fighting the stone. He is persuading it to separate, scritch, scratch. You look at the lizard again. It hasn't moved. It hasn't blinked. It is a master of stillness. You try to emulate the lizard. You stare at a crack in the pavement. You do not move your head. You do not move your hands. You just breathe. You exist. The noise of the city has become a drone. It is a white noise. A mixture of voices, footsteps, distant carts, tools, wind. It blends into a single note. HMMMMMMMMM. It is the hum of the hive. You are just a bee resting on a flower. You think about the concept of odium again. This isn't quite it. You are sitting on a dirty step in the street, but it feels close. You are not working. You are not worrying. You are digesting a fig. That is a valid activity. You notice the shadow of a column slowly moving across the ground. It is a sundial. When you sat down, the shadow was touching a loose stone. Now 10 minutes later, the shadow has moved an inch past the stone. The earth is turning. You are riding the planet. You can see the rotation if you look closely enough. The shadow creeps, silent, inexorable. It covers a beetle. The beetle is now in the shade. The beetle doesn't care. It keeps walking. You feel a thirst. The figs were sweet. You need water to wash the sugar away. You stand up slowly. Groan. Your knees are stiff from the hard stone step. You stretch your back. You say goodbye to the lizard. It does not acknowledge you. It remains a green jewel on the wall. You walk to the fountain. It is crowded. 2 women are filling jars. A man is washing his hands. You wait. Waiting is fine. You are good at it. You watch the water flowing from the spout. It is a bronze mask of a satyr. The water comes out of his mouth. It looks like he is vomiting water forever. A strange design choice, but typical Roman humor. You step up. You drink. The water is tepid now. The sun has warmed the pipes. It is not refreshing, but it is wet. You wash your hands. You scrub the fig sugar off your fingers. Rub, splash, clean. You dry your hands on your tunic. You look up at the sky. It is a deep, hard blue, not a cloud in sight. It is a dome of azure, the ether. It looks solid, like you could hit it with a stone and it would ring like a bell. You decide to walk towards the portico of Octavia. It is a covered walkway. It offers shade. The sun is great, but too much sun is exhausting. You crave the cool shadow again. You walk, click, 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 through the dust, through the light. You pass a money changer's table, Argentarius. He is sitting behind a table covered in coins. Silver, bronze, gold. He is weighing a coin on a small set of scales. He looks serious. He adds a tiny weight to the other side. The scales balance. He nods. It is a precise, boring transaction. Money moving from hand to hand. You wonder where that coin has been. Egypt, Gaul, Spain. It has traveled further than you ever will. You reach the portico. It is a massive structure. Rows of columns supporting a roof. You step inside. Ah! The temperature drops instantly. It is 10 degrees cooler in the shade. The light is dim and soft. It is quiet here. People are walking slowly or standing in groups whispering. It is like a library without books. A place for walking and thinking, or walking and not thinking. You walk between the columns. The floor is marble here, smooth, polished. Your sandals make a different sound. Tap, 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 sharper, clearer. You look at the columns, Corinthian capitals, acanthus leaves carved in stone, complex, intricate, dust has settled in the leaves, stone vegetation. You find a spot to lean against a column. The marble is cool against your back. You slide down a little, you cross your ankles, you fold your arms. You are in the Roman lean, a classic posture of idleness. You watch the people passing by in the sunlight outside the portico. They look bright and washed out. You are in the cool dark. You are the observer. You close your eyes for a moment. You listen to the echo of the footsteps in the colonnade. Tap, tap, tap. It sounds like rain, but it is just people, walking nowhere in particular, passing the time, waiting for the evening, waiting for the dinner, waiting for the bed. The cycle is half over, the sun has peaked. Now begins the long slide down, the afternoon, the time of lengthening shadows, the time of the slow fade. You open your eyes. A pigeon has walked into the portico. It looks confused. It pecks at the marble floor, clack. Nothing there, it looks at you. You have no figs left. Sorry, pigeon. It walks away, bobbing its head, disappointed, bored. You stay there, leaning, breathing, existing, in the cool, gray, boring heart of the afternoon. You push yourself away from the cool marble column of the portico. The stone releases your back, leaving a momentary ghost of coolness on your tunic before the ambient air swallows it up. It is mid-afternoon now. The sun has begun its descent towards the Janiculum Hill. The light has lost the harsh, bleaching intensity of noon and is deepening into a rich, golden syrup. It pours through the streets at a lower angle, casting shadows that are beginning to stretch out again, reaching like dark fingers across the paving stones. You have walked, you have eaten, you have rested. Now the body demands the next phase of the Roman daily cycle, the thermae, the baths. You walk towards the bathhouse. It is not far, you can follow the smell. It is a specific, complex scent that drifts down the alleyway. It smells of wood smoke from the massive furnaces that heat the water. It smells of sulfur from the mineral springs. It smells of olive oil, warm and rancid. It smells of thousands of bodies sweating in unison. It is the smell of the city cleansing itself. You arrive at the entrance. It is a modest archway leading into a large courtyard. You stop at the turnstile. You fish around in your belt pouch for a coin. You are looking for the smallest, most insignificant coin in the empire, the quadrans. It is a tiny scrap of bronze. It is worth almost nothing. That is the price of admission. The emperor wants you clean. The emperor wants you happy. So the baths are cheap. You drop the coin into the jar, clink. It lands on a pile of other tiny coins. You step through. You are now in the palestra, the exercise yard. It is an open square surrounded by colonnades. The ground is packed earth or perhaps sand. Men are exercising here. You watch them for a moment. Some are lifting lead weights. Grunt, clank. Some are wrestling, sweaty bodies grappling in the dust. Some are playing ball, trigon. 3 men standing in a triangle, hitting a hard ball back and forth with their hands. Thwack, thwack, thwack. It looks exhausting. You have no interest in exertion. You walked here. That was your exercise. You skirt the edge of the palestra, sticking to the shade. You are here for the heat, not the sweat of labor. You enter the building proper. The noise changes instantly. Outside, the sounds were open, dissipating into the sky. Inside, the sounds are trapped. They bounce off the stone walls, the vaulted ceilings, the mosaic floors. It is a cacophony of echoes, splash, shout, laugh, slap. It all blends into a continuous roaring hum, the acoustic signature of the bath. First, the apoditerium, the changing room. This is a place of mild anxiety. The walls are lined with rows of small, square niches, cubbyholes for your clothes. There are no locks. There are no guards. You have to trust the universe or pay a slave to watch your pile of rags. You have no slave. You find an empty niche. It is high up. You stand on your toes to reach it. You begin the process of undressing. First, the cloak, pinula. You unfasten the clasp, it is heavy. You fold it, it smells of the street dust. You shove it into the niche. Next, the belt, cingulum. You undo the bronze buckle. The leather is warm from your body, you coil it up like a snake. Next, the tunic. You pull it over your head. For a moment, you are blind inside the wool. Then you emerge. The air in the changing room is lukewarm. It touches your skin. You feel naked, vulnerable. You are just a pale, soft creature now. No rank, no status, just meat and bone. Finally, the sandals. You sit on a stone bench. It is crowded. Your bare thigh touches the bare thigh of the man next to you. He grunts. You shift away. You untie the knots. The leather straps are stiff. You pull them off. Clop, clop. You put them in the niche. You are barefoot. Your feet look pale and tired. The toes are compressed from the shoes. You wiggle them. They enjoy the freedom. You are now ready. You walk towards the tepidarium, the warm room. You pass through a heavy leather curtain that keeps the heat in. Flap. The air hits you. It is warm, humid. It feels like walking into a mouth. The floor is heated from below. The hypocaust, you step gingerly. Ooh, it is hot but bearable. The room is filled with steam, a low, gray mist. You can see shapes of men sitting on benches, talking, rubbing their limbs. You find a spot on a marble bench. You sit. The marble is warm. It heats your hamstrings. You lean back against the wall. It is warm too. You close your eyes. You let the warmth seep in. This is the acclimation phase. You are preparing your heart for the heat to come. You breathe in the steam. It tastes wet. It loosens the dust in your lungs. You cough once. Ho! The sound echoes dully in the mist. After 10 minutes, the boredom sets in. You are just sitting in warm fog. Time to move on to the caldarium, the hot room. This is the heart of the machine. You walk through another curtain. Whoosh! The heat here is aggressive. It is a physical weight. It is 100 degrees, maybe more. The humidity is near 100%. Sweat breaks out on your forehead instantly. Your skin turns pink. The room is dominated by a hot pool in the center, the alveus, and a large basin of cold water in the corner for splashing your face, the labrum. You walk to the hot pool. There are steps leading down into the water. You take a step. The water is hot, very hot. You hiss through your teeth, SSSSS. You pause, you let your legs adjust, then another step. The water rises to your waist, then another up to your chest. You sit on the submerged step. The water embraces you. It buoys you up. You feel weightless. The heat penetrates deep into your muscles. The stiffness from the mattress dissolves. The ache in your shoulder fades. The soreness in your feet vanishes. You are just a floating head in a soup of heat. You look up. The ceiling is a dome, a concrete wonder. There is an oculus in the center, a round opening to the sky. You can see a circle of blue sky. Steam is rising up through the oculus, drifting out into the cool winter air. You watch the steam spiral. It is mesmerizing. White ghosts escaping the room. You stay in the water until your fingers prune. Wrinkled skin. You feel lethargic. The heat has melted your ambition. You climb out of the pool. You feel heavy again. Gravity returns. You sit on the side of the pool. You are dripping wet. Sweat and water run down your back, tickling your spine. Drip, drip, puddle. Now comes the cleaning. You did not bring soap. Romans don't use soap. You use oil. You have a small flask of oil, or maybe you buy a splash from an attendant. You pour the oil into your palm. It is thick. Golden, you rub it onto your arms, your chest, your legs. It feels greasy. Heavy, you rub it in. You massage your own muscles. Rub, squeeze, rub. You are coating yourself in fat, like a piece of meat being prepared for the oven. Then the strigil, the curved metal tool. Bronze or iron, you scrape the oil off. And with it the dirt, the sweat, the dead skin. You start on your arm, you press the metal edge against your skin. You pull, scritch. It makes a distinct sound, a wet scraping noise. Shhh whip. A line of gray sludge collects on the blade of the strigil, oil and dirt. You flick it onto the floor, splat. Then you scrape again, scritch, scritch. It feels incredibly satisfying. Like scratching an itch you didn't know you had, you scrape your chest, your thighs, you ask a stranger to scrape your back. "Excuse me." He nods, he takes the tool, scritch, scritch, down the spine, across the shoulder blades. It feels rough, almost painful, but in a good way. "Thanks." He hands the tool back. You are clean, you are raw, your skin is glowing red. Now the final shock. The frigidarium, the cold room, you leave the hot room. You pass through the warm room. You stand at the edge of the cold pool. The water is unheated. It is straight from the aqueduct. It looks black and deep. You have to do it. It is part of the ritual. You take a deep breath. You jump. Splash. The cold is absolute. It knocks the wind out of you. Gasp. Your heart stutters. Your skin tightens instantly. The pores snap shut. You surface. You shake your head. Water flies from your hair. You scramble out of the pool. You are shivering violently, but you feel alive, more alive than you have felt all day. The lethargy is gone. You are electric. You grab a towel, a rough linen cloth. You rub yourself dry, vigorously, frit, frit, frit. You create friction. You create heat. Your skin tingles. You walk back to the changing room. It feels warm now compared to the cold pool. You go to your niche. Your clothes are still there. Thank the gods, the belt is there. The sandals are there. You dress. The tunic feels rough against your sensitive, scrubbed skin. The sandals feel hard against your clean feet, but you feel lighter. You have shed the dirt of the week. You are a new citizen. You step out of the bathhouse. It is late afternoon. The sun is touching the rooftops. The light is orange and purple. The air outside is cold, but your internal furnace has been stoked. You do not feel the chill. You radiate heat. You walk down the steps, click, click, clean hobnails on clean stones. Your stomach rumbles again. The bath has made you hungry, famished. It is time for cena. Dinner, the main event of the day. You think about what awaits you. Lentils, probably. Bread, definitely. Maybe a sardine, maybe a cup of wine mixed with water. The thought pulls you forward. Home, back to the insula, back to the room. But first, food. You walk through the streets. They are crowded with people leaving work, leaving the baths. Everyone looks a little cleaner, a little more relaxed. The day's tension has been washed away. The city is transitioning from the work mode to the rest mode. The shops are closing. The shutters are coming down. Bang. Clatter. The noise level is dropping. The shadows are conquering the street. You walk past a tavern, Papina. It is noisy inside. Lamps are lit. Men are gambling, dice rattling in a cup. Ch thunk. Sixes. Venus throw. You look in. The smell of sausages cooking. Lukaniki, garlic and pepper. It smells divine. But you do not have the money for a tavern meal tonight. You have your lentils at home. You keep walking. Discipline. Boredom. Routine. You pass a street musician. He is playing a tibia, a double flute. It is a mournful, reedy sound. Duo-di-duo. He looks at you. You have no coins left. You spent your quadrants at the bath. You walk past. The music fades behind you. You reach your building, the insula. It looms above you. Dark, tall. Entering it feels like entering a cave. You nod to the porter. He is eating a bowl of beans. He grunts. You start the climb, first floor, second floor. Your legs feel heavy again. The energy of the cold plunge is wearing off. Third floor, the hallway is dark. You find your door, you open it. Kriya hack. You are back. The room is exactly as you left it. Cold, empty, silent, but you are different. You are clean, and you are ready for the end of the day. You close the door. You drop the bar into place. Thunk. The sound of safety. You are inside. The world is outside. The long, boring, wonderful night is approaching again. The heavy wooden bar has thudded into place, sealing the door. You are inside. The world of the street, the mud, the noise, the hustle of the market, is now just a memory on the other side of the oak planks. Here, in the room, the atmosphere is still. It is a vacuum of quiet. The light in the room is failing fast. The sun has dipped below the horizon, and the blue hour is turning into the gray hour. The shadows in the corners of the room are growing, stretching out like spilled ink, pooling on the floor and rising up the walls. You can barely see the outline of the bed or the chest. It is time to push back the dark just a little. It is time to light the lamp. You move to the small table. You know exactly where it is by muscle memory. You run your hand across the wooden surface until your fingers brush against the rough clay of the oil lamp. It is cold to the touch. Beside it, the small jar of oil and the flint and steel. This is a nightly ritual, a boring, necessary task. You uncork the oil jar. Pop. You pour a small amount of oil into the reservoir of the lamp. The oil is thick. You can hear it glug slowly. Bloop, bloop, you smell it. It is olive oil, but not the fresh, grassy kind you use for food. This is lamp oil. It smells heavier, greasier. It smells of olives that were crushed a long time ago. You pick up the flint and the steel striker. You hold the flint close to the charred linen wick. You strike, click, nothing, just the sound of metal hitting stone. You strike again, click. A tiny spark jumps, but it dies in the air. You are patient. You have done this 1,000 times. Click, click, spark. This time the spark lands on the tinder. It glows, a tiny red eye in the dark. You blow on it gently. Woo-whoa. The red eye opens. It turns orange. A small flame catches. You touch the flame to the wick. It smokes for a second, a thin black ribbon of soot rising up, and then it catches. F-womb. A tiny, silent F-womb. A small yellow tear of fire stands up on the nozzle of the lamp. It is not a bright light. It is about as bright as a single birthday candle, but in the near total darkness it changes everything. The room jumps into existence. The walls are painted in flickering orange light. The shadows dance. They are long and jittery. They sway back and forth as the flame settles. You sit down on the stool, creak. You place your hands near the flame. You watch the light shine through your fingernails, turning them pink. You are the keeper of the flame. Now the stomach demands attention. The bath has burned your energy. You need cena, dinner. It will not be a banquet. There will be no peacock tongues or dormice dipped in honey. That is for the Palatine Hill. For you, the meal is simple. It is the same meal as yesterday and the day before. It is the diet of the legions, the diet of the people, grain, legumes, oil, wine. You reach for the pot that has been sitting near the brazier. Lentils, lenticula, they are cold now. You could heat them up if you lit the charcoal brazier, but that takes time and fuel. The room is not freezing yet. The residual heat of the day is still in the stones. You decide to eat them tepid. It is a practical decision, a boring decision. You lift the lid of the pot, clink. The smell wafts up. It is an earthy smell, brown and deep. It smells of soil and iron. You stir the lentils with a wooden spoon, squelch, slop. They are thick. They have congealed slightly, a dense porridge of legumes. You add the flavor. You reach for a small flask of garum, fish sauce. This is the ketchup of Rome, the universal seasoning. It is made from fermented fish guts and salt left in the sun for months. It smells pungent, sharp, salty, umami. You pour a few drops into the lentils. Drip, drip, drip. You stir it in. The smell changes. It becomes richer, savory. You take the bowl. You take the spoon. You sit back on the stool. You lean your back against the wall. You begin to eat. Scoop. You lift the spoon. Munch. The texture is soft, mushy, with a slight grit from the skins of the lentils. The taste is salty and fishy from the garum, earthy from the lentils. It is not exciting food. It is fuel. It fills the empty space in your stomach. It lands heavy. You eat rhythmically. Scoop. Lift, chew, swallow, scoop. Lift, chew, swallow. You stare at the flame of the lamp while you eat. The flame is mesmerizing. It has a blue core. You watch the oil level in the lamp. It is dropping very, very slowly. You chew. There is a small stone in the lentils. Crunch. You stop. You carefully separate the stone with your tongue. You spit it into your hand, a tiny pebble, it happens. The sorting isn't perfect. You drop the pebble on the floor, click. You resume eating. You finish the bowl. You scrape the bottom with the spoon, scrape, scrape. You want every calorie, you lick the spoon. The wood tastes of old meals. It has absorbed the history of 100 dinners. Now the drink. You pour wine into a cup. It is cheap wine. Vapa, sour wine, almost vinegar. You do not drink it straight, that is for barbarians. You add water from the pitcher, half wine, half water. You swirl it around. You take a sip. It is tart. It makes your lips pucker slightly. It tastes of grapes, yes, but also of the pitch pine resin used to seal the amphora jars. It tastes like a forest floor. It cuts the saltiness of the garum. You hold the cup in both hands. The ceramic is cool. You feel a gentle warmth spreading in your stomach. The alcohol is weak, but on an empty stomach filled only with lentils, you feel a tiny buzz, a softening of the edges. The room feels a little less stark. The shadow on the wall looks a little friendlier. The boredom feels a little more comfortable. You engage in the Roman pastime of doing absolutely nothing after dinner. There is no TV, no radio, no book. There is just the digestion. You sit there. You listen to your own stomach gurgling. Gurgle, pop. It is processing the lentils. You look at the ceiling. The soot stain above the lamp is getting darker. One day you will have to whitewash it, but not today. You trace the shape of the stain. It looks like a cloud or a bear. You watch the smoke rise from the lamp. It goes straight up in a thin gray line, then hits the ceiling and spreads out. Turbulence. Fluid dynamics in a quiet room. You feel the fatigue of the day catching up with you. The walk to the river, the standing in the forum, the heat of the bath, the cold of the morning, it all adds up. Your eyelids feel heavy. Gravity is pulling on them. You blink slowly. Blink. Open, blink. Open. The intervals between blinks are getting longer. You hear a sound from the street. A group of people walking by. They are laughing. Someone is singing a bawdy song. The miller's wife. Da-da-da. They sound drunk, happy. They are passing your building. The sound swells as they pass under your window, then fades as they move down the alley. The Doppler effect of the ancient world. You feel no desire to join them. You are content in your box. You are safe. They are out in the dark. You pick up a piece of bread crust left over from the morning. You dip it in the wine dregs at the bottom of your cup. The bread acts like a sponge. It turns purple. You eat it. Soggy, sour. It cleans the bowl. Resourcefulness. Nothing is wasted. You decide to clean the spoon. You have a rag. You wipe the spoon clean. Wipe, wipe. You place it back on the table. The table is set for tomorrow. The lamp, the spoon, the knife, ready for the next cycle. You stand up to stretch. The stool scrapes on the floor, screech. It is a harsh sound. You wince. You hope you didn't wake the baby downstairs. You wait. Silence. Good. You walk to the window. You unlatch the shutter just a crack. You peek out. The city is dark, but it is not black. It is dotted with points of light. Thousands of other windows. Thousands of other oil lamps. Little orange stars in the brick cliffs. Some are moving, people walking with torches. It looks like a reflection of the night sky. The air coming through the crack is cold again. The heat of the day is gone. The night chill is returning. You close the shutter, click. You latch it. You are sealed in again. You walk back to the bed. You look at it, the straw mattress, the wool blanket. It looks inviting. Even though you know it is lumpy, even though you know it smells of dust, it is the place of rest. You sit on the edge of the bed. You begin the reverse process of the morning, removing the sandals. You bend down. You untie the knots. They are easier to untie now. The leather is warm and pliable from the day's wear. The knot comes undone. You unwrap the straps. The leather leaves red marks on your skin. Spirals up your calves. You rub the marks. It feels good to scratch them. You take off the sandals. Clop, clop. You place them side by side. They look like two tired animals resting. The hobnails are shiny from walking on stone. They have done their job. You stand up on the cold floor. You undo your belt. The bronze buckle is warm now. You coil the belt. You hang it on the peg. It swings slightly. Left, right, then stops. You take off the tunic. You pull it over your head. The air of the room hits your skin. It is cool but not freezing yet. The lamp adds a tiny amount of warmth. You fold the tunic. You place it on the chest. You are naked in the dim light. You check your body. A bruise on your shin from hitting a crate, a scratch on your arm, the marks of the day. They will heal. You pick up the tunic you use for sleeping. Or maybe you just sleep in the day tunic. Let's say you wear the same one. It is simpler. You put it back on. It is warm from your body. It is a second skin. You sit on the bed. You blow out the lamp. You lean close to the flame. You take a breath. Puff. The flame dies instantly. The darkness rushes back in. It is sudden, violent. One moment orange light, the next absolute black. The afterimage of the flame floats in your vision. A purple spot, it fades. You smell the extinguished wick. The sharp, acrid smell of smoke. It fills the room. It signals the end. The day is officially over. The third sleep awaits. Or maybe just the long, boring wait for the dream. You lift your legs onto the bed. You pull the heavy wool blanket up. It feels heavy, familiar. You tuck it around your shoulders. You curl up. You find the groove in the mattress. The valley you made last night. You fit into it. Crunch. The straw accepts you. You lie there in the dark. You can taste the wine in your mouth. You can feel the lentils in your stomach. You can feel the clean skin from the bath. You are comfortable, or as comfortable as a Roman can be. You listen to the silence. It is different from the morning silence. This is a tired silence. The building is settling. Everyone is tired. Everyone is full. Everyone is waiting for tomorrow. You close your eyes. The darkness behind your eyelids matches the darkness of the room. You are one with the void. You drift, thinking of nothing, just the slow digestion of the day, just the boring, beautiful peace of the Roman night. The flame of the lamp has been gone for several minutes now, but its ghost remains in the room. It is a scent, sharp and acrid, hanging in the still air. The smell of the charred linen wick and the hot, smoky olive oil. It is the signature perfume of the Roman night. It tickles the back of your throat slightly, a dry carbon taste, but you do not cough. You simply breathe it in. It is a familiar signal to the brain. The day is done. The light is forbidden. You are lying on your back, your hands resting on your stomach. The wool blanket is pulled up to your chin, creating a seal against the cooling room. Underneath the wool, your body is heavy. The lentils and the watered wine act as an anchor, pulling you down into the mattress. The digestion process is slow and rhythmic, a warm internal furnace that radiates a gentle heat outwards. You feel a sense of fullness that is rare and comforting. You are not hungry. You are not thirsty. You are simply a vessel at rest. The room is settling around you. The temperature is dropping again, inch by inch, returning to the equilibrium of the stone walls. You can feel the cool air on your forehead, a stark contrast to the warmth under the covers. It feels like a cool hand resting on your brow, soothing the thoughts away. Listen to the street below. The noisy drunkards have moved on. The singing has faded into the labyrinth of alleys. Silence has reclaimed the vicus, but it is not an empty silence. If you listen with the intensity of a person lying in the dark with nothing else to do, you can hear the rhythm of the official night. Clank step, clank step. It is a metallic sound, rhythmic, disciplined. It is the vigils, the night watch of Rome. The cohorts of freedmen whose job it is to patrol the streets, watching for the two great enemies of the city, fire and theft. They are walking down your street. Imagine them, a squad of 4 or 5 men. They wear simple tunics and heavy leather boots. They carry equipment. You hear the rattle of a bucket, clatter. A leather bucket coated in tar bumping against a leg. You hear the heavy thud of a dalabra, a pickaxe, hanging from a belt. They carry torches, sebe syria. The torches are not burning brightly, they are smoldering, casting a dull, red glow on the pavement. You can imagine the flickering light moving across the ceiling of your room. A faint, reddish swipe that travels from right to left, then disappears. They do not speak, they are working. They are scanning the windows for smoke. They are checking the doors for broken locks. They stop in front of your building, you hold your breath. You hear the handle of the front door being tried. Rattle, it is locked. The porter did his job, the footsteps continue. Clank, step, fading down the street. They are gone. You feel a wave of safety wash over you. The empire is watching over you. You are just a number in a census, a tenant in a block, but tonight you are guarded. Your mind drifts back to the bathhouse. The sensation of the hot water. You try to recall the feeling of weightlessness. You imagine you are back in the caldarium, floating. The water is hot. It holds you up. Your limbs are loose. The steam is white and thick. You replay the scrape of the strigil on your back. Scritch. It is a sensory memory. It triggers a phantom relaxation in your shoulder muscles. They drop another inch into the mattress. You decide to count something to pass the time. Not sheep, not coins. You decide to count the columns of the temple of Castor and Pollux in the Forum. You saw them today, tall white marble columns topped with elaborate Corinthian capitals. You visualize the temple in your mind. It stands on a high podium. You start at the left corner. Column 1, fluted, white, shadow on the left side. Column 2, perfect. Column 3, a small chip near the base. Column 4, column 5, column 6, column 7, column 8. You move around the side of the temple in your mind. Column 9, column 10. It is a boring architectural tour. You examine the fluting on column 11, the vertical lines carved into the stone, up and down, up and down. You run your mental finger along the groove. Smooth, cold, stone. Your breathing slows down to match the counting. Inhale on the odd numbers, exhale on the even numbers. Column 13. Inhale, column 14. Exhale, column 15. Inhale, the visualization is becoming fuzzy. The marble columns are turning into trees, then back to columns. Your brain is losing its grip on the strict geometry. It wants to blur the lines. You let it. You feel a twitch in your eyelid, flutter, a tiny muscle spasm, fatigue. You press your finger gently against your closed eye. You hold it there. The warmth of your fingertip soothes the muscle. The twitch stops. You move your hand back under the blanket. You become aware of the texture of the pillow again. The linen case is getting warm under your cheek. You shift your head slightly to find a cool spot. Rustle, there. A patch of fresh, cool linen. It feels like a drink of water for your skin. You sigh. H. A long, deep exhalation that empties the lungs completely. The chest collapses. The blanket settles heavier on your ribs. You think about the concept of silentium, silence. In the Roman religious rituals, the priest calls for silence before the sacrifice. Favit linguis, hold your tongues. The silence is necessary for the magic to work. Tonight, the silence is necessary for the sleep to work. You are the priest of your own bedroom. You command silence, and the room obeys. The mouse is quiet. The wood is quiet. The street is quiet. You drift to the thought of the olive oil press again. The trapettum. You imagine the slow, heavy stones crushing the olives. Grind, squelch, black olives turning into green oil, the oil flowing into a jar, slow, thick, viscous. You imagine pouring that oil over your thoughts. It coats them, it slows them down. A thought about the rent, coated in oil, it slides away. A thought about the sandal strap, coated in oil, it slides away. A thought about the cold, coated in oil, gone. Your mind is a slippery, smooth surface. Nothing sticks. You feel a sense of gratitude for the bed. It is just wood and straw, but it lifts you off the floor. It separates you from the dirt, the bugs, the cold stone. It is a raft. You are floating on your raft in the middle of the night ocean. You are dry. You are warm. That is enough. That is everything. You hear a distant sound, very far away towards the campus Martius, a trumpet, a cornu, a low, brassy note, BWAM. Maybe a signal change for the guards at the barracks, or maybe just the wind blowing through a pipe. It is a lonely sound. It hangs in the air for a second, then dissolves. It does not repeat. You wait for it. Nothing. It was a singular event, a punctuation mark in the silence. You wiggle your toes. They are warm now, toasty warm. You rub them against each other. It is a comforting sensation. You realize that your feet have walked miles today, on stone, on mud, on wood. Now they are horizontal. They are on strike. They will not move again for 8 hours. You thank your feet. Good job, feet. The darkness behind your eyelids is shifting colors. Deep purple, dark blue, swirling slowly like ink in water. You watch the patterns. They form shapes. A wheel, a face, a tree. Then they dissolve into mist. This is the hypnagogic state returning. The gateway. You are standing on the threshold. You think about the Tiber one last time. The river flowing in the dark, passing under the bridges, touching the stone piers. Lap, lap, lap. The water is black oil, moving to the sea. It takes your thoughts with it, carrying them downstream, away from the city, away from you. Your breathing is shallow now, barely moving the blanket. Your heart rate is slow. Thump, 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 thump. It is a slow drum, beating the rhythm of rest. You are no longer in the room. You are no longer in the bed. You are just a point of awareness in the dark, suspended, safe, bored, asleep. You are deep in the subterranean layers of sleep. The room, the bed, the cold floor, they have all dissolved into a singular sensation of heaviness. You are no longer a person in an insula. You are a stone at the bottom of a dark lake. The water pressure of the night holds you down. It is a comfortable, crushing weight. But the night is not static. It is a living, moving thing outside your walls. The wind has changed. It has shifted from the north, coming down from the Alps, sweeping across the plains of Etruria and channeling through the valleys of the 7 hills. It hits the roof of your building. Whoosh. It is not a storm, just a steady, insistent pressure. The roof is made of terracotta tiles, heavy, baked clay. They are laid in an interlocking pattern, flat tegulae with curved embrasses covering the joints. They are held in place by their own weight and the pitch of the roof. When the wind hits them just right, they lift, just a fraction of an inch. Clack. Then they drop back down. Clack. The sound filters through the ceiling timbers. It enters your dream. You are dreaming of a potter. He is stacking cups. Clack, clack, clack. The dream is boring. The potter never stops. The stack never falls. You slowly surface from the dream. The potter fades. The sound remains. Clack. You realize it is the roof. You do not wake up fully. You are in the gray zone. You accept the sound. It is just the building adjusting its coat against the wind. You are lying on your stomach, your arms sprawled out under the pillow. Your face is mashed into the linen. You can feel the weave of the fabric imprinted on your cheek. Your mouth is slightly open. A small spot of drool has made the pillowcase damp and cold. You shift your head. Smack. Your lips are dry. You close your mouth. You swallow. The throat is dry, but the lethargy is stronger than the thirst. You stay put. You visualize the roof above you. You imagine the rows of tiles, red clay, weathered by the sun and rain, covered in moss in the shady spots. You imagine the wind flowing over them like water over river stones. Smooth, aerodynamic, the wind searches for a gap, whistle. A high-pitched note as the air rushes through a crack in the mortar. Wee. It sounds like a tiny flute. You listen to the wind music. It is a song with one note. It plays for 10 seconds, then stops, then plays again. Your mind wanders to the concept of the annona, the grain supply. Rome is a hungry beast. It eats grain, wheat, barley, emmer. You imagine the warehouses at Ostia, the port city at the mouth of the Tiber, the Horia, Giant brick buildings, no windows, just ventilation slits. Inside in the dark are the mountains of grain, sacks stacked to the ceiling, or loose grain piled in great golden dunes. You take a mental trip to the warehouse. You are standing inside. It is dark. It smells of dust and dry grass. It is silent. You walk between the dunes of wheat. Your feet sink into the loose grain, crunch, shift. It is like walking on sand. You pick up a handful of wheat berries, hard, golden, smooth. You let them run through your fingers. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. They fall back onto the pile. It sounds like rain. You count the sacks. Row 1, stacked 10 high. 1, 2, 3, 4. Row 2, row 3. There are millions of sacks, enough to feed the city for a month. Or a year. The abundance is soothing. The empire has provided. You do not need to worry about starvation tonight. The grain is there, sleeping in the dark just like you. You drift back to your body. Your right arm has gone numb again. The circulation has been cut off by the weight of your head. It feels like a log of wood attached to your shoulder. You have to move it. You lift your head. Heavy. You pull your arm out. It flops onto the mattress. Thump. You shake it. The pins and needles return. A swarm of tiny ants under the skin. You wait for the feeling to pass. It is an uncomfortable minute, but it passes. The blood returns. The arm is yours again. You roll over onto your back. The starfish position, arms out, legs out. You take up as much space as the small bed allows. Your hand brushes against the cold wall. Flinch. You pull it back. The wall is still an enemy. You tuck your hands onto your chest. Safe zone. You think about the Roman roads again. The Via. They shoot out from the city like the spokes of a wheel. Via Appia to the south. Via Flaminia to the north. Via Orlia to the west. You imagine them at night. Long, straight ribbons of stone, cutting through the forests, cutting through the marshes, empty. Maybe a lone courier riding a horse. Clip-clop, riding under the moon, passing the milestones, mile 10, mile 11, mile 12. The milestones are silent sentinels, cylinders of stone. Marking the distance to the golden milestone in the forum, Milliarium Aureum. You are at the center, the 0 point. The roads end here, or they start here. You feel a draft. The wind outside has forced a puff of air through the shutter. It drifts across the room. It hits your face. It smells of rain. Is it raining again? You listen. No drumming on the tiles, just the smell of wet earth from the fields miles away. The wind carries the news of the weather. Rain is coming, it whispers. But not yet. You snuggle deeper into the mattress. You try to find a warmer spot for your feet. You rub them against the shins of your legs. Scritch. You are a self-heating unit. You visualize a candle, a wax taper, serious, expensive, only for special occasions or rich people. You imagine lighting a beeswax candle, the smell of honey and wax. The flame is brighter than the oil lamp, cleaner, it burns steadily. You watch the wax melt, a small pool of liquid gold at the base of the wick. It drips down the side, drip. It hardens instantly. You imagine peeling the warm wax off your finger, a perfect mold of your fingerprint. The silence of the room is heavy. It feels like the air has solidified into a gel. You are suspended in amber. You hear your own heart beating in your ear against the pillow. Whoosh thump, whoosh thump. It sounds loud. It is the engine of your life. It keeps going. You don't have to tell it to. It is a loyal servant. You listen to the rhythm. It is steady, slow, boring, perfect. You think about the concept of the manes, the spirits of the ancestors. Romans believe they are watching. You imagine your grandfather, a stern man, a farmer. Is he in the room, standing in the corner? You look into the dark corner. There is nothing, just shadow. If he is there, he is very quiet. Go to sleep, grandson, he might say. The field needs plowing in the morning. Even the ghosts are boring. They just want you to work. You feel a yawn coming, a deep tectonic yawn. Your jaw unhinges, your chest expands. Yawn, your eyes water. You wipe the tears away with the blanket. The wool is rough on your eyelids. The yawn relaxes you even further. Your muscles turn to jelly. You think about the catacombs. Miles of tunnels under the ground outside the city, tough rock, soft and easy to carve, thousands of niches. Silent sleepers, they have been sleeping for centuries. You are practicing for that long sleep, but you will wake up. They won't. The thought is not scary, it is just a fact. The ultimate boredom. You return to the grain, back to the warehouse. You visualize the ships arriving at the port. The Navis Honoraria, the grain freighters, big round ships, heavy sails sailing across the Mediterranean, the Mare Nostrum, our sea. Blue water, white foam, the ship rocks gently. Rock, roll, you match the rocking motion in your mind. The bed feels like a ship, floating on the night tide. You hear a dog bark again, very far away, maybe on the other side of the river, a faint woof. It barely penetrates the silence. It is just a blip on the radar, then it is gone. You focus on your breathing. The air is slightly warmer now under the blanket. You have created a microclimate, tropical heat in a stone box. You breathe in the humid air. It feels thick. It makes your eyelids heavy. They stick together. You count the ships. One ship entering the harbor, sails furled. Anchors dropped, splash, 2 ships, 3 ships, a fleet of grain bobbing in the harbor, waiting for the dock workers, waiting for the carts, waiting for the bakers, waiting for you. The cycle of the empire is a cycle of waiting, and you are good at it. You drift, drifting. The wind whistles one last time. Then it dies down, the tile settles, clack, silence. You are gone, back to the deep water, back to the bottom of the lake where nothing happens and everything is fine. The cycle has completed a full rotation. You are back where you began, 24 hours ago or perhaps 1,000 years ago. It makes no difference in the dark. The room is the same. The bed is the same. The smell of the charred wick is the same. You are lying in the cubiculum, the sleeping chamber of the insula. The world outside has been locked away by the heavy wooden bar across the door, and you are once again a solitary consciousness floating in a box of stone. You are lying on your back, staring up into the impenetrable blackness. Your body feels different tonight. It is cleaner thanks to the bath. The skin feels scrubbed and raw, sensitive to the touch of the coarse linen sheet. It is also fuller, weighted down by the lentils and the bread. The hunger that woke you this morning is gone, replaced by a heavy, metabolic warmth. You are a furnace banking its fires for the night. The silence is profound. It is not the silence of anticipation like the morning wait for the sun. It is the silence of exhaustion. The city has spent its energy. The shouting, the walking, the carrying, the selling, it is all over. The energy has been dissipated into the air, leaving behind a vacuum of stillness. You become aware of your own eyelids. They feel incredibly heavy. It is a physical sensation as if small lead weights have been sewn into the lashes. Keeping them open requires a conscious effort of will. Lift. They flutter open. You see the darkness. Drop. They slide shut. You see the gray fog of the mind. Lift. Drop. The intervals of darkness are getting longer. The effort to lift them is becoming too great. You decide to stop fighting. You let them stay closed. The visual world is turned off. Now you listen. You listen for the rhythm of the building. The insula is settling for the night. You hear the timber beams groaning softly. Creak. Groan. It is the sound of wood relaxing. All day the beams have held up the weight of people walking, furniture moving, life happening. Now the load is static. The wood decompresses, it sighs. You imagine the grain of the wood expanding in the cool night air. Microscopic movements of cellulose and lignin. It is a comforting sound. The building is stretching its bones. You feel a warmth radiating from your own stomach. The digestion of the dinner is a slow chemical fire. It heats your blood, which travels to your toes and fingers. You wiggle your toes. They are warm. You wiggle your fingers. They are warm. You are a comfortable island in a cold sea. Your mind begins to wander, seeking a boring image to latch onto. You return to the water, not the river this time, but the aqueducts, the aquae. Rome is fed by 11 great rivers of stone. You imagine the Aqua Claudia. Miles and miles of stone arches marching across the Campagna. High arches, block upon block of travertine. On top of the arches, the channel, the Specus. Inside the channel, the water flows, cold, clear, constant. You visualize the water moving in the dark channel. It flows smoothly over the waterproof cement. Swish, swish. It does not stop for the night. While you sleep, the water travels. It travels from the distant springs in the mountains down through the hills towards the city. You travel with it in your mind. You are a drop of water. You are gliding through the dark tunnel. There is no resistance, just flow. Gravity pulls you gently forward, downhill, always downhill. It is the path of least resistance. It is the path of sleep. You pass over a high arch. You are 50 feet in the air. Below you, the fields are silent. The sheep are sleeping. Above you, the stars are reflected in the water, tiny points of light dancing on the surface. You flow on, mile after mile. The repetition of the arches below you. Arch, 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 arch. It is a rhythmic, structural lullaby. You drift back to your body. You feel the texture of the mattress under your hip. The straw has settled into a new shape. It has conformed to your body, or you have conformed to it. It is a mutual agreement. You do not fight the lumps. You melt around them. You hear a sound from the floor above. A soft thump. Someone rolling over in their sleep, just like you. You feel a connection to this unknown sleeper. You are both passengers on the same ship sailing through the night. You wonder what they dream about. Bread, money, walking. Probably the same things you do. The boring realities of Roman life. You think about the latch on the window shutter. Is it secure? You check the memory. Yes, you remember sliding the bolt. You remember the click, click. The memory is distinct. You are safe. The wind cannot get in. The spirits cannot get in. The box is sealed. You begin to focus on your breathing. It has slowed down significantly. Inhale, pause, exhale. Pause, the pauses are long. In the pause, there is total stillness. You exist in the gap between breaths. It is a peaceful void. You try to visualize the color of sleep. Is it black? No, it is softer than black. It is a deep, velvety indigo, like the dye from the tire snails. Purpura, expensive royal purple. You are wrapped in a cloak of invisible purple. It creates a buffer between you and the world. Your thoughts become fragmented. A sandal strap, a clay bowl, the eye of an ox, a stone step. They float by like debris in a slow river. You do not grab them, you let them pass. The sandal floats away. The bowl floats away. The ox blinks and vanishes. You feel a heaviness in your limbs that feels like sinking into warm sand. You are sinking through the mattress, through the floor, through the building, down into the earth. The earth of Rome, tufa rock, volcanic ash, clay. It is warm and solid down there. You are a fossil, resting in the geological strata, waiting for the ages to pass. The feeling of time dissolves. There is no past. The day is gone. It has been erased. There is no future. The morning is hours away. It does not exist. There is only nunc, now, and now is dark and quiet. You hear a faint sound from the street. The wind blowing a dry leaf across the stones. Scritch, scritch. It is a tiny, dry sound. It highlights the silence. The leaf stops. The silence returns, heavier than before. You feel a tiny itch on your nose. You consider scratching it, but your arm is too heavy. It is made of lead. You decide to ignore the itch. You use your mind. Go away, itch. You focus on the sensation. It tingles. Then it fades. Mind over matter. The victory of the sleeper. You think about the gods of sleep, Somnus. He lives in a cave where the sun never shines. There are poppies growing at the entrance. You imagine the poppies, red flowers drooping in the twilight. You imagine the river Lethe flowing through the cave, the river of forgetfulness. You drink from the river in your mind. The water is cool and dark. It washes away the memory of the heavy grain sacks. It washes away the memory of the mud. It leaves only blankness. You are drifting deeper now. The room is gone. The bed is gone. You are floating in the void, but it is a structured void. It is built of arches, stone arches in the dark. You are flowing over them. Water over stone, water over stone. Your breathing is a whisper. H-H-H-H-H-H. H-H-H-H-H-H. It is the only sound in the universe. You are bored, so wonderfully, perfectly bored. There is nothing to fix, nothing to carry, nothing to say, just the dark and the warmth and the flow. You are ready, the gate is open, the porta somni you step through, or rather you float through, into the gray mist, into the nothing. The aqueduct carries you away, away from Rome towards the mountains of sleep, flowing, flowing, gone. You have crossed the threshold. The bridge between the waking world and the sleeping world has been traversed. You are no longer walking on the hard stones of the via. You are no longer standing in the noisy forum. You are no longer sitting on the cold bench. You are here, floating in the deep, calm center of the insula. The room has ceased to be a room. The walls, which were once barriers of brick and plaster, have dissolved into the general darkness. The ceiling, with its soot stains and timber beams, has lifted away, revealing only a vast, comforting void. You are not confined by space anymore. You are held only by gravity and warmth. Your body has undergone the final transformation of the night. It has become heavy, dense, and motionless. It feels as though your limbs have turned into marble, warm, living marble. They are sunken into the mattress so deeply that the straw and wool have become part of you. You could not move a finger if you wanted to, but the desire to move has vanished completely. There is only the desire to remain, to stay, to be still. The silence is absolute. It is not merely the absence of noise, it is a physical presence. It is a blanket of quiet that wraps around the building, the street, the hill, and the empire. It is the Pax Romana of the soul, the great peace. Let your mind drift one last time over the city you have inhabited for these 25 hours. Picture the Colosseum in the dark. It is a mountain of empty stone. The arches are black mouths yawning in the night. The sand of the arena is cool and undisturbed. There are no gladiators, no beasts, no crowds, just the wind sighing through the rigging of the retracted awning. Whoosh, hush. It is a monument to silence. Picture the Pantheon, the great concrete dome. The eye in the center, the oculus looking up at the night sky. A single column of moonlight might be falling through the opening, illuminating a circle on the floor. The circle moves slowly as the moon moves. No one is there to watch it. It happens in the dark, a secret geometry. The gods inside, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, stand in their niches. They are statues. They do not move. They are patient. They have all of eternity to wait. Picture the Tiber River. The brown water is black now. It flows past the island, past the bridges, past the docks. It makes a soft, lapping sound against the clay banks. Lap, lap, lap. It is the only thing in the city that is moving, and it moves so smoothly, so inevitably, that it is almost still. It carries the day away. It carries the history away. It flows down to Ostia, into the sea, into the oblivion of the deep water. Now bring your focus back to the room. Think about the objects that surround you in the dark. They are your guardians, the oil lamp. It is cold now. The flame is a memory. The soot is settling. It waits for tomorrow's spark. The water pitcher, the clay is sweating in the cool air. The water inside is still, a pool of liquid patience. The sandals lying on the floor, the leather straps are relaxed. The iron hobnails are resting against the stone. They have stopped clicking. They are silent. The tunic. folded on the chest, a pile of soft wool, waiting for the morning that is still hours away. These objects are faithful. They do not demand anything from you. They just exist. They share the darkness with you. You are part of their collection, a sleeping statue in a gallery of shadows. Your breathing has become so shallow that it is almost imperceptible. In, out. It is a tidal movement. The air enters warm and slow. The air leaves warm and slow. You are exchanging atoms with the room. You are becoming the room. You think about the concept of centuries. Tonight feels like it could last for 100 years, and in a way it does. This night is identical to the night before it, and the night after it. It is the same night that Augustus slept through. The same night that Marcus Aurelius slept through. You are sharing the same darkness with history. There is a comfort in that. You are not alone in the dark. You are part of a long, unbroken chain of sleepers. Millions of people lying on straw wrapped in wool waiting for the sun. It is the most common human experience, and the most boring, and the most peaceful. You feel a sensation of sinking, not falling, sinking, like a stone settling into the mud of the riverbed. You sink through the mattress, you sink through the floorboards, you sink through the foundations of the insula down into the earth. The 7 hills of Rome are made of tufa, volcanic rock. It is soft rock, warm rock. You sink into the hill itself. You are enclosed in stone. It is safe here. Nothing can touch you. No wind, no rain, no noise. Just the deep geological silence of the earth. Your thoughts are no longer words. They are just feelings. The feeling of wool, scratchy, warm, heavy. The feeling of stone, cool, solid, eternal. The feeling of dark, soft, velvet, endless. The feeling of rest. The river of sleep is rising. It covers your feet, warm and dark. It covers your legs, it covers your hands, it covers your chest, it covers your face. You are submerged. You are breathing water, but it is not water. It is sleep. It fills your lungs with peace. There is no more next. There is no more tomorrow. There is no more Rome. There is only this moment, suspended, frozen, perfect. You are the stone. You are the night. You are the silence. The history is over. The story is over. The work is over. Sleep, sleep in the boring, beautiful dark. Sleep.